Hey guys. This is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter left Hogwarts and learned real magic. Here is short summary. Abandoned by those meant to protect him, Harry walks away from the only world he's ever known. On the run and off the grid, he discovers ancient spells, forgotten truths, and a power far beyond anything Hogwarts ever taught. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry nearly snarled. Don't bother. They won't let me get an owl. They've barred the windows so I can't. Now, Harry, don't exaggerate. I'm sure that you can get any owl that's important. I do understand their objections to you getting owls from Ms. Granger and Mr. Weasley. It attracts too much attention. Now run along and pack. Just a small case. There's no need for you to take your trunk. Harry nodded shortly, more a jerk of his head than anything else. Sure. I'll just pack enough for a week. I can do laundry. I'll be doing it all anyway. See you after Christmas. Dumbledore offered Harry a lemo. Drop and patted him on the shoulder. Harry tossed some clothing into a small carpet bag and wiped at his eyes. He didn't even have a chance to say good holidays to Ron or Hermione. They'd had to go before he was done at the headmaster's office. He shrank his books and shoved them into a side pocket. He picked up his present from Hermione and did the same thing with it. Potter, I do not have all day. If you would kindly settle your sulks and come on, I'd greatly appreciate it. Professor Snape looked tired and cross. Harry just sighed and called out, I'm coming. He checked quickly to see if he had forgotten anything. It didn't seem that he had, so he picked up his bag and followed Snape to the apparition platform. Professor Potter, I don't want to go. They're not nice to me. Snape looked down his nose at Harry. Mr. Potter, I have absolutely no intention of listening to this drivel. I'm sure the Dursleys are exactly as they should be. Why would Professor Dumbledore leave you there if it wasn't safe? Harry just sighed and shrugged sullenly. I just never mind. No one believes me anyway. Why should you even care? You hate me, although I never did anything to you. I'm not my father, you know. Professor Snape opened his mouth to deliver a scathing lecture on gratitude, but the platform was clear, so he refrained. Snape took Harry's hand. Ready? I suppose so. They apparated with a sharp crack. Harry gave the open street one longing look and went into the house. Snape couldn't help but see the look of almost terror that crossed Harry's face just before the door closed with a slam. He shook his head. Surely he was mistaken. Harry waited in the foyer for a moment, then called out, Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon. I'm here. Dudley stuck his head out of the kitchen door to announce. They're not here right now. I'm to tell you to go to your room and stay there. You're not allowed out. You're not allowed to do that thing you do. Magic, right? And you're to cage that nasty bird of you don't have her with you. Good. Harry gave Dudley a dirty look but headed up the stairs. You didn't bring your trunk. Harry shook his head. Well, that's good. But Daddy is going to go spare. He wanted to sell some of your clothes. Why, I couldn't say. Well, don't just stand there. Go upstairs. Harry just trudged up the stairs, settled in his room and stared out the window. He wanted to be back at Hogwarts. He wanted to be at the Burrow. He wanted to be anywhere but where he was. He sat there until the sun went down, then the moon came up. He was hungry, thirsty and cold. Uncle Vernon would come feed and water him like some sort of animal, slapping the inadequate sandwich and meager cup of water down on the desk. Harry hoped it was going to be soon. Sometimes he forgot. For more than a day. Harry had a bucket that Aunt Petunia called a honey bucket for his needs. It stank in hot weather. Sometimes he was tempted to throw its contents out the window. Harry finally gave up on the hope of food and went to bed. He woke in the morning to a hard rap on the door. Uncle Vernon announced that they were wanting breakfast and he'd better get up and cook or he'd get no food himself. Harry shoved his feet into his trainers and clomped down the stairs. Uncle Vernon gave him a slap across the ear for the noise and demanded coffee. Harry just put on the pot and started making breakfast. After breakfast, Harry was given a written list of chores to do: Chores he was sure would never please either adult, no matter how hard he tried. Dudley watched him as he cleaned the kitchen after eating the leftovers right out of the pan. Harry scrubbed, cleaned and did laundry. He realized that he'd only packed one other pair of trousers and 2 shirts. Of course Uncle Vernon had a fit. He accused Harry of holding out on him, denying him his rights and smacked him so hard it knocked him down. Harry climbed back to his feet and mumbled, "You wouldn't do that if I could work magic." Vernon had a few choice words to say about that, ending, "And you're not of age, so if you work magic, the magic cops will take you to prison where you belong, ungrateful brat. No lunch or supper for you." Harry shuddered at the thought of being locked up in Azkaban, just for defending himself. He went to his room to be locked in for the night. He hoped Aunt Petunia burned the potatoes. She did. The next morning was a repeat of the day before, and the day after that was the same. Aunt Petunia went to club meetings and social dues. Uncle Vernon went to work. Dudley went out. Harry cleaned and cooked and went hungry. He could drink all the water he wanted and he filled his stomach from the tap. By the 5th day he was ready to eat anything he could get his hands on, but the cupboards were all locked. He slammed his hand on the door of the pantry and wished desperately for even the disgusting Marmite. He flinched when Dudley came in the back door. "Harry. Hey. I want 4 grilled cheese sandwiches, chips and a diet soda. And hurry." Dudley flopped down at the kitchen table and watched as Harry took the key he was given and started to cook. He put the plate on the table and started to clean. His stomach gave a loud growl. "Eat something. That noise is disgusting. Here. This one's burned." Harry eyed the sandwich for a moment then took it. It was the same perfect golden brown as the others. He wolfed it down quickly so that Dudley wouldn't have a chance to change his mind. "Dad's gone spare. He's turning into a real nutter. He smacked Mom the other day. You better watch out." Harry blinked at Dudley, wondering where that had come from. Usually Dudley was Vernon's cheering section. Now he seemed to be trying to help Harry, in an awkward, offhand way. "Okay, thanks. I think I better go to my room. If you need anything." Dudley held up his hand. "I'll do it myself. I'm getting better at it all the time." Harry looked at Dudley. "Really? Be careful around Dad. I mean it." Harry realized that 1, he was still nearly starving, and 2, Dudley was developing a conscience. He went to his room to check his list. He was done with the dozen or so chores he'd been left, but he knew he'd have to do at least half of them over. Neither Aunt Petunia nor Uncle Vernon could be pleased. He sighed wearily and wished for somewhere, anywhere, to go. When he got home that night, Vernon Dursley was in a foul temper. Something had gone wrong at work and he'd gotten a dressing down. So he took it out on Harry. He slammed into his tiny room and yanked the wardrobe doors open. He pulled everything out and tossed it all on the floor. He kicked it around then pounced. "Ha! I knew you had something. This coat is worth at least 20 pounds. Hold out on me, will you? No supper for you." He snatched up the coat and stomped out. Harry just bit his lip. Things went on for another day or two, then it happened. Vernon came home early, in a bad mood, and Harry was scrubbing the foyer floor. He was on his hands and knees in a puddle of soapy water. Uncle Vernon slipped in the mess and nearly fell. He grabbed Harry by the neck and knocked him flat on the floor. He pulled off his belt and lashed Harry over the back, boobs and thighs until Harry screamed in pain. He tried to crawl away from his uncle, but Vernon followed him, ruthlessly hunting him down through the hall, into the kitchen and under the kitchen table. Dudley saw it all. "That ought to hold you, you little Vert. That coat wasn't wool, so I only got 10 pounds for it. And then leaving that mess in the front door. I could have killed myself. Who'd feed you then? Huh?" Harry couldn't have kept his mouth shut short of a gag. "You don't feed me now, so what if you did?" Vernon turned a rather nasty shade of purple and took after Harry again. This time he cornered him and kept at it until Harry passed out. Harry woke up in his bed. The sun shining in his face told him he'd been out all night and most of the early morning. He tried to sit up but didn't quite make it. It hurt to move. It even hurt to breath, now that he thought of it. He rolled over onto one side and eased himself onto his knees on the floor. After that, it was a simple task to stand up, simple, not easy. Ow, ow, ow. Damn. F. K. Harry whimpered in pain and reached for his wand. He had to get out of this house. His uncle was crazy, certifiably nutters. If he didn't get out, he was sure Vernon would kill him. The soft peck on the door startled him more than it should have, but he felt like he had reason. The voice that called to him made him even more nervous. Harry, I'm coming in. It's Dudley. I'm alone. Dudley opened the door and peered in. When he stepped into the room, Harry flinched. Look, I'm not going to hurt you, I swear. I'm really sorry. Dad's gone flat out flaming loony. Here. Dudley held out a small roll of bills. It's not much, only £40, but it'll give you a start. You've got to go. Harry panted, trying to conquer the pain that racked his body. He agreed with Dudley, he had to leave. He just took the money, reached over and picked up his wand. Dudley, you know what I can do with this, don't you? Dudley gulped and nodded. I don't want to hurt you and I don't want Uncle Vernon to either. Go downstairs and get in the cupboard under the stairs. I'm going to pack my stuff. Dudley obediently left and Harry gathered up the few things he had and stuffed them into Dudley's backpack. He hurried down the stairs and riffled Vernon's desk. He found perhaps another £50 and took it. Then he noticed one £50 note tucked under the pencil tray and snatched it too. He slid the locks on the cupboard shut and heard Dudley say, Thanks, Harry. Sorry I was always such a prat. He pressed the palm of one hand against the wood and walked out the door. He felt terrible, but he didn't have time to yield to the feeling. He apparated to Scotland with a loud crack, then he apparated back to London. He went to Hogsmeade, then to Manchester. From there he took a Muggle train back to London. He hoped he'd thrown the oars off, he could barely move now. When Harry got off the train, all he could think of doing was find a place to lay down. He managed to get into the depths of the station and find a warm spot. He knew he wasn't going to be able to stay there long, but if he could just rest a bit, he thought he could find a youth hostel or something. He carefully fastened the waist belt of his pack around his torso before he fell asleep, and a good thing. He woke to someone pulling on it. He cursed them and watched as the pale hands broke out in a rash. The patter of running feet brought him fully awake. F. K. Harry knew that that curse had given him away, or at least let the ministry know that someone was using underage magic. He gathered himself together and hurried into the street. He had to get away from the station. He managed to find a squat, a place where young runaways congregated, and get a flop. He sighed. At least he could sleep without worrying about being mugged. He realized that his reflexes would wake him if anyone messed with him. He woke to whispers and wondered what that was about. He found out quickly. Hey, hey. A hand shook his shoulder gently. Wake up. Come on, mate, open your eyes. Harry managed to pry one eye open. He felt like shit and was shivering from the cold. Okay, I'm awake. What is it? The lank-haired boy touched his cheek. You're burnin' up, mate. And shiverin'. Better go to the clinic. You want me to take you? Harry shook his head. The clinic wouldn't do him any good. He didn't react well to Muggle medicines. I can't allergies. I got a bunch and the clinics can't handle it. I'll be okay. I just need some rest. That's too bad. You're really in a bad way. Got a blanket? Harry shook his head, rolling it back and forth on the wall he was leaning against. No, I've got a bit of money, could you get me one? I'd be glad to let you keep the change. The boy held a blanket out to Harry. Don't need it, thanks. We got a slop chest. Just replace it or put this one back when you get your own. My name is Doug. What's yours? Harry. Thanks, Doug. I appreciate it. New, ain't ya? Harry gave him a blank look. He felt so bad that he couldn't work up the strength to do more. Just ran away. Look, mate, I'm mindin' your business. If you can, you should go back home. It's really hard out here. There's almost no way to make any money, and begging, well, asking for change won't get you anywhere anymore. Harry leaned forward to wrap the blanket around his shoulders and Doug gasped softly. Blood had soaked through Harry's t-shirt. Harry smiled grimly. Don't think I really want to go back to the Dursleys. This time my uncle might actually kill me. And yeah, I'm new. But I'm tough, a survivor. I'll do what I have to do to survive. Someday I just might get a lucky break. But thanks. Sorry, mate, You need a cream for that or you're going to get infected. Harry sighed. He wished Doug would quit squatting over him and let him sleep. Doug seemed to get the idea because he sighed, stood up and announced, "I'll go away. But if you have some money you might give one of the younger kids a couple of pounds and send them to the pharmacy and the Chinese place. Have whoever get some Savlon cream and some egg drop soup." But whatever. Harry decided that was a good idea and croaked out, "Sorry, I really feel bad. I don't think my brain is working too good. Here." He fished a 10-pound note out of his pocket and handed it over. "I hope that's going to be enough." Doug bit at his lip for a moment then made a decision. "I'll make it be enough. But y'all gotta pay me back if it isn't really. I only got a pound and a few pence." Harry squinted at Doug for a moment then pulled out another note. "Here." Doug just accepted it with a nod and the admonition to sleep. Harry fell asleep before the boy was 2 feet away. Doug woke Harry by gently kicking his feet. Harry woke with a start and groaned at the twinge his back gave him. Doug handed him a styrofoam cup filled with chicken broth, egg threads and tofu. It was delicious, hot and just what he needed. When he was finished with the soup, Doug told him to turn around. Harry did and Doug eased his dark red shirt up over his shoulders. They both hissed as the fabric pulled away from his skin. The shirt was stuck to Harry's cuts by clotted blood and pulling the new scabs off hurt. Doug gently dabbed the cream on Harry's cuts, capped the tube and announced, "Well, that's the best I can do. You need to keep it clean and covered. Got a clean shirt?" Harry nodded and fished it out of his pack. He was glad that he'd shrunk all his money and tucked it into the tin with his school books and the 2 that Hermione had given him, whispering, "Early Christmas." The tin didn't look inviting and if anyone did open it, his things looked like doll toys. He pulled the shirt over his head and winced as the cloth scrapped over his cuts. It felt like Vernon had stripped half the skin off. "How bad is it, really?" Harry braced himself. "Looks really bad. You're cut to bits. And the bruising makes it hard to tell how bad it really is. You better take it as easy as ya can, mate. I'll take you out in a day or 2 and help ya catch a fish." Harry shook his head. "I don't know what you mean." Doug sighed and leaned against a nearby box that was being used as an impromptu table. "Customer. John, money cock. Doesn't make any difference what you call it. Ya gotta beep it or ya starve." Harry paled then flushed. "I can't. Then you'll go hungry. Pride don't fill your belly so ya better get over it." Harry shrugged then hissed as the motion pulled at his back. "Not pride, ignorance. I don't have the slightest idea how to do it." Doug looked impressed. "Well, that's good. Not that you're ignorant but that I don't have to get ya over that girlish squeamish bit. So I'll teach ya. Feel like listenin' now, or would you rather sleep?" Harry yawned. "If I go to sleep now, I'll be awake all night." "Talk now, okay. Sure. First, never go anywhere alone. Always team up with someone, split the take with them, unless they don't do nothing. Get the money first and give it to the lookout. Always make the John use a beep and don't let him ya." Questions. Harry thought for a moment but couldn't think of any. "Not really. I might think of some later. But," he yawned again, "I think I'm going to sleep whether I want or not." He started nodding. "Well, sleep yourself out. I'll come back around in a while." Doug smiled at Harry's soft snore. He also passed the word that Harry was under his protection. Harry slept until early evening the next day. He woke hungry but he was so used to that he didn't give it much thought. He stood up, folded his blanket and stuffed it into the pack then he went to find Doug. Doug settled Harry on a small stool and handed him a beep. "You know how to use this." Harry turned the foil coin over in his hand. It looked like a half-galleon. "Not an idea in the world. Should I be scared? I'm out of scared if I should be." "No. And I know just how you feel. Sort of numb, right?" Harry nodded. "Let it carry you for a while but you need to get over it fairly soon. If you let it go too long it'll set and you'll get yourself killed. Okay. Here's what you do." Doug showed Harry how to put on a beep using his left hand as a member, as he called it. Then he re-rolled the beep and showed Harry how to put it on using his mouth, explaining, "Some guys just don't want one, no matter what you say. If they let you do it this way it's good, but if they just plain refuse, give them back their money and find another fish. It's too easy to catch something you don't want, and crabs are the least of it. Okay. Harry nodded, wide-eyed and a bit dismayed. He didn't want to do this, but Doug was right. If he didn't whore himself, there was no way to get money. At least none he knew of. I know. It's bad. Are you sure there's no place you can go? Harry shook his head. It's really complicated. My aunt and uncle are my guardians. The headmaster of my school won't believe me when I tell him they aren't nice to me. And well, I've got a damn destiny. I really don't want to talk about it. You tell. They call you a liar. Same ol', same ol'. So I guess it's time for me to give up on trying to get you off the streets. Fine. I'll take you out with me a few times, you be look out. Get a feel for things. How's your back? Harry shrugged carefully. Still hurts. And I feel hot. I'll get over it. I always do. When we go out the first time, I'd like for you to tell me exactly what you want me to do. I will. Don't worry, though, I know a few places to go that are really safe. Don't pay much, but a good first place. Harry just followed Doug out the door. He still felt terrible, hot and achy and trembly. Doug took Harry out to a small square where men were strolling about and boys were standing about in small clumps and twos and threes. Every so often a man would approach a group and speak to one of the boys. The boy would either shake his head, in which case the man went on, or he would nod and the John and boy would talk a bit. The John would hand over money and the group of three would wander discreetly into a nearby alley. One boy would peel off and stand at the mouth of the alley for a while, then the client would leave, followed shortly by the other boy. Harry learned quickly. The John would ask for a service and Doug would either say he would do it or tell the person he didn't offer that particular kink. If Doug agreed, the John would hand Harry money and Harry would follow them to the alley, stand at the mouth and watch, then go back to the square with Doug to do it all again. They knocked off at midnight. Doug said that the really rough customers came out about then and he didn't do SM. So Harry got a lecture about SM and BDSM as well as info on DS, all the letters jumbled up in his brain. He felt feverish again. Harry, mate, y'all look like hell. Come on. We'll go back to the flop and I'll tend you again. Get some rest. Tomorrow, I'm turning ya out. Harry cringed. Okay, I guess. Better not guess. Guessin' will get ya killed. Ya gotta be sure. Ya gotta top from the bottom and you got to be settle. Understand? Harry did. He nodded his understanding and realized that most of his hang-ups sprang from his uncle. The wizarding world wasn't that hung up on who did who, only whether it was consensual or not. I do. But I have to say, I'm not happy. I don't want to do this. But I hate being hungry. I just wish. Doug said sourly. Well, mate, wish in one hand and shit in the other. See which one fills up first. I'm not thrilled with beeping cock, so I don't starve either. Hungry hurts. Believe me, I know. So back to the flop with us. Harry and Doug returned to the squat, only stopping long enough to get something to eat. Harry counted the bills and announced, well, there's about £200 here. That ought to last a while. Why do you go out every night? Doug turned red. I got £150 a day habit. The rest goes. Dunno where. Just goes. Harry felt his stomach fall. If Doug had a drug habit, that explained a lot and it made Harry very uncomfortable. You couldn't trust a druggie. I see. Well, here's £100. You said we'd split it and that's exactly half. £100 in bills, £6 coins and one £2. Doug bit his lip. Don't suppose you could spot me 50 quid, could ya? Harry thought about it. No. You've been a good friend to me, but I won't help you support a habit that is killing you. If you'd wanted it for food, that'd be different. Doug looked like he wanted to say something, but they were back at the squat, so he didn't. Harry took off his shirt and let Doug smear the antibiotic cream on him. Doug capped the tube and sighed. Harry, I gotta go back out. I'm getting the shakes. Be good and stay here, okay? Harry nodded. He wasn't feeling the best. In fact, he felt worse than he had this morning. He rolled up in the blanket and lay down to see if he couldn't get some sleep. He was awakened by cries of coppers and Scarper. He groaned and stuffed the blanket into his pack. He hid behind a pile of boxes for a moment, then decided he apparated a way clear to Dublin again. He hung around a small square for most of the day, then went back to the squat. It was empty. Harry looked around with despair in his heart. He was alone again, with no idea what to do next. He decided to try to pick up a John. He had money, but it wouldn't hurt to have some put back. And he was sure the square would be sparsely populated since the squat had been raided. He settled on an open heat grate, a metal grate set in the pavement, over some machinery in this case. After watching the people walking around for a while, he decided to just stay where he was. There weren't enough Johns to go around, and the more skilled of the boys were all up front and center. He wouldn't get a key. My foot. He dozed off and on for a while, until a cop kicked his foot. Sorry, son, you got to move on. I don't want to arrest you for vagrancy, so I'm going on. If you're still here when I get back around, you're going in. Harry got up wearily. He was tired, cold and hungry. He didn't have a good coat because his uncle had sold it. All he had was a light windbreaker he'd taken from Dudley. He hadn't taken the heavy coat for 2 reasons. 1, he didn't want Dudley to be cold, and 2, it was huge on him. Then he thought about the money in his backpack pocket. He'd been hoping to keep most of it for a while, but he was going to have to use it sooner or later. He dug into his pack only to find that the cash he'd gotten from Doug was gone. He knew exactly what had happened to it too. Doug had looked a bit shamefaced before they got back to the squat. Somehow he'd gotten it out of the pack while Harry was distracted. Harry dug deeper and found his box. He took one of the bills he'd stolen from Uncle Vernon and returned it to its normal size. He'd just have to try to get it exchanged into smaller bills. The stash was all 50s. He entered a small shop and picked up a sandwich. He went to the checkout and handed over the bill. The lady behind the counter squinted at him for a moment, then swiped a marker over the face of the bill. Get out. Go on. You're not playing your tricks here. I know counterfeit when I see it. And leave the sandwich. Get. Harry snatched the bill back, clutched the sandwich to his chest and ran. Followed by the woman's shouts, he scurried into an alley and ran on. He kept going for several blocks, then ducked into a cul-de-sac where he scrunched himself into as small a ball as he could manage, wrapping himself around his pack. He gobbled the inadequate sandwich, then settled to sleep until dawn. As soon as he was sure that the place would be open, Harry went to a bank. He approached the counter and waited until the teller looked at him. He knew he looked scruffy. He was dirty and disheveled. He was sure she'd send him to the right about. But she just looked at him, so he handed the bill over. The lady at the shop told me it was counterfeit. Is it? The teller examined the streak of marker on the bill, held it up to the light and snapped it between her hands. Yes, I'm afraid it is. She put the bill under a weight and gazed at Harry. Thank you. Harry waited, and waited. Excuse me, could I have my money? The teller gave Harry a funny look. What money? My £50. I brought that bill in. I'd like my money. The bill is confiscated. Counterfeit. Sorry. Harry felt confused. He'd brought the counterfeit in. Why weren't they giving him his money? Yes, so could I have my £50 please? Harry felt the security guard move closer. It's all the money I have right now. Could I please have it? The teller gave Harry a sympathetic look. I'm sorry. Counterfeit is confiscated. You don't get it back. You're out £50. Please clear the window. Harry just stared at her for a moment as a cold chill rippled over him. They were actually going to just take his money. It wasn't fair. But that's not fair. How was I supposed to know it was counterfeit? What am I supposed to do now? The teller got defensive. I'm sure I don't know. But you have to leave the bank now. Please don't make a scene or I'll have to have the security remove you forcibly. Go home. Make up with your parents. Harry just stood for a moment trying to get his head around the fact that the bank, in the person of this rather snooty woman, had just taken £50 from him. If I had parents I wouldn't be in this fix. Thanks for nothing. Harry just walked away. He didn't need the additional attention throwing a fit would bring, and he knew it wouldn't do any good. Harry trudged along the sidewalk looking for some place to settle for a bit. He finally sat down at a bus stop. Thinking furiously, he realized that if one bill was counterfeit, the rest probably were too. He couldn't afford to try to pass another. The woman had looked at him closely too. He suddenly realized that a boy like him, living on the streets, wouldn't have a bill that large unless it was counterfeit or stolen. He sighed. He was effectively broke. He pulled the small roll of bills Dudley had given him out of his pocket and counted it. 20 pounds in notes, 6 pounds in coin and a few pence. He wondered how long he could make it last. He realized that he was feeling even worse than ever, hot and shaky and so hungry. He was more used to going without than he liked to admit, but even he had to eat sooner or later. He decided to try a market. There were sandwich fixings and other cold foods. He'd rather a hot meal, but he'd make do with whatever he could afford. But he figured at £2 for breakfast and no more than 5 for supper, he was going to be out of money in no more than 4 days. He had to find a stand somewhere. He walked into the grocery store and realized that there was a small cafe there. He looked at the menu and knew that he couldn't afford it, not if his money was to last very long. He slumped dejectedly and went to the cooler to get a pre-prepared sandwich. He paid at the checkout and wolfed the food down before he was out the door. Harry spent the better part of the day walking. He couldn't stop for long. If he stood in a doorway, he was in the way of people going in and out, so the shopkeeper ran him off. If he tried to sit at a bus stop, a transit cop or beat cop would make him leave, threatening to lock him up as a vagrant. He couldn't win. He knew he was losing it. The streets were eating him alive, but he didn't know what to do about it. All he could do was try to find a John, make some money and find a squat. He worried at his lower lip for a moment. He'd never actually done this. All he'd done was be lookout for Doug. He'd seen everything the other boy had done, including attracting the John. Now he had to do it and he was scared. "Excuse me. Would you like a blow job?" Harry picked this man because he was obviously gay. He winced as he realized that his approach was bad, was too nice a word. "Honey, I sure would, but not from you. You're too fresh a fish for me. What are you doing out here?" Harry opened his mouth to reply, but all that came out was a faint croak. He felt his knees buckling and tried to catch himself. Then he blacked out. Frankie gazed at the recumbent figure for a second. He hadn't done more than ease the boy's fall. He was too much a lightweight to do more. Well, this is so not good I can't even start. Frankie sighed. Looked like they were going to adopt another orphan of the storms. "Johnny. Come here. Hurry, mate." Johnny hurried up to him and wrapped an arm around him. Johnny peered down at Harry and made a face. "You want to take him home with us, right? He'll probably steal all the spoons or something. And how are we going to get him there? I'm not spoiling my manicure packing that great goke." Frankie shrugged. "I'll just call Mac. He's driving tonight. And a $5 will get him to stuff Mr. Unconscious into the cab for us. Easy peasy. Come on." So the two got their friend, Mac, to put Harry in his cab and take them all back to the apartment. He was kind enough to carry Harry into the small guest bedroom and put him on the bed. He was rewarded with a quick key and a promise of a lap dance, gratis, the next time he came to the silken cage. Then the two turned to their new charge. "Well, he's out cold and shivering. I bet he's got pneumonia at the least. We better get him out of those filthy rags and into something clean. I'll get a pan of water so we can get him marginally clean. See if you can't get him out of that shirt at least." Fine. I'm your South Dot Avenue." Frankie gave Johnny a quick peck on the cheek and Johnny hugged him, then said, "And don't you forget it." They smiled at each other in the way that couples have. Then Johnny went out to find the pan. When he got back, he was startled by the look of fury on his generally gentle lover's face. "What is it? Did he do something?" "No. Just take a look." Johnny took one look at Harry's back and quietly exploded. He kept his voice down, but he cursed and swore for quite a while. If he'd been a wizard, the house would probably have caught fire. "Well, F.K. I'll call Angus. I wonder who his master was." "Me too. I'd like to blackball the bastard." Frankie took the basin and went into the bathroom to fill it and get a flannel. Johnny went to call the local headmaster. Not to be confused with headmaster, two completely different things. Angus McNair took one look at Harry's back and flew into a rage of his own. "I don't recognize the young man, but if he was seening with a certain group I might not have. I'll ask around. When he comes to, you talk to him." We need to find out what happened to him. Harry woke just in time to keep Dr. McNair from killing him. No, I can't. Harry slapped at the hypodermic and scrambled across the bed to get away from the red-haired man. Dr. McNair kept calm and just moved the needle out of the way of Harry's slap. Now, take it easy. It's just an antibiotic. It'll help with the infection. And you've got a dandy. Harry peered blearily at the man and realized that he was not in a clinic or hospital. In fact, he wasn't sure where he was. He decided to handle one problem at a time. I'm sorry. You scared me. But I can't have an injection. I'm allergic. That's it. Allergic to I don't remember what one it is, though. He settled back carefully to see how that went over. I see. Well, I'll have to give you a cream then. The doctor fished in his satchel and found the tube of cream. He handed it to Frankie and sat down on a chair. Do you know where you are? Harry shook his head. No. All I remember is oh, hell. I can't be here. I better go. Excuse me. But could you give me my pack? Johnny nodded to the pack, propped in the corner. It's right there. But you really can't go anywhere. Not yet. You're in no shape to leave. But you can't want me here. I approached you. You know. Harry's face flamed in embarrassment. Frankie nodded. Of course, I know. And very sweet it was too. So innocent. But that's neither here nor there. You can't leave, you'll die. You're sick. Now, Frankie reached out to Harry. Get back in the bed and let Dr. Angus see to you. We'll take care of you until you're well, then we'll figure something out. But right now you just need to rest. Harry glanced from Frankie to Johnny to Dr. Angus. They all seemed to be nice people, so Harry followed his most reliable guide, his gut, and eased back into the middle of the full-size bed and lay down. He was still very tired and hot. Okay, but I'll pay my way. I'm no charity case, no matter what anyone says. Harry endured having his back cleaned with his typical stoicism. The cream had an analgesic in it, so it wasn't too bad. Harry wondered if he could work a healing charm on himself later. He was too sick to think about it much now. He felt a gentle hand pat his cheek. Sorry. What did you say? Johnny repeated himself patiently. I said, we need to know who did this to you, so we can go to the police. Harry turned his head away. No. Please. Just no. Dr. McNair cleared his throat. Listen. I know how hard it is. Harry moved slightly. A physical denial. Yes, I do. When someone you've placed your trust in misuses it like this, it's hard. But we need to do something about your master before he does this to another sub. Harry rolled over onto his side. I don't know what you're on about. Master. Sub. It was my uncle. Okay. If you tell anyone, I'll have to go back. This time he just might kill me. Please. I heal fast. I do. I'll be gone in a week, maybe not that long. I'll pay. I'll work really hard. I'm strong. Dr. McNair's Scottish background showed abruptly. Och, ye pure bairn. Devil take him. He took a deep breath. You'll be safe here. We'll hide you, if we have to. Harry just sighed and rolled back over. Thank you. He was asleep before they could say another word. Frankie and Johnny had been careful to put all Harry's things on the bedside table, including his wand. They had no idea what it was, but, since he'd clung to it like grim death, they'd decided that, whatever it was important to Harry. They'd even taken care to polish it with a dry cloth. Johnny sighed, frustrated and angry. We better go through his stuff. I hate to, but he's not going to let go of any information. And we need to know who he is and where he came from. If that's the work of his uncle, we need to know who the bastard is so we can spread the word. Frankie ran a hand through his hair, disarranging the artful curls. Yes, and, damned if we do, etc. So, he picked up the pack and carried it to the parlor. They settled at a small card table and dumped the contents of Harry's pack onto the table. They sifted through the mess of clothing with grim expressions. All Harry's clothing was obviously second-hand. His blanket they folded and put aside to be laundered. Harry's little box was of interest, but they didn't know what they were looking at. They thought its contents were keepsakes of some sort. They carefully returned its contents and closed it. Well, that was depressing. Poor little guy. I'll wash all that. But we've got to get him out of those rags sooner or later. I'm not having him ruin our reputations. Frankie preened a bit and Johnny rubbed his shoulder. You're right. He can't wander around looking like that. Horrible. And those glasses. Not in my house. So, when he gets better, you want him to work. Why not? It's not like we'll let him be harmed. And he looks so sweet and innocent. Frankie rolled his eyes. Would you like a blow job? I nearly fell over. They had a good laugh at Harry's approach. Johnny stretched, examined his fingernails carefully for damage to his manicure and, not finding any, led his lover off to bed. Albus Dumbledore looked at Severus Snape with hopeful eyes. Did you find anything? Not a thing. The boy is impossible. He apparated 3 times in less than 20 minutes. A thing I find difficult in the best of circumstances. Then he took a train back to London and disappeared completely. I have a few contacts in the Muggle world and have asked them to keep a lookout. Dumbledore offered Snape a biscuit which he refused, but he accepted the tea. Do you have any idea what prompted Harry to take off like that? Any at all? Snape sneered over his teacup. He didn't want to return to the Dursleys. He said, and I quote, "They're not nice to me, spoiled brat. Now I have to waste my time searching for him. It's cold out." Dumbledore nodded. He was well aware of Snape's hate of cold weather. I know. I'm very sorry about all this. But we have to find Harry soon. He's been gone 2 weeks already. How is he living? Snape finished his tea, tapping the cup with his wand to refresh it. He continued. He stole quite a bit of money from his uncle. Mr. Dursley claims upward of £1,000 he had put by for Christmas presents. That would allow him to stay gone for quite some time, if he husbands his funds carefully. I see. Quite frankly, I don't believe it. Harry's not a thief. We have to keep this quite close to the vest. If he finds out, well, I don't like to contemplate the consequences. Snape nodded. He is taking time right now to organize something. I don't yet know exactly what, but he's noticed that I'm off, as he put it. He wants me to rest until I'm needed. In fact, he's forbidden me to attend the next meeting. I don't like it. What the hell is he up to? What if he has that repellent brat? Damn it. Dumbledore was suffering from the same feeling, so he didn't say much. He just recommended that Snape take the opportunity to do exactly as the Dark Lord ordered and rest. Draco Malfoy was delirious with joy. He was, at last, going to be allowed to attend a meeting of the Death Eaters. His father, Lucius Malfoy, had said that he was ordered. Draco was proud that the Dark Lord had asked for him by name. The meeting place was disappointing, just an open and rather muddy field. He wasn't even sure where it was. The Dark Lord approached and Draco trembled in anticipation. He found the true appearance of his lord less than attractive. Then Malfoy Sr. was called to the Dark Lord's side. He approached and Draco was disturbed to realize that he was nearly cringing. What was this? It was an honor to serve. It only got worse. I am not pleased. Lucius froze about halfway across the clearing. I have told you to find Potter. You have not done so. The bone-bending hex hit Lucius in the legs, making him fall to the ground with a sharp cry. Now come here. And leave that brat of yours there. I don't want him now. So Draco watched his father drag himself to his lord's feet, forced to grovel in the muck. My lord, I am sorry that I have disappointed you. I've been searching for Potter's home diligently. It's just not possible, with my humble skills, to find him. Please, forgive. Lucius bit his lip as he reached to touch the Dark Lord's hem. Voldemort twitched it out of reach. Obviously not ready to forgive him yet, Voldemort motioned for him to retreat. All Lucius could do was drag himself painfully out of the way. Draco's heart broke. He loved his father so much, this was unacceptable. He couldn't stand the sight of him, his fine clothing muddied and scuffed from groveling on the ground. His face was smudged with dirt and grass stains. His beautiful silvery hair full of grass stems and filth. He made a life-altering decision in a split second. Draco approached Voldemort carefully. Please, my lord, allow me to take my father away. It is plain that he has displeased you. He should come home with me. If you allow. Draco tried to make his voice and demeanor humble and self-effacing. He succeeded well enough that Voldemort sneered at him and said that, if he could get it done, he was welcome to do it. Draco helped his father turn over onto his back and dragged him from the clearing. In the trees, Draco stopped to rest a bit, then took out his wand. Levi Corpus. The spell lifted Lucius into the air and Draco guided him away. When Draco got Lucius home, he took him directly to his quarters. It didn't take the house elves long to get him stripped of his filthy clothing, clean, and into bed. Draco realized why his father hated the house elves so much. They saw him when he came from a disaster like the meeting and he resented it. He had a lot to think about, so he made sure his father was comfortable and left. The first thing he did was research the curse to see if he could brew a potion to counter it, but it seemed that it had to wear off of itself. He grumbled a bit but resigned himself to waiting until his father was back on his feet before the confrontation. It was going to be hard enough on both of them without the added stress of Lucius being flat on his back. It took him 3 long days to recover, 3 days in which Draco seesawed between revulsion, disgust, fury and fear. He wasn't brave, he was a Slytherin after all. But this was unendurable. Lucius was sitting in his private study, feet on a stool. He looked better but still not recovered. Father, I wish to speak to you. Yes, Draco, I imagine you do. Please, sit down. Draco settled in the other chair and sighed, shoving his hair off his cheek. I hope I have always been a good and dutiful son. I've always tried to be. Lucius wondered what this was about. You are all any father could want. I hope you know that. Thank you. Draco inclined his head slightly. This is very difficult for me and I will understand if, after you've heard me out, you ask me to leave Malfoy Manor. Draco. Please. I'm still not feeling quite the thing. Get to the point without all this roundaboutation. Draco took a deep breath. I refuse to take the mark. I will not serve Voldemort. If you cannot support me in T.S. I will leave. I cannot stand to see the way he abused you again. And I will most certainly not submit myself to such indignities. Now, if you ask me to, I will remove to the London residence. And, if you wish, I will find other accommodations when I graduate. Lucius sighed. He'd thought this might be coming. I see. You won't reconsider. Draco just shook his head, looking remarkably stubborn. No, absolutely not. As you know, I have sufficient monies of my own to support myself. I would hate to cause a scandal, but I will if you force me to. No, Draco, my young dragon. I will not force your hand in this. The only reason I have managed to submit to him is that I feared for your life. I have watched him descend into madness. He's completely batty. Draco winced a bit. What? I'm not allowed to use the current slang. Please. But I digress. He's lost sight of the prize, for lack of a better simile. He now wants to destroy all muggles, squibs and sympathizers. He'll decimate the population of the UK for nothing. All he'll do is attract attention that will destroy the wizarding world. Exactly. So, Father, what do we do next? Lucius sighed. You're not going to like this one bit. Draco just gave his father all his attention and refrained from remark. I'm going to have to exile your mother to L'Isle de Phrases. She's too much the sycophant. We can't trust her for a moment. Draco started to make a heated remark. Son, I know you love her very much. But please, be sensible. We can't trust that she won't lower the wards and let him in. He'll charm her with flattery and he'll turn on her the instant he's inside. So she goes to France. Then we shut ourselves up in the manor until he gets bored and forgets about us. Much like a petulant brat forgets a broken toy. Draco nodded, picking at his lip. Yes, I see. And when he forgets about us, we begin to repair the Malfoy name. I do believe he's going to lose this war. Draco nodded. If he's as batty as you say, I know it. Potter is absolutely the most stubborn git I've ever met. And I'm going to have to beep up to him. If they ever find him. Lucius started. What? Find him? What the hell are you talking about? Draco gave his father a smug smirk. Well, he's been missing from that muggle place he lives for a while. I heard 2 of the Death Eaters wondering if they should tell him or not. I think they decided not. Lucius just eased back into his chair, thinking furiously. That's very interesting. Draco settled back in his chair. Things were already looking up. Lucius raised his head from the contemplation of the fire that had absorbed him for the last few minutes. And, Draco, don't beep up to him. He's a Gryffindor. You better mean every word you say to him or we're doomed. Do you understand? Draco grimaced but admitted that he did. Gryffindors were so very earnest. Harry woke feeling a bit better. He rolled over carefully and took a mental stock of himself. He was stiff, sore and hot feeling. He glanced around the room and liked what he saw. The room was small but nearly half again the size of his room at the Dursleys. The bed was in the far corner from the door with a trunk at its feet. Against the wall opposite the foot a small armoire stood and next to it a chair. The wall containing the door was bare but tucked into the corner to the right of the door was a small comfortable chair with a footstool and, at its side a 3-in-1 table reading lamp bookcase. Then, snugged cheek by jowl, a student desk. Nearly hidden in a small nook was a door that Harry assumed led to a loo. He liked the fact that the bed had been placed so that he could look out the only window from where he lay. He eased out of bed and took the 3 steps to the door in the nook. It was a loo, small and neat, with only a shower stall, sink and toilet. But it was cozily warm and draft-free. He stripped off his pajama bottoms and turned on the shower. He had to get clean and see what he could do to earn his keep. He washed quickly and towel-dried his hair. He went to his backpack to get some clean clothing and realized that it was empty of everything but his box. He panicked for a second then realized that someone must have taken his things to wash. They had been rather dirty. He decided to find the laundry room first and start a load. Then, the kitchen maybe. He picked up a pair of sweatpants from the foot of the bed. One of the men must have left them for him, thank goodness. The kitchen turned out to be a galley kitchen, very small and a bit narrow but efficient and well stocked. Harry decided to clean it extra well and opened the doors beneath the sink to find cleaning products. He started to clean then realized that he'd better find the laundry first. He put the cleaning things on the table and went to find the laundry. It was the first door he opened, the one right behind the kitchen. He explored a bit farther to find the next door was a full-size bath. It needed a bit of attention too. Harry marked that down in his memory. The last door on that side was locked so Harry moved on. The first door on the other side of the hall was his room and the last one was a bed suit that obviously belonged to Harry realized that he didn't even know the names of his rescuers. After sorting the laundry, mostly his things, and starting a load, Harry felt ill again. He returned to the kitchen and started to clean. He took his time and did the best job he knew how. It surprised him when a voice from the door drawled, "Young man, if you're not back in your bed in 2 minutes, I'll be displeased. Go." Harry took one look at the man's face and scampered back to his room. Stripping off his clothing he got back in the bed and pulled the covers up to his armpits. He was just finishing covering himself when his rescuers came in. "Well, that's better. I'm Johnny and that's Frankie. No jokes please." Harry looked puzzled but nodded. "Okay. No jokes. Thank you. You're welcome. Now, I'd really like to know what the hell you think you're doing." Harry blinked for a second. "Oh, I thought I was earning my keep." Frankie sashayed over to the chair against the wall. "I see. Well, first, we know your name. Harry. But what's the rest?" Harry experienced a moment of pure panic, then realized that the men wouldn't know him from Adam. "Potter. Harry Potter." Johnny nodded. "Okay, Harry, it's like this. You're really sick. We don't want you making yourself worse, so no out of bed until the doctor allows. We don't want you having a relapse, got me?" Harry nodded. He understood this. These men didn't want to have to nurse him any longer than necessary. "I do. I'll be good. But once I'm better I've got to contribute to the house somehow. Unless you'd rather I left." Frankie gave an irritated little noise, sort of like, "Tick, sweetness, you'll do no such thing. I'm not rescuing you just to have you starve on the street. Now first you get better, then we discuss what you can do to earn your keep. Rest now, worry later." Okay. Harry couldn't believe that these men, perfect strangers, were being so kind to him. "Thank you. I'll try really hard. I won't be a burden. I swear." Johnny gave Harry a shrewd, accusing look. "No, you won't. I wouldn't insult your intelligence by letting you be. Now rest." Harry settled back to do just that. He wished he had some potions, he'd feel better for a healing draft or so. He nibbled at his lower lip for a moment then gave up. There was no way he could brew any, even if his skills had been up to it. The herbs and other ingredients weren't available. Harry woke up wondering where he was. Then he remembered Frankie and Johnny. Then he realized why Johnny had said, "No smart remarks." The tune of the song popped into his head and he groaned. "Hey, kiddo, you okay? What's with the groan? You in pain?" Harry squinted, trying to bring Frankie into focus. He realized that he hadn't yet put on his glasses. No pain. Just I remembered Frankie and Johnny. Now I've got the tune stuck in my head. Well, shit. Sorry about that. Frankie's grimace of sympathy was real. Harry shoved his glasses up his nose and settled into the bed more comfortably. That's okay. If you're hungry, I'll get up in a minute and make some breakfast. If that's okay, I mean. Frankie just shook his head. You're still recovering from that and you think I expect you to get up and cook? Are you demented? Harry thought for a moment. No, just what I'm used to. My uncle didn't care much one way or the other how I felt. I think he really wanted me to die. But I won't. I'm too stubborn, or stupid, not sure which. I'm going to live just to spite the prick. Frankie blinked at Harry. Sorry. I did some thinking while I was on the street. Even though it was only for a few days, it gave me plenty of time to do some real thinking. Well, you just keep on thinking. I'll get your breakfast and your tea. Then you rest. I know you're not one for charity, but I'm not having you collapse on us. When you're better, we'll talk about things. Now, do you feel like getting up? Harry thought about it for a moment. Yeah, I do. I'll do my thing and meet you in the kitchen. Frankie left and Harry went into the loo to take care of business. When he was done, Harry returned to the bedroom to find a pair of scuffs, heelless slip-on house shoes and a well-worn terrycloth house robe on the foot of the bed. Donning them, he headed down the hall. When he got to the kitchen, Frankie and Johnny were sitting at the table talking in soft tones. Harry hovered in the door for a moment then moved into eyesight. Oh, Harry, come in. Sit down. Harry sat at one end of the table. Frankie and Johnny sat at the opposite sides. But as he told Harry to sit down, Johnny got up to stand in front of the stove. He clattered and puttered while Harry gratefully drank the tea Frankie poured for him. Finally, Johnny put a plate in front of Harry. There you go, pal. Poached egg, dry toast, tea. Something guaranteed to set well on a sensitive stomach. Eat up. Harry ate slowly, not wanting to be sick. After going so long on little or nothing, he was sure to be sick if he ate too much. After he was finished eating, Johnny handed him a cup of his medicinal tea, one of them. Now that you've eaten and are, hopefully, feeling a bit better, we want to know about your uncle. At Harry's puzzled look, he elaborated. The one who abused you. I'm not going back there. It doesn't make any difference. Harry stuck his nose in his tea, hoping that they'd let the subject drop. Frankie gave Johnny a significant look. Oh, my mistake. We'll see about enrolling you in school in this district then. And Harry jerked so hard he nearly spilled the tea. No, I don't go to school. Not anymore. Johnny nodded to Frankie and got up, leaving the room quickly and silently. His uncle abused him. Just like yours abused you. Harry put his cup down carefully. Yes, my uncle. My parents are dead. Harry, there's nothing wrong with you. It's his doing, not yours. What about school? Didn't you tell? Harry thought of Dumbledore's insistence that he return to Privet Drive for the protection of the wards. Yes, they didn't believe me. I'm not going back, not until I'm an adult. But that's how old are you? Harry grinned. It always threw strangers. He was small for his age and looked no more than 14. Poor food and ill treatment at a young age had stunted him. He wondered if he'd ever grow. 16, almost 17. I'm just small for my age. But I'm strong and I can keep up. I'm sure you can. Now, your eyes are drooping already. I'll put the salve on you and then back to bed. You need to rest to get better. Frankie grinned. This was going to work. Harry was much older than he looked. Harry turned the chair around so that he was straddling the seat and leaning his crossed forearms on the back. Frankie carefully eased the robe off Harry's shoulders and examined his back. It still looks bad. The infection is starting to clear though. How do you feel? Harry started to say, fine. But Johnny suddenly said from the door. Do not say, fine. You're not. No one is going to be mad at you for being sick. You're still too flushed to be well. I'm going to take your temperature. Johnny cupped Harry's cheek in one hand and turned his head. Harry cooperated, only tensing a bit before relaxing when Johnny explained that he was going to put the end of the thing in his ear. Johnny checked Harry's temperature and announced that while it was still high, it was down from the day before. Okay, Harry. You'll have chores to do and rules to follow. If you want to stay. Harry nodded. I'd like to. At least for a while. I may not be able to stay long. Frankie shook his head at Johnny. Hun, he's not in any shape to make decisions just yet. He's still too sick. Johnny clasped Frankie's hand across the table. I know. But if we just let stuff drift, he might not understand that we really mean it. Okay, Harry. Harry just stared into the near distance for a moment. Something was knocking at his mind, something important. Frankie and Johnny waited while Harry coaxed his epiphany into existence. He was tired of lying. Tired of hiding stuff. He was going to tell the truth and insist on the same thing in return. I don't know. It'll depend on a lot of things. And, you're right, I'm not in any shape to make important decisions just yet. I feel like crap. I'm hot, and shaky, and my back hurts like a bitch. The tea is helping and so is the salve, but I really just want to go back to bed. If I stay here, I'll do what I can to help out around. I'm not going back to school just yet. It's too easy for Dumbledore or Dursley to find me. Harry started to pull his robe back up, but Johnny stopped him. I still have to put salve on you. Then back to bed. Okay, how bad does it look? You're cut. The cuts are infected in some places. Mostly where two lashes crossed and the cuts are deepest. You're going to have scars. Sorry. Harry shrugged impatiently. Don't be. It's not your fault. Nor mine. Vernon is just a bastard. I wanted to stay at school, but the headmaster wouldn't allow me to. I told them the Dursleys weren't nice to me. But they didn't care. Well, we care. If your uncle turns up here, we'll hide you. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Are you done? Harry tried to turn around to get a look at his back. Johnny just laughed a bit and turned his head back with one hand. Harry obediently turned back, leaning on the chair again. He wished absently for one of Snape's healing potions and some of his salve. He'd heal twice as fast. And a fever reducer. He felt really hot again. Johnny finished his job and pulled the robe back up. I think you've been up long enough. Back to bed now. March. Harry smiled and gave a sloppy half salute. Yes, boss. I'm on my way. How did you know? That someone was beating me. Other than my back. And why did you ask if it was a master? I don't understand. Frankie shook his head. If you get back in bed, you'll fall asleep in the middle of the explanation. When you're better, we'll explain it all. Now, go to bed. Okay. Harry headed back for his room and his bed without complaint. He felt he could really trust Frankie and Johnny. He called over his shoulder, I'm going. But I want explanations. When I'm better. He crawled into the bed and settled down. He was asleep in seconds. Frankie leaned against Johnny, who was leaning against the door jamb. He looks so very young. He'll do. Don't you think? Johnny nodded. Only if he wants to. If he does, he'll be spectacular. Severus Snape was not a happy man. Neither was Albus Dumbledore. Minerva McGonagall decided that she was glad she wasn't going with Snape as she'd first wanted to. Snape in a temper wasn't something she wanted to endure for long. Very well, Albus. I'll go question the Dursleys. Professor McGonagall can talk to Weasley and Granger. He waved his wand, transfiguring his robes into a neat woolen suit of light gray. He now looked like exactly what he was claiming to be, the chemistry professor from Harry's boarding school. It was now after New Year and Harry was still missing. He stepped into the flow announcing, Arabella Fig, in a clear voice. Minerva sighed, how does he manage that? Dumbledore glanced up from a paper he was reading. He's a man of clear intent. Professor McGonagall grumbled a bit, took some flow powder, tossed it into the fire and snapped loudly, "The burrow." Molly Weasley blinked when Professor McGonagall popped into her fireplace. Well, as I live and breath. Minerva McGonagall. What has Ronald done now? Please don't tell me he's been expelled. Although, what he could have done during holidays, I don't know. Professor McGonagall just shook her head. No, Molly, don't worry. He's done nothing that I know of. It wouldn't surprise me that he's gone off and done something. Or is this about Harry? Have you heard anything? Minerva sighed. Nothing as of yet, unfortunately. That's the reason I'm here. Does Ronald know that Harry's missing? No, and I don't want him to know. I'm afraid he might get some harebrained scheme into his head about going off and trying to find Harry all on his own. Molly said with a worried look up the stairs. That's what I've come about. I'd like your permission to question him. He might be able to give us some idea where that boy might have gone. Maybe he's heard something from Harry. Molly nodded. I see. Well, I don't see any reason to. Harry hasn't contacted him. I'd know if he had because he'd tell me right away. He was just complaining last night that he'd not had a word. Her expression said that asking to see Ron again wasn't going to do any good. Professor McGonagall shook her head, with some regret. Molly Weasley's pie was delicious. No, thank you. But, you're right about not telling Ronald. We'd probably have two missing boys to deal with if he knew Harry was missing instead of the Dursleys not letting him out. I better be getting back as quickly as possible. Professor Dumbledore is beside himself. He's even got Snape interviewing the Dursleys. Molly grinned in a way the Minerva could only call nasty. Oh, he does he? Interesting. I hope he goes all Slytherin on them. The professor couldn't think of anything to say to that, so she just went back to Hogwarts. Professor Snape apparated into Mrs. Figg's back garden. She was waiting for him and just pointed to number 4 as if he didn't already know where it was. He just nodded once and headed for the house. He knocked on the door and Petunia answered it. She started to slam it in his face, but his foot, inserted firmly in the opening, prevented that. Hello. I am Professor Severus Snape. I have come to ask you some questions about where Harry might have gone. Petunia's sour expression told Snape all he needed to know about her. I don't care where he's gone. And you're not bringing that nasty freak back here to contaminate my precious Duddykins. Snape turned his ferocious frown on her and snapped, No, I don't expect that we will. Now, answer my questions, woman. Do you have any idea where he might be? No, I don't. Now get out. Just then Dudley came in the back door. Mother, I'm home. Where's my snack? Petunia turned to go into the kitchen. Professor Snape didn't try to stop her, instead he merely followed her. Dudley was standing by the kitchen table with a sour expression on his face. Petunia hurriedly placed a large platter of carrot and celery sticks on the table. In the middle of it was a large bowl of dip. He eyed it with dismay. Mother, you know I'm not supposed to have that much. I've got to lose 3 stone. At least. And who's that? Dudley eyed Snape with some misgiving. My name is Professor Snape. Do you know where Harry is? Do you know why he left? Dudley just shrugged, giving the closet beneath the stairs a significant look. No, not really. I wasn't here. He's peculiar. Didn't like Dad's idea of discipline. Took off. Don't know where. Maybe that place where his friend lives, the Burrow or something like that. Snape caught Dudley's look, of course, and went to have a look at the cupboard. He saw the locks on the outside and stared at them for a moment. He drew his wand and pointed it. Alohomora. The door popped open and he bent to peer inside. He drew back with a snarl. Turning to Dudley he snapped, kindly explain to me how 3 locks are needed to keep a small child imprisoned within. Dudley just shrugged. Don't know. Just Dad said the freak wouldn't stay in without them. Snape winced slightly. His visions of Harry as a doted upon, much loved, spoiled, arrogant brat exploded in his face by the sight of a scrawled graffiti in a green crayon. My name is Harry James Potter. I am 8 years old. I won't live to be 9. I'm so very hungry, but I'm too thirsty to eat. Someone please remember me. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to scream, cry or hex the lot of them into oblivion. I'm going to ask you what happened here and I want the truth. If I think for one moment that you are lying to me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Do you understand me? Petunia turned white, then colored. You have no right to talk to me like that. You and your freak friends, dumping that little brat on my doorstep and just leaving him. He's nothing but trouble, exploding things and floating around. And I don't know what all. You're lucky Vernon put up with him for as long as he did. At least the little monster could clean house. Get out. Dudley had the wisdom to push her into the parlor and growl. Let me, Mum. You get too mad and you'll have one of your spells. Sit down and relax. Dudley motioned to Snape to follow him into the front hall. Look, I know you won't believe me, but well, I'll start with this. I got into a bunch of trouble early this year from bullying some younger kids. But well, I've been taking anger management classes. The judge said, if I would, he'd see that I didn't get charged. Dad had a fit, but he went along with it. God forbid that his precious Duddy Woody got put in juvie. So anyway, I've been learning stuff. Stuff I'm not too happy with. Like how stupid my dad is. And Mom. And how bad I've really been. Don't like myself much, frankly. But we are what we're raised to be. So, well, I've been learning better. If you find Harry, tell him I'm really sorry. And don't bring him back here. They'll kill him. Dad's gone over the deep end. I'm afraid he'll start smacking Mum around. He's come close to it. Snape just looked at Dudley, trying to see if he was telling the truth or not. He felt Dudley was and felt his stomach sink. I see. So now you're what? Making reparations. Do you have any idea what happened here to make Mr. Potter take off? Yeah, but you won't believe me. He got a sharp look and a very soft. Try me. I wish you had some of that stuff like they have on telly. Snape just looked at him with a raised eyebrow. It pleased him to see that that particular look had the same effect on Muggle boys as it did on Wizarding ones. You probably don't even know about it. But it's some sort of stuff you spray around to show where there's been blood. Dad flipped out and took his belt to Harry. He's done it dozens of times before, only I don't remember it being this bad. Cut him up something awful. I was afraid he'd kill him outright. Blood everywhere. Mom had a fit. She was going to make Harry clean it up, but I told her it wouldn't do any good, he'd just bleed more. I helped her clean it up some. Then I gave Harry all my pocket money and got him out of the house. It was the only thing I could think to do. He popped out and I haven't seen him since. It's the truth, I swear. Really. Snape felt a hard cold lump settle in the general area of his stomach. He raised his wand and snarled, Astendo Ullis Cruer, he nearly staggered. There was blood everywhere. Dudley hadn't been exaggerating much. There was a trail of blood from the middle of the hall clear into the kitchen, under the table, then on into the back. He noticed droplets in a weaving trail up the stairs, into the bathroom and then across the hall into a bedroom. A very tiny bedroom with a lock at the top of the door, one just above the door knob and another near the bottom. There was blood all over the walls, some of it older than the 2 weeks ago of this latest. He decided to quit thinking before he set the house on fire. He returned to Dudley. I see. I have absolutely nothing to say to you. Just be thankful that I recognize that you, at least, didn't really know any better. You'll be hearing from the Aurors. And possibly the Muggle police as well. Good day. Dudley felt limp. He watched the professor storm away with his wand clutched in his hand. Oh, man, this is not good. Not good at all. He went to talk to his mother. They were going to have a really hard time explaining this to Dad. Draco settled at the breakfast table, poured some tea and sighed. How are we going to curry favor with the git who lived if we can't even find him? And you do know that, when they find him, we'll never get anywhere near him. Lucius just sipped at his tea for a moment. My dear son, I do have some influence still. Thus, your ability to come home on weekends. No one much knows that I've changed my coat and many don't care. The Dark Lord won't let it get out that one of his highest ranking, most trusted minions has thrown over the traces. Not just yet at any rate. So I think I'll look into who is actually responsible for our Mr. Potter. After buttering some toast, Draco finally admitted, well, I'm sure it's Vernon Dursley. Potter's uncle. Why? That won't do at all. I do think Mr. Potter's guardian should be a responsible wizard. Someone who can introduce him to the proper people. Someone who has some influence. Perhaps with a son to keep him company during holidays and summer vacation. He gave Draco a raised eyebrow and a slight smirk. Someone who's a governor of his school. Someone like, oh, I don't know me. Draco choked on a toast crumb. How are you going to arrange that? Merlin. Dumbledore will have a spasm. I like it. It's going to be really interesting. When Potter finds out that you're his guardian, that you can make him do well, anything, he'll curse the house down around our ears. This is not going to be pretty. Lucius looked down his nose at Draco. My young dragon, you must control your too outspoken glee. You'll alienate him. And we can't afford that. We not only have to bring him into the family, we have to make him like it. And it's not going to be easy. Not at all. He has every reason to hate our guts. He sighed and rubbed his temples for a moment. I do wish I hadn't been so very impulsive with that boy. But who knew that Voldemort was going to go mental on us? Well, Father, I did wonder several times. His dark powers create dark creatures. And, I don't know. I just had a feeling. And then watching him, how could you serve him like that? I don't understand. I was young and foolish. Then I was old and trapped. When your mother took the mark, Voldemort threatened me with her and you. And her with you and me. She turned into a sycophant. What you call, I believe, a snitch. What could I do but obey? Especially when he threatened to kill you slowly and make me watch. I was so sure that you wanted the mark. Draco made a scoffing noise. What? Me want that great ugly thing on my arm? I'm much too beautiful for that. Besides, it doesn't look well at all. You would think he'd make it look nice at the very least. Does yours bother you? Not so much. I can bear it. As long as I know you're safe. Your mother, on the other hand, I believe she's much better off in France. Now, Lucius stood up and tossed his napkin onto the table. No more torturing the house elves. Understand. I've got to go to the ministry and have the guardianship papers filed. Draco looked faintly scandalized. I don't torture the elves. It's beneath me. And what papers? Well, the ones I flowed my lawyer about last week. I'm going to have myself made Harry's guardian. We are related. My sister's husband's cousin something or other sort of thing. That sounds completely vague. I know. Delightful, isn't it? And not a thing in the world Dumbledore or anyone else can do about it once the papers are filed. Draco made an irritated sound. You do realize that I'm going to be the laughingstock of Slytherin, don't you? This will make Harry my brother. He frowned. It really doesn't bear thinking of. Do think of it. And remember, being a laughingstock is much easier to handle than having Cruciatus cast on you. And I should know. Survival before all. He stepped away from the table, headed for the fireplace in the main hall. Would you like me to bring you anything? How about a bright, shiny new brother? Draco scowled into his plate. This was not going to be easy at all. Lucius flowed into the ministry atrium, dispelled the faint dusting of flow soot from his clothing and swept down the hallways to the appropriate office. He found the sycophantic clerk a true irritation, but he managed to keep from snarling at him by main force of will. He knew that, in order for the Malfoy family to survive and prosper, he had to truly change. Old habits die hard, but he was determined to murder them in their sleep. My lawyers have sent over some papers for me, I believe. I'd like to sign them in front of a reputable witness. You'll do nicely. The clerk preened and bowed. Then I want them filed. Quietly. You understand. It wouldn't do for the prophet to get hold of this. Now, or ever. Do I make myself clear? Lucius looked down his nose at the man who cringed and nodded vigorously. I thought so. Right this way, my lord. I'll just run and fetch the papers. I know just which ones you're speaking of. It'll only be a moment. Make yourself comfortable. The clerk scurried out. Lucius ran a finger over the top of the desk. It came away with a faint but unmistakable film of dust. He gave a tisk of disgust. He was still standing in the middle of the room when the clerk came back with the papers. Right here they are. I'll just read them. He started to unfold the guardianship papers, but Malfoy pressed them between his palm and the desktop, catching the clerk's fingers as well. Not that that bothered him much. I think not. All you have to do is witness that I signed them, not the contents thereof. My lord will not be pleased if this gets out. If you don't know what is in them, if it gets out, you can't be blamed. Correct. Oh, yes, my lord, of course, my lord. I'll just watch you sign them, shall I? Lucius signed the papers in his elegant Spencerian script, watched as the clerk scribbled his signature on the appropriate line, then followed him as he registered them in a large book. The stupid man then dropped a large dollop of crimson wax onto a ribbon that he held to the bottom of the first page. He pressed the ministry seal into it and wrote a number beside it. There you are, my lord. There's now a copy in the files, and it's registered. He pointed to the number. That's the registry number. And here's the original. I'm sure I don't need to tell you to keep it in a safe place. Thank you, my lord. The clerk bowed Lucius out the door, then heaved a relieved sigh. That hadn't been so bad. The Malfoy reputation for being supercilious and difficult must be exaggerated. Lucius had to take a moment to control his temper. He took a deep breath, snarled softly, "I'm not a lord, you prat," and headed for the flow, robes streaming out behind him. Harry spent the next few days moving from the bed to the loo to the couch and back. He napped, watched telly and ate. He had his teas and either Frankie or Johnny put salve on his back. It was very nice and he was slowly going barmy. He needed something to do. But both Frankie and Johnny, in separated conversations, had cautioned him about overdoing. So he rested. Harry was watching an old episode of Fawlty Towers when it hit him. He was supposed to be able to lie around until he was completely well. It was the way things were supposed to be. He wasn't supposed to have to push on no matter what. He felt slightly like he'd been hit in the head with a bludger. He'd never gotten to actually completely heal in all his life before. He found himself sobbing into his hands without really understanding why. Frankie heard him and hurried in to see what was wrong. "Harry, what is it? Do you hurt? Something on the telly." "Here. Hush." Frankie sat down on the sofa and put one arm around Harry's shoulders and firmly pulled his hands away with the other. Harry managed to hiccup himself to silence, taking several shuddering breaths. "I'll be all right. I just realized something." Frankie just sat gently patting Harry's hands. "I've got all day, pet. Get calm then tell." Harry leaned against Frankie and sighed. He felt a bit foolish, but it felt so good just to be held. He finally managed to get his thoughts together. "I just realized that I really don't have to get up and clean, do laundry. Oh, shit. Laundry. My stuff. I dried it days ago. It's folded in the chest of drawers. Go on." Harry relaxed against Frankie, half on him and half leaning on the back of the sofa. It was easy on his back, which was healing nicely. "My guardian, Uncle Vernon, he would half kill me then make me cook and clean. Sometimes I could hardly stand. And if I didn't get my chores all done, I didn't get any food. Sometimes not even water. And there was usually something to pick a fault with. Aunt Petunia would slip me stuff from time to time, but she always said, 'I'm not doing this for any reason other than I hate housework and you don't do it right if you're starving. Otherwise I'd let you go hungry until Vernon let you eat. And it was always cold leftovers. But, you really don't want me to do anything until I feel well enough. I'm feeling really good for the first time in my life. But at school, you said you started going to boarding school at 11. I'm not even sure where I'm going with this question." Harry sighed. "My school, they expected a lot from me too. I tried to live up to their expectations, which were really high. It's really complicated. But now I don't have to worry about it." Frankie decided not to push Harry just yet, if ever. "Don't worry about it. We'll figure out something. I know you don't want to be a burden or a charity case. So Johnny and I are going to give you a job at our club. If you don't like it or it scares you, we'll find something else. For now, just do what you can. Whatever you feel able to do." "Okay." Harry accepted the tissues Frankie handed him, wiped his eyes and blew his nose. "Okay. I think tomorrow I'll see what needs doing around the house. I'll do a bit." Harry held up his hand. "Just what I'm sure I can do. Probably just clean my quarters. Maybe cook some sort of casserole for when you get back from work." Where do you work?" "I never asked." Johnny wandered in, got a good look at Harry's still tear-streaked face and settled on his other side. "Here. What's this? Frankie gave Johnny a quick rundown while Harry worked on getting himself calmed down again. Johnny nodded. Harry, love, you don't have to be Superman with us. If you can't do something, or simply have a good reason and, I don't want to, could be a good reason, we'll figure something out. Compromise. You understand. That's one of the reasons why we're not saying too much about you wanting to work around the house. You obviously really don't want to be beholden. Not that you are, but you feel strongly, so we're going to compromise. See? Harry nodded. I do. And thanks. No one's ever considered my feelings like this before. They'd either poo-poo my feelings or work me half to death. Harry gave Johnny a slightly harassed look. Did I just say poo-poo? Frankie gave him a solemn nod. Shit. I'm taking a nap. My brain is fried. Harry got up and wandered into his room. He flopped onto the bed and fell asleep, exhausted by emotion. Frankie watched him go, then poked Johnny. We've got to get him some clothing. He swims in everything we own and his stuff is even worse. Salvation Army. Johnny made a face. Or maybe Edith's. Yeah, Edith's, just a few things. Couple of pairs of jeans, some t-shirts. Underwear from somewhere cheap, Primark maybe. That way he won't feel like he's taking advantage. And we'll just tell him he's to pay us back from his earnings. And he will. His pride won't allow anything else. You're right. Hug. So they sat necking on the couch while Harry slept in their guest room. Voldemort was not pleased. And when he wasn't pleased, others suffered. In this case it was Severus Snape. Between the numerous Cruciatus curses and a physical beating that would have killed a lesser man, Snape was in bad shape. Get him out of my sight. Drag him away. If he dies, I'll find another spy. 2 trembling Death Eaters did as their lord commanded. They just dumped the limp professor into a bush and left him. Snape didn't bother to try to get out of the bush. He apparated to the Hogwarts apparition port and passed out cold. The alarm went off in the infirmary and Poppy Pomfrey hurried down to pick him up and try to put him back together, again. It didn't take long to realize that his left side was partially paralyzed. Poppy didn't think it was permanent, but she was sure that he had some nerve damage and would be slow to recover. She flowed from her office to Dumbledore's on the internal flow system and went over all the ramifications with him very carefully. He just nodded and sighed. Well, that does put a different light on things. I'll speak to him when he's more rested. I do not relish a dose of his tongue. Thank you, Poppy. She left and Dumbledore sat staring into the fire. Harry woke the next morning rested and feeling better than he had in some time. His back was definitely on the mend. He rummaged in the dresser to find something fit to wear. The best he could do was a pair of cargo pants that were only 3 sizes too big and a t-shirt that was 2 sizes too big. He sighed sadly. He'd had some decent clothing after first year, but Vernon had sold them all at the second-hand store and told him that Dudley's cast-offs were good enough for him. He'd refused to buy clothing after that. He grumbled, "Damn, I look like a house elf. Wonder what Dobby would do." There was a sharp pop behind him, which made him jump. The squeaky voice was more than familiar. "Master Harry Potter, sir, has summoned Dobby. Dobby is here to serve." Harry blinked once then shut the door quickly. "Dobby, how did you find me?" "Shit. Please don't tell me you said anything to anyone." Dobby didn't bother to hide his surprise. "Master Harry Potter, sir, doesn't wish his friends to know where he is. Dobby has not told anyone yet. Dobby was just summoned. What does Master Harry Potter, sir, wish?" Harry looked at Dobby for a few seconds. The elf just gazed calmly back. Harry finally sat on his bed and did his best to explain. "Dobby, you know that the Dursleys don't like me much. Right?" Dobby nodded, ears flapping. "So, they're not nice to me. I ran away. No one here is a wizard. They're all muggles. If they find out who I am, they'll just send me back to the Dursleys and I'm Dobby. I'm afraid they'll kill me. And I can't do magic to defend myself. Last time I did, the Wizengamot nearly sent me to Azkaban. Don't tell anyone. Okay." Dobby just shrugged. Dobby is knowing that nasty Vernon and Fat Duddykins isn't nice to Master Harry Potter. They is treating him worse than the Malfoys is treating Dobby. Dobby will help Master as best he can. What is being needed? Harry sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. I don't really want anything. I was just wondering what you would make of these clothes. Dobby gave the ragged, two big garments one scornful look and said flatly. Cleaning rags. They is not fit for anything else. Why doesn't Harry Potter sir transfigure them into something nicer? Harry shook his head. You know the ministry forbids underage magic. They'll track me in a second. Then I'll be back at Privet Drive. Dobby blinked once. Oh, yes, Dobby is remembering. But Master Harry Potter sir, that prohibition is only for Class A magic. Even youngest wizards is allowed to work Class B magic. As long as they isn't hexing well, even if they is. Dobby is knowing Harry Potter sir hasn't been told anything he should be. Harry frowned at Dobby. I wish someone would tell me stuff. What is Class A magic? And Class B? And how do they know what I'm doing anyway? Dobby hopped onto the desk chair, crossed his legs, revealing mismatched and wildly clashing socks and started to talk. Dobby is explaining as good as he can. Is this good? Harry nodded, hoping that Frankie and Johnny didn't wake up. The different magic as charms and spells that wizards is using for chores and personal care is Class B. Class A magic as Dobby is not sure how to explain except to say, if it is powerful it is Class A. Major transfigurations, apparating, major hexes and curses. The unforgivables they is all Class A. And, using magic of any kind in self-defense is always allowed. Except for house elves. Is this a good explanation? Did Dobby do good? Harry thought carefully. So, he could work some kinds of magic without the ministry descending on him. I think so. Dobby, you always do good. Thanks. I wish is there a book anywhere that explains it. And how does the ministry know? Dobby shrugged. There is a tracer on all wands given to young wizards and witches. Dobby is not sure how it works, just that it knows the difference between the magic. There is a book. Dobby will get it for you. Can Dobby do anything else for Master Harry Potter sir? Harry reached over to pick up his tin from the desk. Yes, since I'm not about to do any magic until I'm sure what can be tracked and what can't, can you bring my books back to normal size? Please. I may not return to Hogwarts, but that's no reason to neglect my education. I'm going to need all the help I can get to defeat Voldemort. Dobby refrained from comment, just returning the books and parchments to normal size. He eyed the quills with some disfavor and sniffed disdainfully at the ink. Dobby is bringing Harry Potter sir the book. And better quills and ink. Dobby will be back quick. And he was. He returned with a soft pop only a few minutes after he left. He brought with him 2 books and a handsome writing box. The box was filled with parchment, in sheets and scrolls, several highest quality quills and a bottle of good quality ink. He set them on the desk and nodded to Harry. There. Is much better. How does you come here? Is these people nice to you? Is there anything else Dobby can be getting for Harry Potter sir? Harry rubbed his face, thinking carefully. Yes. If you could get your hands on a couple of healing drafts and some wound salve, I'd really appreciate it. But don't get yourself in trouble on account of me. Okay. Dobby eyed Harry sharply. Dobby is needing to know what Master Harry Potter sir needs the drafts for. So that Dobby will be getting the right ones. Yes. Harry turned bright red but knew trying to hide his wounds from the elf wouldn't do any good. If Dobby was to get the drafts, he did need to know what was wrong with Harry. Uncle Vernon he strapped me good. Don't you dare to tell anyone. Promise. Dobby held up one long-fingered hand palm out. Dobby promises. But he crossed the fingers of his left hand behind his back. Harry pulled his t-shirt up and off over his head. He turned around to show Dobby his back. Dobby gasped softly, then growled, "The Uncle Vernon person is a very bad man. Harry Potter is not a house elf to heal himself overnight. This is not good. Dobby will get potions and salve. Only." The elf sighed softly. "Dobby cannot do it right now. Professor Snape is brewing. All the best potions and salves are in the potions lab. Dobby can be bringing what is needed tomorrow." Harry pulled his shirt on then turned around. "That's okay. I'll keep until then." He heard a sound outside his door and swore softly. "Oh, shit." He turned to Dobby. "Go along with me, please." Dobby just nodded. Harry threw up the window over his bed and handed Dobby one of Dudley's oversized hoodies. "Put this on." Dobby just pulled the garment on and, realizing what Harry intended, pulled the hood up over his head. Johnny knocked, then opened the door to stick his head in. Hey, Harry, who's your friend? Harry managed to look embarrassed without overdoing it too much. Sorry about this. This is Dobby. He's a friend of mine. Came in through the window. He's shy. Most people take one look at him and freak out. Please don't stare at him, okay? Johnny gave Dobby one searching look, then turned back to Harry. Okay. But there's some rules. We haven't had time to discuss them yet. So, right in front of your friend. No drugs. No booze, unless we give it to you. All your friends come in through the front door. They let us know they're here and when they leave. Okay. Dobby nodded his head, careful not to dislodge his hood. Harry nodded too. I'm really sorry about that. But he's at the same school as me. He brought my books and stuff so I wouldn't be behind if I decide to go back. He's really shy, so he decided to sneak in the window. Can he come back to visit me? Johnny's look let Harry know that he knew something was wrong with the story, but he was letting it slide. Sure, Harry. He can come back anytime he wants to. When you feel like you can trust me with the truth, I'll listen. Just don't bring trouble here. Got me? Harry flushed but nodded. Johnny went to make breakfast. Dobby, you have to come in and out by the front door. I can't get thrown out of here. I just can't. I can't live on the streets. It's awful. Don't mess me up, please. And, you better go now. Sorry. Dobby shook his head and started to take off the hoodie. Harry shook his head and told him to keep it for when he wanted to come back. Dobby caressed the material with long, delicate fingers. Dobby thanks Master Harry Potter. Dobby is sorry to have caused Master any trouble. Dobby will be more careful. Goodbye, sir. Dobby hopped off the chair and padded quietly down the hall. He called out in his squeaking voice. I is leaving now. Goodbye, sirs. He went out the front door, closing it with a sharp click. Harry tucked his shirt into his pants as he walked down the hall to the kitchen. I'm really sorry about Dobby. He should have come to the door, but he's been stared at, beaten, and thrown out, so he's a little skittish. He's decided that he needs a master and he picked me. If he calls me master, don't make a big deal, okay? Oatmeal. Can I have sugar? Johnny allowed the subject change without comment. He dished out the oatmeal, put a pat of butter on it and set the sugar bowl next to Harry's elbow. He and Frankie stared as Harry spooned way too much sugar into the bowl. Neither man said anything, but their eyes met over the table. If Harry wanted the whole sugar bowl, he was welcome to it. After Harry was done eating his oatmeal, 2 pieces of toast piled with jam and a glass each of orange juice and milk, Johnny told him that his clothing was unacceptable. Harry, I know you don't have anything beside what was in your pack, but you can't wear those rags. We'll take you to Edith's second hand and get you a few things. Harry wiped his mouth on a paper napkin, then put his dishes in the sink to wash later. I don't have much money, you know. How am I supposed to pay for it all? We'll pay. And you'll pay us back later. We're working on getting you a job. That's one of the things we wanted to talk to you about. Please sit back down. Harry sat and Frankie settled next to Johnny. When they explained about their relationship, Harry could only say, well, yeah, I kinda figured that one out on my own. He thought quickly and decided on a partial lie, or partial truth, depending on how you wanted to look at it. My people don't think much about that sort of thing. You love who you love. As long as both families have heirs, or I don't really remember all the lecture. Anyway, it doesn't bother me a bit. Like I said, I kinda figured it out. Frankie looked relieved. Johnny just hugged him, then said, see, I told you Harry was a practical young man. Let's take him to Edith's. Harry was pleased to get out of the apartment. He was beginning to get really restless. The walk to Edith's didn't take long. The neighborhood was small, so everything was fairly close. Harry finally got to do one thing that most teenagers take for granted. Window shop. He darted from one side of the road to the other, looking in windows and doing a bit of wishing. He was especially attracted to the video game store. Dudley had several, handheld and console, but Harry had never been allowed to touch even the outdated, broken original Game Boy. He coveted one but knew that there was no way he could afford one. But he could look and dream. Frankie finally called him to order, telling him they would be at Edith's soon. Harry joined Frankie and Johnny again and walked along with them, just peering in a window from time to time. He had no idea what was in store for him in the second-hand store. Harry stopped in front of Claire's to look in the window. It was a tidy place, the racks neat and the floor clean. He liked the look of it immediately. The woman who came out of the back was large, a bit loud, and obviously knew Frankie and Johnny. She greeted them in a friendly manner and, when they told her what they wanted, showed Harry to a rack of jeans and pants that should fit. Harry immediately began to browse through it. He found a pair of leather pants and fingered them for a moment. He'd always wanted a pair, especially after he'd seen Blaise Zabini in some. He started to push them aside, but Frankie had other ideas. "No, Harry. I saw the way you looked at them. Try them on." "Frankie, I can't afford them. They're too nice for me anyway." But Frankie just put the pants over his arm and took them to the fitting room. Harry continued to flip through the hangers. He finally picked out a pair of jeans and a pair of cargo pants that he thought would fit. Then he went to another carousel to find some shirts. As he was hunting through shirts, some with slogans on them that made his face burn, he came across one that he just had to have. It had a picture on it and a name. He knew it was some sort of band just by the background. But the picture looked a bit like Dumbledore, standing on the edge of a cliff, wand out, arms spread, beard and hair flowing in the wind of a cyclone whirling around his head. The name under the picture said Silly Wizard. Harry just had to have it. He picked out 2 more shirts and took his choices to the fitting room. It didn't take him long to put on the cargo pants and the Silly Wizard t-shirt. He came out to show Frankie and Johnny the fit. He liked them, they were nearly his size, while they were a bit loose still. If he put on the weight he should carry, they should fit him perfectly. All 3 adults approved of the fit. Claire even went so far as to tell him he looked say. Why? He just grinned at her. Him, Harry Potter, string bean, say. Why? He had to laugh. Well, you are. Now go try on the rest of that stuff. Scoot. Harry scooted and came out again with the jeans and a different shirt on. He decided not to change shirts again. The drag of the material over his still unhealed lacerations aggravated them. He'd have to figure out some way of not changing shirts again. It didn't work out the way Harry wanted at all. Claire took one look at the shirt and told him to take it off. It was baggy at the neck and way too long. Harry gave Johnny a miserable look. He didn't want to take his shirt off in front of Claire, but before anyone could stop her she was pulling at the shirt. Harry couldn't help a soft cry of pain as she jabbed a sore spot. What's wrong? It's nothing. I'm all right. I'm not much for being touched. Sorry. But Claire was as street smart as they come. Don't give me that crap. What's wrong? Frankie sighed. Give it up, Harry. She's not going to back off until she finds out. Might as well show her and be done with it. Go on. Claire won't judge. Harry looked from Claire to Frankie, then Johnny. None of them showed any sign of letting him slide. So he pulled the shirt off over his head and turned his back. Claire just stared, then she said very softly, "Okay, who do I get to kill?" "No one, pet. His guardian did it. That's what he's doing, living on the streets." Beeps, but there you are. He's going to stay with us for a while. Harry started to ease into the fitting room again, but he bumped his foot on something on the floor which made a noise. Claire pinned him with a look that she must have copied from Molly Weasley. "Just exactly where do you think you're going, young man?" Fitting room. There's still another outfit to try on." Claire just went, "Humph. Well, then, get on with it. And no sneaking." Harry decided keeping his mouth shut was a wise idea, so he just went into the fitting room and tried on the leather pants. He ducked a green button-up shirt in some silky material tossed into the fitting room. He put it on carefully so as not to aggravate his back anymore. Johnny groaned. "Oh, man, I'm getting a really big stick." Harry nearly cringed and gave Johnny an owl-eyed look. "Don't. I would never do you any harm. It's for the women. I'll be beating them off with a stick the minute they see you in that. You're so hot, it ought to be illegal. You're too skinny by half, but good food and plenty of it will take care of that. Now, go back in there and put on the last pair of pants and that Silly Wizard shirt. Then come back out. We'll get the bill and be on our way. Harry did as he was told and came out again and kicked the same object again. He bent down to see what it was. It was a small backpack. Curious, he opened it. It contained a Game Boy and several games. Excuse me. Someone must have left this. Claire looked at it then sighed. No, I wound up with it. Lady brought it and a bunch of clothes in the other day. I don't do electronics, but I took it as she wanted to get rid of everything at once. I don't know what I'll do with it. You want it? Harry gazed at the coveted device with longing. I can't afford it. Frankie and Johnny have been really good about clothes and stuff, but I don't want to stick them for something this frivolous. Frankie turned from where he was looking at a shirt. Do you really want it? It's second-hand and there's no proof that it'll even work. Harry sighed and ducked his head. I can't ask you to pay for that along with all those clothes. But well, yeah, I'd really like to have it. Claire grumped and handed it to Harry. You take it. £15 is my best offer. And you can work it off coming in and helping me out. Nothing too complicated, just hanging clothing up and sweeping out. Deal. She held out her hand. Harry took it, giving it a firm shake. Deal. £1 an hour. Good lord, boy, that's not even minimum wage. I'll pay you £15 to do the one job I want done and no argument. Claire pumped his hand to seal the deal. Harry took the small pack and his bag of clothing from Claire and smiled. Thanks. I'll be by tomorrow at 4. That'll give me time to do stuff before you close and go home. Okay. Claire nodded. That'll be fine. She turned as the bell over the door jingled. Harry took a quick look to see who'd come in and realized that it was a group of tough-looking boys. He tensed, ready for trouble, but he needn't have worried. Claire handled it easily. All it took was a quick, if you're not buyin', you're leavin'. The group grumbled a bit but left. Harry waited until she came back to the group. You shouldn't do that. What if one of them decided to hit you? Claire snorted contemptuously. I'd like to see them try. I'm a butch ol' bitch and I've still got enough go to handle that kind of job. Harry glanced at Johnny, who was poking Frankie and snickering. Frankie smacked Johnny, who gave them all a look that said, "What did I do?" Harry just snickered. Claire rounded on him with a mock glare. Think that's funny, do ya, boy? I'll get you. And suddenly Harry was under the table, arms wrapped around his head. No, I'll be good, I swear. Claire turned a stricken look on Frankie. Oh, Lord, I'm so sorry. I didn't know he was that bad off. He seemed so calm. Johnny just crawled under the table with Harry, petting and cooing. Frankie shook his head. This was bad. We didn't know he was that bad either. It's okay. He'll understand. He's a very forgiving sort. It didn't take long for Johnny to coax Harry out again. In fact, once Harry got himself under control, he crawled out himself. Shamefaced, he admitted, I don't know what made me do that. I know no one here is going to hurt me. I'm sorry. Really. Can I just sit here for a sec? Sure, Harry. I'm really sorry I said whatever it was. Do you think you could tell Harry though about it for a second? Uncle Vernon was always saying, I'll get you, boy. Then he'd do something nasty to me. Like stuffing me in the cupboard and locking me in. Or beating me. Or can I change the subject? Please. So they did. Which led to the fact that there were no groceries in the flat. So Claire provided some paper and a pen for them to write out a list. Johnny started to write it, but Frankie announced that he wasn't going to try to read those chicken scratches, hot, never mind cold. And Johnny grinned at Frankie and said that no one could read Frankie's scribbles hot or cold. So Harry got the job. Oh, Johnny, look how nice his writing is. Spencerian. Harry shook his head. Copperplate. I was taught at school. Johnny gave Frankie a puzzled look. What kind of school taught that anymore? Since Tesco's was the opposite direction to Claire's, they dropped the clothing off at the flat before they headed for the store. Harry pulled the trolley out of the rack and started down the first aisle he came to. Johnny stopped him, telling him that he should go to the far aisle unless he felt like colliding with everyone he got near. Take it easy. You don't want to look like some juvenile delinquent, do you? No. Sorry. I'll do better. Johnny sighed. Harry, we're not going to punish you for being a boy. Relax. Just do like you always do. Harry hung his head, examining his new shoes. I've never been. He looked up at his two new friends. To Tesco's, I mean. Aunt Petunia made out a menu, got the groceries and I cooked, cleaned up and Harry peeked up through his fringe. Johnny just made a soft snarling noise while Frankie turned his head to look away. Harry stared at his feet like there was some very important information there. They all jumped at the harsh cough from the rather impatient-looking woman whose way they were blocking. Harry dragged the trolley to the side of the aisle to let her pass, then followed her. He waited for Frankie to catch up with him. Johnny had taken off for some errand of his own. What shall we buy first? There's some nice aubergine. Harry made a face. He didn't like eggplant much, he hated cleaning up the grease. Or, how about this? Frankie held up a squash. I like squash. And here's some greens. You like greens? Frankie shrugged. If they're fixed right. Without all that fat back and stuff. So Frankie and Harry went through the store, picking out the next couple of days' food. Harry made a mental menu as they went. When they went down the snacks aisle, Harry had to sigh a bit. He'd always wanted to come with Aunt Petunia, hoping that, once she was away from Uncle Vernon, she might let him have something nice for himself. Of course, he realized that she wouldn't, but he couldn't help dreaming and hoping, just a bit. Harry, what is it? Are you hurting? Harry shook his head. Just never mind. It's too expensive. But he couldn't help the longing glance he gave the chocolate. Harry, just ask. If it's too expensive, I'll let you know. Okay. Harry reached out and picked up a candy bar. It wasn't particularly expensive, just a Cadbury milk chocolate bar. Nothing special, just that he'd never had one and always wanted it. Chocolate frogs were great, but this was a heart's desire. He jumped as Frankie reached over his shoulder and picked up several different candy bars and tossed them into the trolley, remarking, "We all like chocolate. You can have as much as you like, just don't make yourself sick. Now, veal or lamb?" And just like that, Harry had his chocolate. Harry stood for a second, then followed Frankie to the meat counter. He kept sneaking peeks into the trolley, as if the candy would disappear if he took his eyes off it for too long. They met up with Johnny, finished their shopping and headed home. They'd bought enough stuff that, at first, Harry despaired of ever getting it home. He'd started to load himself up with bags, but Johnny had taken two for himself, the heaviest two. Frankie had taken all the fragile stuff, the eggs and tomatoes and jarred olives. That only left Harry with 3 bags, bread, crisps, the chocolate bars and some stuff he didn't recognize. He just blinked for a moment. Harry, you're still not really well. You shouldn't be carrying a bunch of stuff. Come on, let's get home. Harry realized that he did feel really tired. He was glad to walk between Frankie and Johnny. Guys, I don't know your last names. Harry waited for a few steps while the two had a good laugh at themselves. I'm Frankie, Franklin James. And I'm Jonathan Tomas. Harry James Potter. Harry didn't feel any concern about giving his real name. These kind men were muggles and had never heard of him. Okay, now that that's over, are we nearly home yet? I'm getting tired. They clattered into the apartment, hands full of parcels and bags. Harry was laughing at something Johnny had said and Frankie was declaring them the silliest gits he'd ever heard of. Johnny told Harry to go put his clothes away while they made lunch. Harry went into his room and started putting his things away. He wondered if he should wash them first, then decided to inspect everything and wash anything that was suspicious. He wound up with about half a load. He dumped it in the hamper in his bathroom and went to see what Frankie was burning. It turned out to be grilled cheese sandwiches and tomato soup. Harry was thrilled. He loved both. Harry wasn't sure exactly what he'd said that started it off. Harry, I thought you were good with our lifestyle. Harry looked up at Johnny. He wasn't sure what had put that look on his face. He shifted his wand in his pocket to get more comfortable. I am. Why? Frankie took Harry's bowl to get him more soup, saying over his shoulder. Well, why did you call us muggles then? Harry blushed. He'd messed up badly and wondered how to rescue the situation. His wand poked him in the thigh and he shifted it again. Harry, please stop playing with that stick and talk. Harry bowed his head and thought furiously. He couldn't tell them anything, or could he? He bit at his lips while he decided on a mix of lie and truth that would serve. I'm sorry if I offended you. But I don't think, well, this is really hard. I've been taught all my life that the secrets of my people aren't to be shared with anyone. But you're not just anyone. You've taken me in and taken care of me, when no one else would. So see, my people are different. And Muggle is just a word to describe or not us. See? Okay, I think I do. And about that stick, it's a bit in the way, isn't it? Harry sighed. Well, yes. But it's a sign of coming of age, sort of. Oh, shit. Nothing really translates. I'm sorry, I know I'm not explaining this very well. Frankie set the soup in front of Harry, who picked up his spoon and started eating it, giving himself time to think. Harry, talk with your mouth full. Harry laughed. Okay. The thing, see, Muggle just means, not us but mudblood is bad. If someone calls you a mudblood, it's a real insult. And the wand. It's a wand, not a stick, by the way. My people believe that, if you hold it just right, say the right words in the right way, and make the proper motions, magic will happen. Frankie gave Johnny a despairing look. And you believe this? Harry nodded. Sure, it's possible. Maybe not probable, but possible. You just have to do everything exactly right. But it's very difficult. Hard to master. Johnny nearly sagged with relief. I see. Could you maybe put it away? It attracts the kind of attention that I don't think you want. Harry started slightly. You're right. I should put it up. I'll do that in a moment. Okay. Sure. Harry, I'm sorry we took things the wrong way, but maybe it's for the best. And this is hard for me. You sure you can't go back? Not to the uncle, but don't you have any other family? Harry shook his head. No. I actually go to boarding school most of the year. But they send me back to Uncle Vernon, even thought I told them he wasn't nice to me. All my family is dead. The other reason I ran away. See. Man, this is really hard. Harry lifted his fringe. This scar is the result of an assassination attempt when I was just a baby. The guy who tried to kill me died, we thought. But he wasn't really dead. And he's causing all sorts of trouble for my people. They're very superstitious, and there's a prophecy that I'm the only one who can stop him. It's all really complicated. More so because of my uncle. He hates me and anything to do with my people. I'm not really explaining this very well. If my people find out that I've told you anything, I'll be punished severely, and they'll do anything they can think of to keep you from telling. I think I shouldn't tell you anymore. I'm sorry. If you want, I'll go. I really don't want to bring you trouble. Frankie wrapped his arms around Johnny's shoulders and rubbed his chin on the top of his head. Harry thought they looked really cute. I see. Well, if that's the way things are, you shouldn't tell us anymore. But you're welcome to stay. We'll do what we can for you. Harry pushed the bowl away with a sigh. Thanks. You don't seem to be too upset about it. Harry made the sentence a question. Johnny tapped his fingers on the table as he thought. Well, we decided to help you, so we will. And what is. Harry nodded thoughtfully at that, then said, and I'll pay my way. I'm not a charity case. I won't leech on you. I can work. I'll go to Claire's tomorrow and clean for her, then I'll come back here and clean the apartment. If you can think of anything that I can do, I'll be glad for the work. Harry, when you're healed, we'll talk about work. And I don't want you exhausting yourself. Take it easy. Harry couldn't help grinning at them. That's the first time in my entire life that someone actually told me that. Don't worry. I'm not going to ruin all your hard work by not taking proper care of myself. All Claire wants me to do is sweep out and clean up the storage room. I'll sweep, then I'll take my time with the storage room. It'll probably take me all week. Then I'll be paid up. And cleaning this apartment. Not a problem. Really. You said something about me working at your club. What would you need me to do? Frankie eased out of the room. He hated talking business, so he usually left all that sort of thing to Johnny. In this case, Harry seemed so innocent, he just didn't have the heart. Never mind that they'd met when Harry had offered him a blow job. Johnny settled in to explain things to Harry. Okay. You know we work at a club. We own it actually. And Harry blinked for a moment. Okay, so you own the club. That's great. Are you strippers? That's interesting. And can Frankie teach me that thing he does with the black stuff? Johnny sighed. He had to remember that while Harry was only 16, he'd been on the streets for who knew how long. They also had no idea what kind of information his people would have given him. We own the club and there are strippers there. But it's actually a BDSM club. We believe in safe, sane and consensual, and do not allow anal say. Penetration with objects is allowed. We have all sorts of positions available. Frankie is all for having you work there. I'm not so sure. Harry managed to keep his jaw from dropping. How? He wasn't sure. He'd had some say. Education in elementary school, mostly bad touching talks. But Hogwarts was a different matter altogether. The wizarding world was much different from the muggle world. They didn't care who you fell in love with or had say with. It more or less depended on who you were and what your family expected. Most wizards were bi. Harry wasn't sure of his own orientation. So, if I decide to work at the club, what job would I do? Harry had to admit to himself that he was a bit nervous about this. Bartender. You'd have to wear the club uniform, but you'd be behind the bar. And there's a strict no-touching policy with the bartenders, waiters and furniture. Harry gave Johnny a blank stare. Furniture. Excuse me. Johnny grinned at Harry. That's one of the jobs. Some of the tables and footstools are people. It pays really well. And, of course, the highest paying job is as a sub. Harry thought about it for a moment. I'd really like a lot more information before I make up my mind. Are there any books I could read? Johnny sighed. Not really. Most of what is in writing is fiction. Bodice rippers for queers. Not the sort of thing that contains any real information. I've got a few pamphlets from the SSC group, but they're very sketchy. I think the best thing for you to do is to come to the club and look around. There's several jobs that don't involve a lot of client contact, and I'd like you to do one of those for a while. Just to have a chance to look around without being too intrusive. Maybe be the doorman for a night or two, before you tend bar. Harry expressed some doubts about his ability to control a door. But Johnny shook his head. No, don't worry about it. All you have to do is ask them if they're seening or drinking. If you're drinking, you're not playing, and vice versa. Then you put a bracelet on them. They clip on and you can't get them off without cutting. When they leave, you cut it off for them. And no one comes back in after they've left. If you can't remember faces, we've got a stamp. What do you think? Harry thought for a bit, then said that he thought it was a good idea. He also asked if it would be okay for him to come to the club during the afternoon just to look around. Johnny said that was a good idea too. He could stop by after he was done at Claire's. Frankie wandered back in, glanced at Harry and smiled softly. I believe I heard you say something about wanting to learn to use that black stuff, I think you said. Would you really? Harry realized that Frankie really wanted to show him, so he smiled happily, jumped up and announced, I really do. I think it looks so good. Maybe it will make me, well, not handsome, but nice looking. Frankie put an arm around Harry, leading him to the bathroom. Honey, you're gorgeous. You have the most beautiful eyes. When they're not all red. You cry at night. Harry shook his head. Not really. I miss my friends, but I knew I wouldn't get to see them during the summer anyway. No, I think I need new glasses. I haven't had new in a couple of years. The school thinks the Dursleys should do it and they think the school should. When I get paid well, I was thinking of contact lenses. What do you think? Frankie poked Harry until he sat on the closed toilet. I think that's a very good idea. If you like, I'll make an appointment with my optometrist. You'll need new glasses too. Just in case. Now, I don't think black will look good on you. Your skin is so pale that you'll look like a goth. Not a good look for you. Dark forest green or blue navy blue would be better. Frankie muttered to himself as he searched the nether regions of a drawer for what he wanted. Aha, here we are. Now, I'm not going to put it on for you. You'll have to do it for yourself. I'll wipe mine off and do it again. That way you can see how it's done. Okay. Harry agreed that it sounded like the way to go. Frankie took out his own dark kohl pencil and showed Harry how he outlined just the outside 2/3 of his eye, smudging it carefully to eliminate hard lines. It made his eyes look dark, mysterious and very glamorous. Harry tried and managed to get more in his eye than on it. Frankie laughed and gave him a makeup remover towelette. Here, wipe that off and try again. It takes some practice. I'll leave you to it. Just keep putting it on and wiping it off until you get a look you like. Then come out and show us. Okay. Oh, and I want to look at your back and put on some salve tonight. Harry just grinned at Frankie and remarked, without heat, you just want to go out and talk about me. Frankie looked like he was going to apologize or something, but Harry just flapped a hand and told him, go on, go on. I don't mind. It's not like you're going to slag me or anything. Frankie settled at the table with a mug of tea. Okay, what do you think? Johnny's sour expression said exactly what he thought. That boy has more trouble on his plate than we're set up to handle. And imagine, people so superstitious that they think magic actually exists. Damn. Well, Harry did say it was possible, but not probable. That boy's head is screwed on straight. I think he's just giving most of that stuff lip service. I think taking him into the life is going to be good for him. We just have to make sure that he isn't frightened. Easy steps. First, door, then bartender. After that, maybe a table. What do you think? Johnny nodded. Sounds good to me. Just whatever we do, we have to make sure that Harry really wants to do it. He needs some self-confidence in the worst way. Did Master Lou say he'd take him on? He did say the boy needs training. I don't know. I've got a class tomorrow. I'll ask him then. I think you're right, though. A bit of martial arts would do that kid a world of good. Even if he never practices anything but Tai Chi. Maybe some yoga. And I need to check his back. Wouldn't do to have it reinfect. Okay, good. I'll be sure to tell everyone at the club to be on their best behavior. They settled in to finish their tea and wait for Harry. Guys, I think I've got it. It looks halfway decent, I hope. Harry grinned at them. What do you think? Frankie laughed softly. Harry had managed quite nicely and he looked innocently say, why? He'd undressed before he came to the kitchen, so he was standing in the doorway in a kimono, loosely belted low on his hips. The eyeliner that he'd used was the deep forest green and he'd gotten it to look great. It made his skin look nearly translucent and his eyes were huge and sultry. Oh, honey, I'm buying myself a cricket bat. You're drool worthy. He made a turn around motion with one finger. Harry obliged by pirouetting carefully. Niece. Very nice. But you're too thin by half. We'll have to feed you up more. Come sit straddle of this chair so I can look at you. We don't want you to get another infection. Harry obeyed without protest. He'd found a small tin of healing salve on his bedside table. He knew who to thank for that. Dobby got some of, well, my people are really good at making healing salves and teas. Dobby brought me some. I'd really like it if you'd put it on for me. It might not be any better than commercial, but he went to a lot of trouble to get it and bring it here. Okay. Sure. Let me take a look here. Frankie touched Harry's back here and there. Bit better looking. Not as healed in the middle as I'd like. But all in all, looks surprisingly good. Johnny interrupted. Harry, I don't remember Dobby coming to the door. Harry managed to squirm in embarrassment and sit still at the same time. He didn't. I didn't see him come in either. He sneaks around a lot. He's shy. I'll tell him again that he's welcome and no one will stare at him. If he won't remember, I'll tell him he can't come around at all. He'll remember. Sorry. Don't be. He's not your South Avenue to control. He's a person in his own right. Just tell him that no matter what he looks like, he's free to come and go, he just has to use the door. Okay. I'll talk to him. If he shows up anytime soon. Harry was pleased when Johnny stuck his head in his bedroom door not half an hour later. Guess who knocked on the front door just now? Harry looked up from his book to see Dobby peeking around Johnny's legs. Dobby. Hi. Come in. Sit down. Dobby eased around Johnny and hopped up onto the desk chair. Thanks, Johnny. Would it be okay if you shut the door? Johnny just grinned and pulled the door shut as he left. Harry turned to Dobby. Dobby, thanks for the salve. But, you gotta use the front door. Frankie and Johnny have taken me in and given me a good place to stay. We have to respect their rules. I'm sorry if I sound like I'm jumping on you, I don't mean to. Dobby just pushed the hood of his sweatshirt back and shook his head. Dobby will apologize to them. Dobby knew he was breaking rules, but no one was home and Harry Potter needed the salve. Dobby got some healing drafts too. And stomach calming brew. And a headache potion. Professor Snape sir is missing them, but Dobby managed anyway. Professor Snape is keeping count of everything. It is very difficult. Dobby is not going to be able to get anything else. Professor Snape is finding out that drafts are missing and putting locks on the cupboards that not even Dobby is getting open. Harry accepted the rack of vials that Dobby pulled from who knew where. Thanks. He examined the vials and realized that one was fairly large and he didn't recognize the contents. What's this? Headache potion. It is very strong. Only 2 drops in water will be fixing Harry Potter sir right up. And here is list. Book is mostly silly. Dobby is laughing very much. But he is putting down a list of what he uses from the book. There is much magic that House Elves is using that wizards is not. It is not for wizards to use. Harry looked at the book Dobby had taken with him. It was as clean as if it had never been opened, but Dobby had made a list of the best spells, including page numbers and hints. Harry sighed. He wished he could practice some of them, but the ministry would catch him the second he used any magic. Thanks, Dobby. I just wish I could practice some of them. Dobby looked puzzled. Why is Harry Potter sir not practicing any underage magic? The ministry will catch me in a second. Remember. Dobby's ears rose then fluttered like a butterfly's wings. Oh, no, Harry Potter sir. The ministry will not. Harry started to say something, but Dobby shook his head, making his ears flap. No, the ministry only keeps young magicians from doing big magic. Little magic is not tracked. Dobby, what do you mean by big magic and little? I don't understand. You explained once before, the other day, but I still don't quite get it. I'm really scared to do much of anything, I really don't want to get caught. Dobby made a disgusted face, it looked very odd on his big-eyed narrow-lipped visage. Dobby made list in head. Big magics is like Protega, and Rectum Sempra and such. Little magics is hexes and curses used in pranks and Wingardium Leviosa and Scourgify. What wizard is wanting the Aurors on his doorstep every time he sets his little ones to do chores? This is silly. Harry Potter sir is not told half what he should be. Dobby is making another list on parchment. Dobby will list all spells that the nasty ministry tracks. Will Master Harry Potter sir like this? Harry rubbed his face wearily. Yes, Harry Potter sir is liking that very much. And Dobby is going now. Harry Potter sir is tired and talking like a house elf. This is not a good thing. Dobby hopped off the chair, shook his finger at Harry and announced, Harry Potter is practicing his magic. Small hexes and curses. Charms for cleaning and spells for housekeeping, like folding laundry is not tracked. Dobby will make a list. Harry Potter sleep now. Take a healing draft first, and put on salve. Frankie put some on for me already. Thank you for it, in case I forgot. And, I know you said you couldn't get me any, but I could really use some dreamless sleep. Don't get yourself into trouble, though. Dobby can be getting dreamless sleep from the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey is not keeping track. But Harry Potter sir is not to take much, not good. Is Dobby does not remember the word. Harry nodded. Addicting. You can get to need it just to get to sleep at all. I don't use it unless Voldemort starts in on me. Thanks for the warning. He patted back a yawn. I really should go to sleep soon. I'm still not up to par and need more sleep than I'd have thought. And thanks for the info on magic. I can work on control and power with almost any spell. Good night. Dobby hurried over to turn down the covers for Harry. He started to say that Dobby didn't need to do that, but the smile on the house elf's face shut him up. Thanks. Harry crawled between the sheets and had to smile as Dobby gave him his first tuck-in ever. Dobby pulled the sheet up to Harry's chin and patted it straight. He pulled his hood up and left, shutting the door softly. He met both Frankie and Johnny in the lounge. Dobby, can we speak to you for a moment? Dobby went over to stand in front of the pair on the couch. Yes. Please don't feel like we don't want you here, we do. But you can't just sneak in and out. We have few rules here, but they're firm. No unannounced guests is a big one. Come in through the front door, just like you did today. Okay. Dobby nodded. Yes. Dobby would not have come in at all, but Harry is needing the salve and no one was home. Sorry, sir. It will not be happening again. I see. Well, because you did it so Harry could have medicine, we'll let it slide. Feel free to visit anytime Harry isn't working. Working, sir. Johnny nodded. He's going to work in our club. Will that be some kind of problem? Dobby shook his head. It looked really odd as he hadn't lowered his hood. No. Harry Potter is liking to work. He is not liking charity. Dobby must go. He is expected. Good night. Dobby hurried out, hoping that the muggles hadn't noticed too much. Frankie watched him leave, then shook his head. Well, he's a funny little guy. Seems really shy. But he's Harry's friend. I'll just peek in on Harry. He's had a busy day for someone who's still recovering. I'd like to get my hands on his uncle. I'll leave some for you. Let's make an early night of it too. Okay. Severus Snape was not in a good mood. In fact, he was in a terrible one. He'd been searching for Harry Potter all holiday and he was still searching. Dumbledore had put the start of the second term back by 2 weeks, hoping they could find Harry. He was tired of alternately tramping the streets and answering to both the Dark Lord and Dumbledore. Both men kept at him to find that repellent brat. He did so want to find him too. He wasn't worried about him, much. The boy always landed on his feet. Severus hoped so at least. But right now, his feet ached and he was half frozen. He hated being cold. Contrary to popular belief, his quarters in the dungeon were warm. He kept his office cool to protect the precious books there. Now all he wanted was his easy chair, a glass of brandy and his feet near the fire. He had lost all feeling in them hours ago. It didn't help that he still needed a cane to walk and the nerve damage was still severe enough that, when he got tired, his left hand palsied. Tugging a small vial of nerve-repairing potion out of his pocket, he drank it and continued on his way. It never occurred to him to look in the alleys and back lots. It never even crossed his mind that the Golden Boy of Gryffindor might be one of the dirty, ragged runaways huddling in the doorways and sleeping in boxes. Dumbledore met him in the Great Hall. I assume you haven't found him. Have you looked everywhere? Snape just shrugged out of his winter overrobe and handed it to the waiting house elf. Yes, I've looked everywhere I could think of. Albus, I'm tired, frozen and footsore. The least you could do is ask me up to your office to sit down with some tea. Headmaster Dumbledore managed to look ashamed. I'm sorry. Please do come up. It's just that I'm so very worried about him. I imagine he's fallen into a honey pot, as usual. Dumbledore gave Snape a stern look. Don't be so bitter. It doesn't suit you. I'll get you some tea, then you can flow down to your quarters and get some rest. I know you're still not well, but we must find Harry. We don't need the rumors that his disappearance will generate to grow. It'll throw the wizarding world into a panic. I'm well aware of that. That's the only reason I'm tramping the streets of Muggle London in this sort of weather. He finished his cup of tea in a gulp. Well, I'm for my quarters and some rest. I'll put my mind to trying to figure out where that repellent brat has hidden himself. Severus. Snape turned from the fireplace, one eyebrow raised. Albus. Dumbledore knew that soft purring voice. It meant that Snape was at the very edge of his patience. That was one thing about the man. He hardly ever raised his voice, but the softer, more velvety it was, the nearer he was to the end of his very limited patience. Never mind, my boy. Go, get some rest. Snape refrained from further comment. He just dropped the spoonful of flow powder into the fire, said, "My quarters," and disappeared in a flash of green fire. Draco Malfoy was also in a temper, but he wasn't so polite about it. Where the bloody hell is that wanker? When I get my hands on him, I'm going to all damn. Lucius Malfoy settled back in his chair and beeped absently on the head of his cane. Draco knew then that he was really worried. He never indulged in that particular habit unless he was nearly out of his mind. Father, what are we going to do? Set Crabbe and Goyle to walking the streets looking for him. Okay, fine. And I think I'll pay a little visit to him. Who do I know that's Muggle? No one important, I'm sure. Lucius was trying very hard to curb his habitual disdain for muggles, but it was very hard. No, no one important. Draco agreed. But anyone might have an idea where Harry might be hiding. He's in Muggle London, I'm sure. I see. Find the red light districts. He's probably attached himself to a group of beggars or something of that sort. Draco blinked for a moment, then had an idea that made him shudder. Father, you don't think? With his overweening pride. I doubt it. He's on the fringes. We'll find him, even if I have to tramp the streets myself. Draco sighed, looked out the window at the falling snow and wondered. I'll send Vince and Greg out to look for him. I think I'll go visit what was that boy's name. He's a fourth year. Oh, Charles Abbott. He might have an idea and he's just scared enough of me that he won't tell. Pray be discreet. Of course. Harry woke the next day feeling even better than the day before. He wandered into the kitchen to find that no one was home except him. Frankie had left a note that said one of the boys was ill and they'd gone to see him. He went on to write that Harry should help himself to whatever he wanted for breakfast. Then he should go to Claire's. Harry made himself oatmeal with butter and cream, bacon, eggs, toast and tea and orange juice. He managed to keep from gobbling only because no one else was around. After he was done with breakfast, he dressed and took up his wand. Dobby had delivered the promised list and Harry now knew what spells he should be able to get away with. So far, there'd been no sign that the Ministry knew what he was doing. He spent the next 2 hours practicing his magical control. He cleaned every room within an inch of its life, learning cleaning and tidying spells and practicing his control and aim. It felt so good to just be able to do magic without worrying about the Ministry. They interfered with him at every turn, or else it was Dumbledore or Snape. Harry was heartily disgusted with the lot of them. I'm not just a wand to be used then tossed in a corner. When he was finished cleaning, he went down the street to Claire's. It was cold out, but his coat was warm and he had put on 2 pairs of socks. His boots protected his feet from the damp and cold of the street. He walked at a good pace but managed to look in windows and admire the goods within. He got to Claire's just at opening time. Claire gave him a wave and headed into the back. Harry followed her. Hello, Harry. I thought you weren't coming until 4. Have you had breakfast? Yes, ma'am. Frankie and Johnny had to visit one of the guys who's sick. So I ate and came on over. What needs doing? Claire pulled back the curtains that separated the back room from the shop proper. Tidy this mess. Fold all the clothing in piles. Hang up stuff. Get rid of all the cardboard. There's a skip in the back for recycling it. And just fix it. And sweep the damn floor. I swear, I don't know how it got into this shape. Don't wear yourself out. If you get tired or cold, come in and I'll make tea. I better get back into the front. There's them as comes in right on the dot. I don't know why. Claire went into the front grumbling. Harry examined the mess then shrugged. He'd have to climb over stuff to get to the back door. He decided that the best way to go was to fold up what was laying around to clear some floor space. He picked a pile and started sorting. Some of the stuff was so dirty it needed washing before anything else could be done. He selected a box and tossed the dirty stuff into it. It didn't take him long to have one pile folded. He started in on the next one. Claire stuck her head between the curtains and asked him how he was doing. He explained what he was doing and Claire nodded. Good idea. What are you going to do with the folded stuff? I thought I'd just go ahead and put it on the shelves. Unless there's a reason not to. None that I can think of. But if you bring it out and put it on the table in the back, I'll set it out. I'm not doing anything else. Okay. Harry started carrying the piles out to the long table right by the curtained door. He worked steadily all morning and managed to get all the piles of clothing sorted, folded and shelved or disposed of. The box of washing was full and overflowing. I'm just going to dump this into the cardboard skip. I'll be back in a moment. Harry slid out the back door with an armful of flattened boxes. He dumped them into the skip and turned to go back to the store. He nearly ran into a boy about his age. Excuse me. No excuse for you. What you doing? Harry just sighed. The idiot was starting out just like Dudley used to. Only, this time, Harry wasn't going to take a beating without fighting back. Ron, Fred and George had seen to it that Harry had a working knowledge of fighting. Uncle Vernon had two advantages that Harry couldn't counter. He was huge and Harry had to sleep sometime. Vernon usually got him from behind when he was doing chores or eating, when he was allowed to eat. Look, I don't want any trouble. Just let me by. But his tormentor had other ideas. Harry ducked the first punch and landed one in his opponent's gut. He went down, but that left Harry open to attack by the other two boys. He was lucky that Claire opened the back door to call him for tea. Her scream sent the three running. Her swearing followed them to the end of the alleyway. Harry thought they were lucky she wasn't a witch, parts they were fond of would have fallen off. Harry, are you all right? What was going on? Harry slipped in the back door and shut it firmly, locking it tight. I'm fine. Just got a clip on the shoulder. I'm not sure what they were up to. I guess I just look like a good target. Well, I'm telling Frankie and Johnny. This can't start again. What can't start? Harry had a good idea, but he wanted to make sure he knew for sure. That bunch seems to pick a victim and then give them absolutely no peace. The last boy had to be sent to boarding school to get him away from them. He's actually living with his aunt now. Harry nodded. I see. Well, I'm not as much a victim as I look. I'll tell the guys myself, tonight. But you call them too, that way. Well, I've been accused of lying once too often. Is the tea done? Claire started to say something, then changed her mind and simply led the way into the shop's small office. Harry took a mug, added sugar and sighed softly. Niece. Thank you. Welcome. You want to talk about it? The lying thing. Harry shook his head. No. Done and over. I'm just a little skittish still. And I don't want Frankie or Johnny to think I'm exaggerating to get attention. Harry. No. Never mind. I really think I don't want to know. Finish your tea then head home. Harry was surprised to find that he was grateful for Claire's reluctance to pry. He finished his tea and told Claire that he'd be back tomorrow to work on the back room some more. When Harry got home, he met Johnny in the kitchen. He'd already started lunch. Sit down, Harry. I just got off the phone with Claire. I'd like to hear your side of the story. Harry just told Johnny everything that had happened. Johnny sighed. And you? Are you really all right? Yeah, some of my mates at school taught me a bit of self-defense. I punched one of them and was getting ready to try to get away when Claire yelled. You weren't going to try to take them all on? Harry snorted disdainfully. Do I look mental? No, all I wanted to do was get away. Fighting against odds like that doesn't make sense. Johnny gave Harry a look of mingled respect and amazement. Well, never thought a guy your age would be so wise. Good on you. You're about out of your tea. You still think you need it? Harry admitted that he craved it. Johnny told him to go to Mr. Lou's apothecary to get some more. Stay on the main drag all the way. Those boys won't do anything in broad daylight as long as you stay out of the alleys. Tell Mr. Lou to put it on my bill. And, I know, you'll pay me back. Don't worry about it for now. Go. So Harry went. He stayed on the main street and kept away from the alley mouths. It didn't take him long to get to the shop. When he got there, he realized that he'd been set up. Mr. Lou greeted him with a small smile. More tea. Are you sure you need it? Harry nodded. I still crave it. That means my body needs it. Mr. Lou nodded. I'll have to make some. It's not something I keep on hand. He started opening small drawers and extracting bits of interesting things. Harry watched in fascination. Mr. Lou casually remarked, I heard that you had some trouble today. Self-defense was taught to you by some friends. Harry snorted, subtle as a hammer. Yes, I had trouble. I handled it as well as I could expect. Why? Frankie suggested that I could take you on as a student. I teach martial arts. Would you be interested? Harry thought about that for a moment as his fingers nearly itched to touch some of the ingredients for his tea. That would be brilliant. Thank you. What's that? Harry pointed to a small, crushed-looking bit. You don't want to know. It's good for you. Wouldn't think you'd put something bad for me in it. Please. I'd really like to know. I promise I won't get grossed out. It's a caterpillar. It has enzymes in it that are good for your system. It's depleted from malnutrition. Harry eyed the bit doubtfully. Caterpillar. Doesn't look much like one. It's way too short. and sort of shriveled. Is it dried? Or, Harry reached out and picked up a bit. He smelled it, then put it back down. Smoked. Mr. Lu gave him a look of mingled respect and puzzlement. It's both. And broken into segments. Most people would have a fit if they recognized what it is. Harry contemplated that idea while he watched Mr. Lu work on his tea. I really don't care. If it'll help me get well, I'll take it. But I can see why you wouldn't tell most people what's in their tea. Can I help you? I'm interested. Please. So Mr. Lu set Harry to work, crushing some dried ginger root. Harry handled the brass mortar and pestle with a familiarity not found in many 16-year-olds. At least to Mr. Lu's experience. When he was done with that, actually asking if it was done right, Harry poked at the pile of herbs, barks and unrecognizable bits of stuff. Is it done? Yes, it's done. Now, have you thought about the lessons some more? Yes. I still think it's a brilliant idea. I'll have to figure out some way to pay you. I don't want Frankie or Johnny to pay for them. I owe them too much now. Don't worry about it. I need someone to clean the dojo. Harry nodded. That'll do. When should I start? Tomorrow morning. I understand that you're thinking of working at the club. I might do. Don't know yet. I'm still thinking about it. It's a good place to work. The pay is good and they take care of the boys so well. If I was younger and as beautiful as you, I'd do it in a second. Harry nodded. I'm seriously thinking about it. Thanks for your advice. Harry took his tea and left, wondering how anyone could call him beautiful. The next morning Harry got up a bit earlier than usual. He felt really good. He'd slept well and nothing hurt. Breakfast was great as Frankie got up with him and fixed scrambled eggs and sausages while he showered. Are you going to take lessons from Mr. Lu? Frankie handed Harry his plate and sat down to his own food. I am. He said I could pay for my lessons by cleaning the dojo. I have to finish at Edith's today, so I'm going to be gone most of it. I'll be home in time to make supper, if that's okay. Frankie nodded, his mouth full of sausage. Harry checked the pot and, since the tea was ready, he poured for both of them. That's fine. But get done at Edith's as soon as you can. If you're going to work at the club you need to be trained. Harry salted his eggs, thinking quickly. I need to know more about what I'm supposed to be doing at the club. Frankie nodded. He was proud of Harry for being careful and said so. We talked about this before, but I don't blame you for being cautious. We're going to train you in deportment, the way all the staff is expected to comport themselves. And we'll see what you're best at. First, we'll put you on the door. You don't have to be well trained to do the door. And that'll help you see if you really want to do this or not. Then, if you decided to go farther, we'll put you on the bar. After that, furniture, or a dancer. In the end, you could be one of the top subs in the club. You're beautiful. Harry shook his head. Yes, you are. Don't argue. But we'll leave all that for later. Just concentrate on today. Let the rest go for now. Harry thought about it for a moment. Okay. I feel a bit better. I really appreciate it that you don't want to push me to do something I don't want to. I'll try working in the club. But, what if I really don't like it? Johnny spoke from the door. Then we find you a job somewhere else. Just so long as you work somewhere. He glanced at the clock. You better get going. You don't want to have to run all the way. It won't do to get there all sweaty, and Master Lu doesn't tolerate lateness. Harry gulped down the last of his orange juice and bolted out the door, tugging on his coat as he went. 0. Mr. Lu looked up when Harry entered the dojo. The boy was sweating slightly, even in the cold. He knew that Harry had been very sick, even knew exactly why, so he was gentler with him than he would have been with another student. Hello, Harry. In future I hope you leave early enough that you don't come to class winded. Unless you take up jogging. In that case exceptions will be made. Now, Mr. Lu handed Harry a GI and showed him where to change. When you're changed, come to the dojo proper and I'll start you out. It didn't take Harry long to change and return to the large open, airy space. He looked around in approval. Now, Harry, I want you to remember these things. You must call me Lu Sensei. It means Master Lu. That is what I am. A master of martial arts. You will bow to me when you enter the dojo. If I'm not in the room, you bow to the chair at the end of the room. It's a sign of respect. Never take your eyes off me when you bow. Do you know why? Harry thought about that for a moment. It's disrespectful. It looks like I think you can't attack me. Lu-sensei smiled in delight. Yes, exactly so. Very good. To continue. If you get hurt, you must tell me at once. I don't want you making a small injury worse. No arguing. You're a special, private student. You come early so that I can train you before you go to work. Do not let the other students take advantage of you. You're not their servant, you work for me. You clean the dojo, that's all. If someone throws a towel or GI on the floor, you do not pick it up. It's their job, not yours. I'll show you how to polish the floors and clean the woodwork. You're also responsible for cleaning the bathrooms, but not for picking up after the students. Harry shifted from one foot to the other. Sir. Or do I call you sensei? If someone leaves towels on the floor, what do I do? You call me sensei or Sifu and you come to me. I'll handle laziness on the part of other students and on yours. The work is hard, but I don't want you wearing yourself out. Understand? Harry nodded. Yes, sensei, I understand. Mr. Lu smiled at Harry. Good, good. We will begin. The first thing you must learn is how to fall. So. Mr. Lu demonstrated how Harry was to fall, tucking his shoulder under and rolling. Harry tried it and succeeded in doing it right on the 5th try. Then he was told to do it 50 times, correctly. He groaned softly but began to do the exercise. He saw the sense in it at once. It wouldn't do to be thrown around and not know how to fall without getting hurt. He just knew he was really going to feel it later. I'm done, sir, I mean sensei. Sorry. Harry blotted his sweaty forehead with his sleeve. You did very well. Now, you'll learn how to fall on the other side. Mr. Lu chuckled at Harry's dismayed face. You think you'll always fall on that side, boy. And then you learn how to fall straight back. After that you learn your first attack. Harry sighed and watched as Mr. Lu demonstrated the new fall. It only took him 3 tries to get that one right. And 50 falls later he wondered if he'd lost his mind. His whole body ached. Well, that was very well done. You must be aching all over. Come, we'll have tea. Harry sighed and trudged to the small table set up by the chair at the end of the room. He settled into a kneeling position that Mr. Lu demonstrated to him and accepted the cup of tea. That's healing and anesthetic. You'll feel better in a few moments. After you have 2 cups of tea, I'll take you and show you how to do your chores. I have to go to the office and finish some paperwork. Take your time drinking the tea and come to me when you're done. Mr. Lu stood up and bowed to Harry. Harry bowed from the waist while still kneeling. He never took his eyes off Mr. Lu, who smiled his approval. Harry started to drink the tea, but lifted his head at the soft pop of Dobby apparating into the room. Dobby, what if someone had seen you? Dobby laid on long finger beside his nose. Dobby is smart house elf. Dobby spied in the window first. Here, drink. Dobby handed Harry an energizing potion and a mild healing potion. They is just the kind Professor Flitwick gives after Quidditch practice. Dobby pinched them from the first aid kit at the pitch. Harry took the potions with gratitude. Thank you, Dobby. You're very good to me. Harry Potter, sir, is thanking Dobby. You is too kind, sir. Harry shook his head. Dobby, you're one of the few people in the world that takes care of me. Thank you. Dobby is watching Harry Potter train. This is good. He is throwing himself on the floor over and over. It looks to Dobby as if he is punishing himself. How is this good? I'm learning how to fall without hurting myself. It's very important. I just wish I had more time to train. It'd be nice if I could get really good at this. I'm afraid I won't have the time. The lessons are too short. But I can't work in more than an hour 3 times a week. Mr. Lu has another student that has Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday. But, I can't complain much. At least I'm getting something. Dobby nodded wisely. Yes, Mr. Lu, sir, is very nice to work Harry Potter like a house elf. His expression said exactly the opposite. Dobby will do the work, as is proper. Harry shook his head. No, you won't. You're a free house elf. You don't do my work for me. I'm working to pay for my lessons. It's a matter of honor. Dobby sighed. Well, if it is a matter of wizard's honor, Dobby will not interfere. Dobby does not like it, but no one cares what a house elf likes, no they don't. Not at all. Harry snorted into his teacup. Yes, I do. So don't try to guilt trip me, it won't work. Dobby gave Harry a hopeful look. You is sure? It is not working. Harry shook his head slowly, side to side. Dobby snapped his fingers, frowned and sighed. No harm in trying, Dobby thinks. Dobby will go now. Harry Potter sir wants Dobby, all he needs to do is call. Dobby disappeared with a soft pop. Harry finished his tea and went in search of Mr. Lou. Mr. Lou looked up from his desk when Harry stuck his head in the door. Harry, finished with your tea? Harry nodded, leaning easily against the door frame. Good, come this way and I'll give you your supplies and show you what to do. Harry followed and was given a can of polish for the woodwork and a big pad of cloth to polish the floors. He was told that the shower rooms didn't need cleaning this morning. Harry cleaned the floors in the dojo by the old-fashioned method of putting the pad of cloth on the floor, then leaning on it and literally running it up and down the dojo until the floors were clean and shiny. He examined the results of his labors with satisfaction. Now, if they suited Mr. Lou, all was good. He went to find his sensei again. Excellent. Very good work. They look great. You've earned your next lesson twice over. Why don't you go on home and get some lunch? Harry had expected to spend more time on his cleaning chores, so he'd allowed until 1 o'clock. He'd told Frankie and Johnny that was when he'd be home. It was only 11:15. He smiled, he'd have time to make lunch. 0. When he entered the apartment, he heard an odd sound. He went in search of it and heard Frankie mow. And softly. Then he heard the sharp smack of leather on flesh. He called his wand to his hand and slammed the door to the usually locked room open. What he saw nearly made him curse Johnny. Frankie was tied to some sort of table with leather straps. He had a butt plug in and bright red strips across his boobs. Johnny held a leather strap on a handle in one hand, the other was touching Frankie's back. What the bloody hell is going on? Johnny, get away from him. Johnny didn't do any such thing. Instead, he reached down to Frankie's hands and a sharp click later Frankie was getting up from his position. 2 more quick clicks and he stood up. Well, shit, you're home early. Frankie's calm remark was the only thing that kept Harry from cursing Johnny, or hexing him. Okay, so it's not what it seems. I still want to know what's going on. Harry pinned Frankie with a sharp look. I like it. Go into the kitchen so we can get more presentable. We'll be in to explain in a few minutes. Just remember, Johnny isn't doing anything to me that I don't like. Shoo. Harry let his eyes run over Frankie for a moment, then looked at Johnny. Johnny's level look decided him. He left and went to the kitchen to make tea. He needed it. It didn't take Frankie and Johnny long to come into the kitchen. They settled at the table, accepted cups of tea and then just waited. It didn't take Harry long to get his questions in order, he only had one. What the hell was going on in there? Frankie sipped at his tea for a second. I'm a switch. And I like a bit of pain with my pleasure. Johnny is a switch too. When we play, it depends on who needs what, who's on top. Right now, I'm stressed out. We need a doorman and a bartender tonight. 2 guys quit yesterday, so I need a bit of stress reliever. I'm sorry we scared you. We waited until you left to start, so that you wouldn't hear us. You came back way too soon. Johnny put his arm around Frankie and hugged him. It's all right. We'll figure out something else. Harry frowned at Johnny. He didn't look like what Harry would have thought a dom would be. He realized that most of his reluctance to work at the club was because of his stereotypical idea of dom-sub relationships. Okay, I think I see. But what's a switch? Johnny answered that one. A switch is someone who takes either position, dom or sub, depending on a lot of factors. Right now Frankie is feeling out of control because of all the things going on at the club. So he needs to feel that someone has control of something. In this case, him. He's giving me all the control and relaxing into the scene. Harry tried to decide whether he was more embarrassed by interrupting their fun, or seeing Frankie BPD. I'm sorry I ruined it. I wanted to protect Frankie from you. This is really embarrassing. Frankie just smiled and reached out to pat Harry's hand. Well, sweetie, I think it was very nice. And, as to ruining anything, we'll get back into the mood as soon as you leave. You're going to clean at Edith's, aren't you? Harry nodded. Yeah, I am. Do you want me to go now? Or fix lunch? You okay? You didn't ask many questions. Frankie worried about Harry's seeming lack of curiosity. I'm fine. It comes under the heading of, not my business. If you like it, and he's not doing anything you don't like, I've got no place judging. My people mostly just go with the idea that as long as no one is forcing anyone, it's all good. So, I'm really sorry I interrupted you. But, Johnny, just so you know, if I find out he didn't like it, or you didn't stop when you should, you won't like it much. Harry turned his sharp green gaze to Frankie. And that goes for you too. Now, egg salad okay? Johnny snickered and poked Frankie. He's not going to freak out. Told you. He's got good instincts. Harry made an inquiring noise as he poked in the fridge for the eggs. I think you're going to do really well at the club. We'll put you on the door this weekend. We really need you. Okay, sure. Just so long as I know exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. I hate being kept in the dark. I'd rather know exactly what I'm dealing with. There they are. He turned with the eggs in one hand. What they were doing on the bottom shelf I'll never know. He went on to set the eggs to boil while he asked questions about the life, the club and what was expected of him. He didn't seem shocked or worried, so both his sponsors relaxed and chatted quite frankly about things. Harry was glad. He found himself a bit startled by some things, but nothing they told him was particularly frightening. After all, he was expected to kill a Dark Lord before he was 20, what was a bit of bondage to that? After efficiently peeling the eggs and making the salad, Harry toasted some bread and fixed the sandwiches. Frankie and Johnny continued to answer a flood of questions from Harry. Some of them very innocent and some very smart. They were all answered openly and honestly. After lunch was done, Harry cleaned the kitchen and announced that he was going and that he wasn't going to come back until at least 5 o'clock. I promise. He snatched up his coat and hurried out. Frankie glanced at Johnny, looking a bit stunned. Well, that went well. I think. Johnny took advantage of his confusion and tugged him back to the playroom. 0. Harry took his time getting to Edith's. Ms. Claire had said that she didn't want him cleaning during the busy time between 11 and 1. He just strolled along enjoying window shopping and watching the other pedestrians. He stopped for a minute to look into the window of an art store. He loved drawing but had never had much time for it and none at all at Hogwarts. He wondered if he could afford to buy some supplies. He counted the small change he had in his pocket and realized that he only had about 40 or 50 pence. He shrugged and put his money back in his pocket. He'd save a bit every week then go back. He made it to Edith's just after 1. Ms. Claire, I'm here. Claire stuck her head out of her office. Hello, Harry. I just got rid of my last customer. I'm dying for some tea. Want some?
No, thanks. I just finished lunch. I'll just pop on back and work on the storage room. If you need me, just holler. Claire winced at the Americanism but just settled at her desk to wait for the kettle to boil. Harry went into the storage room and sighed. The neat corridor he'd cleared the day before was now cluttered with empty boxes and other trash. Claire was not an organized person. He knew the storage would be stuffed within a week of his finishing the job, but it would pay for his game. He shook his head, he hadn't even played with it yet. 0. Harry started by taking out all the boxes and trash, again. This time he checked the alley before he went in and kept an eye out while he was working. It didn't take him long to dispose of the mess. Looking around the room, Harry decided the best bet was what he'd decided on before.
He moved all the stuff on one side of the room to the other side. He swept and mopped that side of the room, then he began moving stuff back. As he moved it, he sorted it. He wound up with 3 piles. One of stuff he knew was salvageable, one of things he could put right on the shelves, and one of things he couldn't decide what to do with. He decided to just finish sorting the other side of the room. That finished, he swept and mopped that side and put the mop, bucket and broom away.
Ms. Claire. I'm done with the cleaning. I just need to know what to do about the stuff I've sorted. Could you come tell me what to do? Claire wandered into the storage with a cup of tea in one hand and a biscuit in the other. I don't care. I just want most of this stuff out of the room. There's no place to put anything. Okay. I'll just make my own decisions then, if that's okay with you. That's fine. If it can't be repaired, throw it away. If it can, box it up. I'll get it to the repair place sooner or later. Harry ran a hand through his hair and sighed. Yes, ma'am. I'll get right on it. Harry decided to see what he could do himself. Dobby, I need you. Dobby popped right in. Master Harry Potter, sir, has sent for Dobby. What can Dobby do? Look at all this broken stuff. I want to fix it, but the minute I use my wand, the ministry will know where I am. Do you have any ideas? Dobby nodded. Yes, Dobby put spell on Sir's list. He gave Harry an inquiring look. Sorry, I haven't had time to go over it very thoroughly. Which spell is it? Dobby picked out a broken stool and set it on the clean floor. He made a motion with his hand and the stool repaired itself. Harry blinked. He knew reparo, but this wasn't the same spell. Show me again. I didn't quite get it. Dobby demonstrated again, and this time Harry felt the spell. He tried it on a small lamp which sprang upright from its pitiful bent state. That's brilliant. Thank you, Dobby. Dobby will help Harry Potter, sir. Harry started to argue with Dobby but got a stern look from the elf. A look that sat strangely on his goggle-eyed face. Dobby is not arguing with Master Harry Potter. Dobby is helping, friend to friend. So, he crossed his arms over his narrow chest and dared Harry to say anything. Harry just smiled at Dobby. Well, in that case, thank you very much for your help. After that the room was silent except for the crunching and crackling of items mending themselves. When everything was finally mended, Harry sorted them and put them all away on shelves. The entire middle of the room was now empty. Dobby picked up a small velvet Peter Pan suit. He asked Harry if he could have it and Harry just nodded. I don't see why not. Ms. Claire won't even know she's got it. If she does and asks, I'll tell her you earned it. It's so outdated she'll never sell it anyway. You leaving now? Dobby nodded, clutched the suit to his bony chest and started to pop out. Harry nodded to him and said thanks just before he popped away. Well, there's nothing else for me to do, except to see if she's satisfied. Harry told Claire he was done and asked if she wanted to check his work. She barely turned from her TV to tell Harry she was sure he'd done a good job. She thanked him absently, more involved in her show than in Harry's remarks. He shook his head, bid her goodbye and left. He did tell her as politely as he could that if she wasn't satisfied, she could call the flat and tell him. He didn't think she would, but he wanted to make sure she was satisfied with his work. Harry looked at the clock over the bank down the street. It said he had about an hour before Frankie and Johnny expected him back. He wasn't about to get back too soon. He didn't want a repeat of this morning, so he wandered back to the art store window to stand, shivering and wishing. He moved down the street a bit and gazed into another window, checked the time and sighed. It had only been 20 minutes. He was cold and tired. He wanted to go home. He smiled at that. It seemed odd that he considered a place he'd only been in for a few days home. Harry continued his rambling return home by ducking into a doorway. He never realized that he'd just missed being seen by Draco Malfoy. Draco was in a bad mood. His visit to the Muggle Charles Abbott hadn't been as much help as he'd hoped. No one had realized how different the Muggle and Wizarding worlds were when it came to homos. Activities. Charles had admitted that he knew approximately where the red light districts were, but he couldn't get closer than a general neighborhood. So Draco, Crabbe and Goyle were tramping the streets of every neighborhood the boy had mentioned. Frankly, he was tired of it. His father had managed to get him permission to come home on weekends, but he was wasting his time searching for Potter. Look, I'm going home. You two keep looking. If you find him, bring him to the manor and I don't know, chain him up or something.
Crabbe sighed. He wanted to go home too. He didn't get much time with his mother or father and this was eating into it. Goyle just grunted. He didn't care one way or the other. Whatever Draco wanted was fine with him.
Harry slipped quietly into the flat, listening intently. There was a soft laugh from the kitchen. We're all done, Harry. In the kitchen. Johnny called out for Ty, it'll be here any second. Harry hung up his coat and went to the kitchen. Great, I'm starved. I got Edith's clean. I don't think it's going to last long though. She doesn't seem to be real organized.
Claire's a doll, and sharp as a tack. Organized, she's not. You should see her account books. Or better, you should stay away from them. Come on. Set the table. Harry went to do as he was told, smiling when he saw that the teapot was already there, with 3 cups and spoons beside it. He got out the plates and cutlery, set them on the table and grabbed some napkins. He was placing them on the setting when the doorbell rang. I'll get that. Frankie shook his head. I better. There's no money in the bowl. I forgot to refill it. Harry shook his head. Frankie was a good guy, but he'd forget his head if it wasn't fastened on. Okay. I'll finish with the table. Frankie brought the food back from the door and called Johnny to the table. Johnny, I forgot to put any money in the bowl. Will you do it? I need to finish up the designs for the new uniforms. Okay. I'll do it this time, but you've got to work on your memory. Frankie blinked furiously, obviously blinking back tears. Harry felt sorry for him and started to say something to Johnny, but decided he'd better stay out of it. But Frankie could be such a girl at times. He decided to take care of his friend, to see that he and Johnny didn't get into any more fights. The meal went well. Harry listened to gentle banter between Frankie and Johnny. He wondered if he could really work in their club and finally decided that he'd just have to see. Johnny grinned at him and asked, "Well, Harry, you've been thinking. What have you decided?" "I'll try it. I don't promise anything. But I'll do the training and we'll see." "Okay. That's all we ask. If you can't, you can't. Like I said before, we'll find something else if you can't do it." He stood up, picked up his empty plate and nodded. "Well, that's it. I'm stuffed. I'll do the dishes. Harry, why don't you go see how that game works?"
Harry offered to help with the plates, but Johnny sent him on his way with a nod and a grin. Frankie announced his intention to work on the designs and headed for his desk in the lounge. Harry went to his room and pulled the bag with his game from under the bed. He opened the bag and got out the handheld. The games were all in their original boxes with all the paperwork. He wondered a bit about that, but decided the boy was probably as anal as Hermione. He sighed. He really missed his friends, but he didn't dare to contact them in any way. He was sure they were being watched by someone. After picking through the cartridges, Harry decided on Final Fantasy III as looking interesting. He inserted the cartridge and started the game. Severus Snape was exhausted. He'd been tramping the streets of London all day. His leg ached, his head was stuffy, and he was out of cold-preventing elixir. He snarled as his left hand seized, making the knife he held tap against the cutting board. When he was tired, his hand shook and his leg went weak. He needed the elixir and his cane. It looked like he wasn't going to get either one. A soft pop behind him made him jump. "Dobby is sorry. Master Snape needs something. Dobby can tell. Just not what is needed." Snape started to say he didn't need anything, but realized he was making a mistake. Cutting off his nose to spite his face, as the saying went. A serious thing, especially in his case. "I need a cold-preventing elixir and my cane. I was going to brew one, but it seems beyond my capabilities just now." Dobby shook his head. "You is looking for Master Harry Potter, sir. You will not be finding him. Dobby will get you your cane." "Will one of the elixirs from the infirmary be acceptable?" Snape just nodded, saying wearily, "Yes, since I brewed them myself. Thank you, Dobby. My cane first, if you don't mind." He'd never seen the sense in abusing the house elves. They were in sorry enough shape as it was. In fact, he was more polite to them than to anyone.
Dobby disappeared and returned with the cane. He handed it to Snape and waited until the professor got himself to his chair and eased into it. Then he left again to get the elixir. When he returned with it, he had to wake Snape to get him to take it. He also covered his legs with an afghan. He shook his head in sorrow. He would never find Harry by tramping the streets he'd chosen. The boy wasn't there. 0. Harry ambled into the kitchen, game in hand, and settled at the table. It was Johnny's turn to make breakfast. He'd found, to his delight, that everyone took a turn at every chore. They even had a checklist on a dry erase board in the laundry room. Johnny said that way no one could say they didn't know they were supposed to do that chore. He liked the whole idea. "Harry, could you put the game away now, or are you not at a save point?" Harry consulted the menu, saved his progress and put the game down next to his plate. "Saved. I really like this game.
I can use magic and spells and earn money and... He laughed lightly. Well, you know, it's really fun. Frankie smiled at Harry. I'm glad you like it. This morning, we're going to the eye doctor. We'll get you new spectacles and see about contacts, okay? Harry nodded. Sure, Frankie, whatever you say. Harry gave Frankie an odd look. Frankie blinked, looked at Johnny and shrugged. Breakfast was quick and Harry tugged his coat on as he followed Frankie out the door. It was only a short walk to the optometrist's office. Harry browsed amongst the frames while he waited for his appointment. Frankie finally plucked a frame from the display. Here, try this one. Harry put them on then laughed. Frankie had handed him a pair of Harlequin frames with rhinestones on the corners. He snorted. I look like Elton John on a bad day. Frankie snickered. They fiddled around, trying on frames to amuse each other until the receptionist called Harry's name. Frankie sat down to wait while Harry got his eyes examined. 0. Well, young man, when was the last time you got your eyes examined? Harry thought. The last time had been the summer of his second year, he thought. About 4 years ago, I think. My aunt and uncle were never ones to waste money on me. Is it really important? In this case, no, let's get started. Harry went from machine to machine, obediently gazing into lights, at various pictures and pointing the way he's faced. After what seemed ages, he was finally in a chair like a barber's chair. By the time the man was through flipping through an endless series of lenses, whose differences were so slight that it gave Harry a headache trying to decide between them, Harry was more than ready to have his eyes tested for contacts. Now, I know you're exhausted. I hate getting my eyes tested myself. But this is the good part. I know what your prescription is, and we have several different types of lenses here in the shop that fit it perfectly. I'd advise soft lenses in a Weariver brand. I don't advise wearing them for more than a week at a time, but you can wear them all night. Don't take them out at night, just clean them and stick them right back in. Harry had to shrug. You're the expert. What if I don't like them, or can't wear them? There are very few people with your prescription that don't like them. A few people with dry eyes have problems. But you've got a good tear flow, so I don't see any reason to worry. But, if these don't suit, there's other options. Different brands and types. I'll just pop out and fetch a set, shall I? Harry nodded. Sure. I'm kinda looking forward to getting rid of these glasses, but, the receptionist said I should have some. Yes, you'll need glasses in case you run out of lenses before you can get another prescription, or you have problems. Sometimes, if you don't keep your lenses clean enough, or wear them too long, you can get an infection. Just be sure to keep your lenses clean and don't wear them beyond the prescribed time. I'll be right back. The man left the room and Harry sighed in relief. He was sure he looked as tired as he felt. He hated having anyone mess with his head. Haircuts, eye exams, anything like that just irritated him for some reason.
Here we are. You might find them a little irritating at first, but most young people your age just pop them right in and off they go. Here I'll show you how to insert one. And I'll give you some drops for the irritation. If it's severe or continues for more than 3 days, let us know. Just drop in so we can take a look.
Harry watched as the man balanced the lens on his fingertip and demonstrated how to put it in. He managed to get both lenses into his eyes and found that he barely noticed them. He knew they were there, but he didn't feel any need to rub his eye, nor did they water much. Now then, how do they feel? Not bad. I barely feel them. Do I use the drops like regular eye drops? Yes, just 2 drops in the irritated eye. When you change lenses, you should wait at least 3 hours before you put in the new ones. 6 to 12 would be better. Harry nodded quickly. He could remember all this. It wasn't that complicated. He took the boxes of lenses and bottles of solutions the man gave him and draped the handle of the bag over his arm. He still had to pick out new frames. When Harry returned to Frankie's side, Frankie had gotten serious about the frames. He had 3 pairs picked out that he thought would look good on Harry. He showed them off by trying them on himself. Harry picked a pair and the waiting girl fitted them and measured to make sure the lenses would be correct. She smiled at Harry and tried to flirt. Frankie intervened when he saw how nervous it made Harry. As they left the shop, Harry thanked Frankie for his help, saying, "Thanks, mate. I hate it when they do that. I never quite know what to say." Frankie just laughed. "Me neither. It's uncomfortable. Come on. We're going to start your training tonight and I want you checked over, salved and rested, okay? Harry just nodded and followed Frankie. Zero Draco sighed. He and Crabbe and Goyle had been tramping London all weekend without any result other than sore feet and frostbite. He decided to go see if he couldn't get some information from the Dursleys. Surely they were worried about Harry. He stopped in Lucius's office to tell him where he was going. "Father, I think I should have a word with the Dursleys. Maybe they know something, and I'm sure they're worried about him." Lucius looked up from a short letter from Severus Snape telling him that he was spending his time looking for that damn Potter brat, and would love a game of chess if it was convenient. Probably not. They loathe him more than we ever did, for less reason. But go, see what they have to say. Just be cautious, my dragon. They loathe him. Why? I would have thought that they would dote on him. All the money he has and all that? Well, I'll be careful, father. I'll come to you when I get back, shall I? Please do. Severus will be here. Perhaps we can convert him to our new way of thinking. Deprive him of another of his inner circle. Good idea. I'll check in at least. So Draco apparated to number 4 Privet Drive, into the woods behind the house, which was the only point he knew in the area. He saw a rather fat boy sitting on a fallen tree trunk, so he walked over to talk to him. "Excuse me. Can you?" He didn't get any farther than that. The boy jumped a foot and flinched. "Don't hurt me. I'm sorry." Draco immediately got snarky. "Well, excuse me for living. What the devil is wrong with you? You're here about Harry. I recognize those robe things. He's gone. Gone. I tell you. Pop didn't he tried but I got him out." Draco thought about the rather incoherent utterances and decided to see if he couldn't find out more. "Yes, I'm in school with Harry. We've been very worried about him. I'm sure you are too. Do you know where he might have gone? Or why he ran away? Oh, and what is your name, if you don't mind my asking?" The boy bit his lip for a moment then sighed. "You won't curse me? Or hex me? Or whatever it is you do, please?" "Well, I'm not promising anything, but at present I don't have any intention of doing any such thing. Now, why don't you tell me what's bothering you?" Draco poured on the oil, as Pansy called it. He admitted that his personality was more abrasive than anything, but he could be quite pleasant when he tried. He was trying now. "Well, it all started when I got in trouble at school, for bullying, you know. So I had to take anger management and personal relations classes. That's when I realized that what Pop was doing to Harry was more than just I never really thought about it before then. It was just the way it was. Anyway, I got my shit straight and realized that what Pop was doing was criminal. So when he beat Harry bloody, I did what I could. I gave him all my pocket money and gave him his stuff, including his wand. He just disappeared with a sort of bang. I haven't seen him since. Don't know where he might have gone. Pop made sure he hadn't any friends to speak of. You might check with Weasel Weasley? Something like that. Or Hermione something or other." Dudley leaned back against the board he'd obviously set up as a backrest. "I'm sorry I can't do better. He made me clean up all the blood. It was such a mess. He didn't want Mother to see. She's just as bad, though. She was always complaining that Harry ate us out of house and home. Now that I think of it, he barely ate at all. Sometimes they'd make him go days with just plate scrapings and whatever he could sneak out of the pot before he served." Draco stared at the boy with a very strange feeling in the pit of his stomach. The much-vaunted golden boy of Gryffindor had been beaten bloody by his uncle. And starved. He wondered if the world had turned upside down. But Dudley was still talking. I know. I should have done something, but I was raised to hate him and his freaky friends. But he saved me from Danters. And got in real trouble. They said that they might send him to Azerbaiján. But that's just crazy. He saved my life. And that's what really got me thinking. He saved me. Me, who'd never been anything but a right bastard to him. He told me, we're cousins. Maybe you'll remember that someday. I wish I'd understood sooner. Pop's going mental. I better get back before he starts in on Mother. Again. Bye. Tell Harry, when you find him, that I'm really sorry, okay? Draco just watched Dudley slouch back to the house. He felt like he'd taken a direct hit to the head from a bludger. He decided to sneak closer to see what he might hear. The first thing he heard was a loud smack of flesh on flesh. Someone was slapping someone. He eased into a position from which he could get a look in a window. It was a side window, but it led directly into the living room. A woman was hugging Dudley, obviously his mother. Draco pulled an extensible ear from his pocket and activated it. The crack under the window made a perfect entrance for it. I said, "No hanging about. You're to come straight home from school. There's chores to be done and your mother isn't doing them. And you're fat. Way too fat." The man, Draco assumed it was Uncle Vernon, turned on Petunia. "He's on a diet. And I mean a real one. Not all that lettuce falderall. I'll feed him from now on. I'll put on his plate what he gets and not a morsel more. You understand me, woman?" "But Vernon, he's a growing boy, aren't you, Didikins? He needs his good food. I'll make sure he doesn't overeat. Really I will." Draco eased away from the window. He wasn't about to listen to any more of that drivel, but he wasn't going to stand for the man abusing Dudley or Petunia either. They were bad people, but who was he to throw rocks? He pulled his wand out of his robe pocket and cast a banging hex. It was just a prank hex. The ministry didn't track pranks. They'd go mental if they tried. So the hex did its work, separating and distracting the Dursleys so that Draco could work. He felt that Dudley was punishing himself enough, but both Vernon and Petunia needed some attention. He thought carefully, then cast 2 curses on them. One was just a prank curse that made the person ravenous. It would fail the minute they ate something. But he also put a permanent spell on it. Then he put a hex on them both that made what they ate only give up a third of its nourishment. It wasn't even really a hex. Most girls used it to help them in reducing. He grinned to himself. They'd be perpetually hungry and unable to eat enough to keep on any weight. They'd starve nearly to death. He reminded himself to come take it off in about 6 months. He apparated away with a soft pop. Draco's talk with Lucius later in the evening didn't set well with him. That was one thing Draco admired about his father, above almost anything else. If he made a promise, he kept it. And a wizarding contract was much more than just a promise. Draco hadn't realized that the guardianship papers were actually a contract until Lucius had told him. He wondered how he'd managed to convince his father to break his bond with Voldemort. He'd have to think about that one. Lucius watched his son think. He knew that anyone else would have seen nothing but a blank. He could read Draco like a book. He smiled when Draco wondered about Voldemort. He'd let the boy stew over that question for a while yet. "Draco, pay attention, please. I want you to visit Ronald Weasley or perhaps Granger. Hermione, yes. See if Harry has contacted them. Be discreet. And see if you can't make friends of them. Or at least don't insult them. School will be starting again soon." Dumbledore managed a short break, but the governors wouldn't allow any longer. He doesn't want Harry's absence to upset the wizarding world, but it's time to go back. We've only got 2 weeks to find that boy. Draco made a face. "I'll try. I think perhaps it would be a good idea if you visited Weasley. I'll try Granger. And don't make that face. If I have to be polite, so do you. If the leopard wants to change its spots, it has to show them off, right? I don't care much for the metaphor, but you're right. You go see Miss Granger and I'll go see Mr. Weasley. Ron. Dear me." Lucius sighed. Why on earth Molly and Arthur decided to give him the middle name of Bilious, I'll never know. Draco smirked at his father. Family name. Arthur. Mr. Weasley managed to put it off until Ron. He shook his head. At least his family had decent names. Bilious indeed. "In the morning we'll both go see our prospective informant. Good luck, my dragon." Draco sighed. "Good luck to you too, father. We're going to need it." Draco apparated into an alleyway near the Granger residence and folded his robes over his arm. They looked enough like an overcoat that no one gave him a second glance. He knocked on the door and smiled at the woman who answered. "Mrs. Granger. My name is Draco Malfoy." Draco noticed the woman's face harden a little. "Before you slam the door in my face, please give me a chance." "Come in, then. But you're not going to upset Hermione. She's upset enough that school's been put off. Girl loves that place. Sit down. I'm just fixing tea." Mrs. Granger bustled off, came back with tea and demanded, in no uncertain terms, an explanation of what Draco wanted with Hermione. Draco sighed, ran a hand through his hair and gave Mrs. Granger a frankly harried look. "Harry Potter is missing. You can't tell anyone about this. That's the reason school's been put off. Everyone's trying to find him before the word gets out. I need to speak to Miss Granger about what she might know, suspect or divine. Please, it's very important. And why would you be looking for Mr. Potter? I understand that you and he don't get along. My father wishes it. Draco offered no other explanation and Mrs. Granger didn't ask for one. Instead she called up the stairs for Hermione to come down. Hermione clomped down the stairs, making Draco wince. He winced again as he stared down the working end of her wand. What do you want? You better not have upset my mother. I'll hex 2 into next week. Hermione Granger, you put that up right now. I don't want a visit from the ministry at this particular date. Sit. He's got something important to ask you. I'd listen if I were you. Hermione just nodded at her mother, gave Draco a flat look and sat down. Draco decided that he liked her much better in her muggle jeans and long-sleeve t-shirt than he did in the Hogwarts skirt, button-down shirt and baggy jumper. She'd put her hair up on top of her head in some sort of ponytail. He thought it looked much better than it did flying all over the place. He decided that comments on her appearance weren't going to get him anywhere, so he just told her the truth as best he knew it. Harry's run away from the Dursleys. I think I don't know for sure, mind you, but I think. Damn it, I've gotten convoluted already. Hermione blinked at Draco for a moment, then just nodded at him. To be blunt, he ran away because they abuse him. When he said, "They're not nice to me," he, master of understatement, doesn't even begin to cover it. That bastard Vernon is unhinged. Oh, but Dumbledore said. Draco interrupted her. Please do not tell me what that old fool said. He was wrong. Dudley told me that he had to clean up blood. I don't want to even guess. I just need you to tell me if you know where Harry might have gone. Please. Draco gritted his teeth as Hermione's eyes widened. Okay. You said please and you haven't insulted me once, so I know it has to be important. But I really can't help you. If he's not at the Weasleys, I don't have a clue. Well, that's just great. I knew this was going to be a waste of time. Hermione cleared her throat sharply. Nothing against you. But Pot Harry would know that you'd go running to Dumbledore the second you heard anything.
I don't think he wants to be found by him. I really don't. Hermione started to say something, but Draco ran over her rather rudely. Don't. Harry is quite aware that Dumbledore would return him to the Dursleys forthwith. Why would he put himself in the position to be abused again? He stood up. Well, thank you for listening to me without hexing me. If you think of anything that might be of use, please flow me. Please. Flow Dumbledore if you must, but call me too. It's that important.
Hermione gave him an assessing glare, then nodded. All right, I will. If I think of anything, I'll flow you. Hermione showed Draco to the door, completely forgetting to offer him any tea. She settled on her couch to think. She really needed to know exactly what was going on. This was so unusual that she'd been caught off guard and she didn't like it. What were they really up to? Lucius Malfoy popped into the Weasley garden and strode up to the door. He knocked firmly and waited. Molly Weasley opened the door. Well, what oh, my. Mr. Malfoy, what can I do for you? Lucius hadn't expected an invitation to enter the home. He had expected the rather fiercely dirty look Molly was giving him. I'm sorry to disturb you so early in the morning, but I need to speak to Ronald, if I might. I see. And what did you need to speak to him about? I'm afraid, well, Lucius massaged the bridge of his nose for a moment. I really would rather not say. I can say that he's not in any trouble that I'm aware of. And, I swear, by my magic, that I mean him no harm. Molly pressed her hand against her East. This was something unprecedented. Very well. I'll call him. She proceeded to do so, at the top of her excellent lungs. Lucius winced. He'll be here directly. He's out degnaming the garden. Molly shut the door firmly in his face. Lucius didn't have long to wait for Ron to show up. He just ducked the hex that whizzed by his head and put up a shield. Ron hexed him again, but it just bounced off. Ronald Bilious Weasley, stop that. You'll just break the windows. He's sworn he means you no harm. Apologize for not waiting for a reason to hex him and pay attention. Ron gave Lucius a sullen glare, kicked a rock and mumbled, sorry. Walk with me. Just so we can talk without your mother screaming at you. Okay. What did you want? Ron made sure to stay out of arm's reach. I'm not going to break squares with you, Ronald. Harry Potter is missing.
Ron stopped stone still. Missing. Oh, bugger me. How long?
I'm not sure. Just after Christmas, I think. Never mind that. Do you have any idea where he might be? Ron stared at him for a long time. Lucius met his stare calmly. Ron ran a hand through his hair, a harried expression on his face. That's why school's been put back. And you're interested in this because?
I'm afraid that is personal. Just say, I take care of what's mine. I take it from your attitude that you have no idea at all.
Ron just shook his head, a worried expression on his pug-nosed face. None. You'd think he'd get in touch with me, but I don't know. I don't think he'll get in touch with you because you'd tell Molly and Arthur at once. And they'd tell Dumbledore. And what do you think he'd do? Lucius gave Ron that smooth, arrogant down-the-nose stare that he hated so. But he thought carefully and then sighed. Send Harry right back to the Dursleys. He's always said they're not very nice to him. But to run away with no place to go to. Lucius shook his head. I'm more worried about him than you'll ever understand. I know you don't believe that I could ever do anything good. But Draco finally met him. They didn't get along. It seems that my son is even more stubborn than I. He refused absolutely to have anything to do with the mark, or him. We've turned our coats. Not that you'll believe that. But we have. His tone added appropriate capital letters. Ron's drop-jawed look told its own tale. You what? Draco, I never okay. Call me gobsmacked. Gobsmacked. I will swear that both Draco and I have abandoned the Dark Lord's cause. Will that reassure you? Ron gave Lucius an assessing look. Evidently he liked whatever he saw. No, that won't be necessary. Swear you'll do Harry no harm. I swear, by my magic, that I'll not knowingly do Harry James Potter harm. Lord love a duck. Well, don't that take the rag off the bush? Okay. Let me think. Ron paced back and forth for a few minutes. I can't think of a place or person who would take Harry in and not call Dumbledore the second they had a chance. Where do you suppose he's gotten off to?
Lucius gazed at Ron for a few moments, his assessing look sharper than Ron's by some 30 years' experience. If I knew that I wouldn't be keeping you from degnoming that garden. Tedious task. If you think of anything, please flow me. Do not, I beg of you, tell either Molly or Arthur. Harry must not be forced back to Privet Drive.
I wish I knew what really went on there. We had to rescue him third year. They had bars on his window. He was so skinny. Really. You do not wish to know what was going on there. I have a hint and, while I'll admit to being a bad, rude man, as the saying goes, I'm disgusted by it. You were trying to kill Harry. So never mind. If you've really changed, I'll not throw it in your face. Ron gave him an accusing look. Much. Lucius eyed Ron, wondering why he was taking this so calmly. You're being very calm about this. I'm wondering why. Play chess with me sometime. You better go. I don't know anything to tell you and I've still got that garden to do. Lucius just nodded, denomed the garden and apparated back to Malfoy Manor. Harry smiled a bit as he looked at his uniform. It consisted of a pair of leather shorts with a heavy belt with a lock right at the front. There was also a barrel jacket of leather. And a collar with a lock. Okay. Kinky is not an understatement. Why all the locks? Johnny grinned. Means you're off limits. Those who want to keep coming to the club will keep hands off. Those who don't care one way or the other can't get to you. And you've got a panic button. You sure? Harry nodded. I'm sure. I want to try. I don't want to disappoint you. So what else do I need to know? Don't look anyone in the eye. You're supposed to be giving the illusion that you're a sub. If the patron gives you trouble, look them right in the eye. Most of them will get the hint. The ones that don't, get ejected. Push the panic button and bouncers will be all over it. But don't worry too much. We don't have much trouble, and what we do isn't usually much. You ask if they're scening or drinking. If they're drinking, put a red band around their wrist. The bands go on with this special tool. Johnny showed Harry the tool, which looked like a pair of pliers with funny jaws. If they're playing, put a green one on them. Make sure the clamp is tight. If someone leaves through this door, cut the band off. Do not let anyone leave with a band on. Harry nodded. Okay. But what if I think someone's already had a few? You don't let them in if they're really drunk. Otherwise, just put a drinking ban on them. If you get attitude, come up with some of your own. Got it? Harry smiled. Sure do. Now how do I get into this stuff?
Frankie spoke from behind Harry. Come with me, some of the guys will help you. And you need to meet them anyway. You'll like most of them. You probably won't like Clark. He thinks he's all that in a bag of chips. He's not. Don't let him fool you. And Algie, he's a problem. He's too aggressive and thinks more of himself than is merited by his appearance and skills. Do not let him lord it over you. Now, you've got some stuff to do.
Harry followed Frankie into the interior of the club. The place was well lit, for now, and very clean. There were chairs all over the room, and tables, but there didn't seem to be enough tables for all the chairs. Harry remembered Frankie saying something about being a table. Harry shrugged, typical Gryffindor that he wasn't going to worry until it was time. Frankie opened a door and announced, "All right girls, here he is, don't scare him half to death. Just get him into his uniform and some makeup on him. Remember, he's only 16, hands off." One of the men stood up and examined Harry. "Oh, bollocks, I hate you. You're just too beautiful to be." Harry gazed at the man in puzzled dismay. "Excuse me. I'm what?" Frankie laughed and left, shutting the door behind him. Beautiful. Damn, and green eyes. Contacts? He gazed at Harry's eyes, making him uncomfortable. Yes, but not colored. Damn it, guys. He turned to the other men in the room. His eye color is natural. There were NS and groans from all over, but Harry realized they were friendly. Another man came over with a small tackle box filled with makeup and things Harry didn't recognize. "Okay. Love, let Mikey take a look at you. I'm glad Frankie had you come in early. It gives us time to play." Harry sat on the stool Mikey pulled out from under a mirrored table. He closed his eyes and let Mikey fiddle with his face. "Okay, open. What do you think?" Harry eyed the eyeshadow, mascara and lipstick with dismay. He didn't like it at all. It made him look. The only word he could come up with was slutty. He sighed. "It's okay. Maybe." Mikey shook his head. "You hate it. Don't worry about hurting my feelings. It's okay. Maybe, just a little less is more in your case." Another of the men insisted that Harry show them what Mikey had done. Most of them groaned and shook their heads. "Man, you made him look like a slut. He's a lockboy. Take it all off and try again." Mikey nodded. "I forgot that. Okay. Harry, go wash your face over there in the corner. Then come back and we'll try again. And, if you don't like it, let me know. I want you to feel as gorgeous as you look. Now scoot." Harry scooted. He scrubbed his face and gazed at himself in the mirror, trying to see what the others saw. All he saw was plain Harry Potter, scar head freak. He sighed heavily and went back to the stool. He squirmed as everyone in the room stared at him. Another man came over and introduced himself as Hal. "Look, hun, don't let Mikey intimidate you. He makes everyone look like a drag queen at first. Just tell him if you don't like it." Harry studied a cuticle intently. "I'm sorry, it's just that I don't want to disappoint him or make him mad." Hal snorted. "You won't. Just stick up for yourself. And smile. No one's going to laugh. Or if they do, it's not meant unkindly. Now, relax." Harry took a deep breath and tried to relax. This time it was better. Not so much eyeshadow and mascara, and the lipstick was gone. Mikey had substituted a subdued peach lip gloss instead. Harry eyed himself and shook his head. "It's still too much. I don't think I really need eyeshadow, and the mascara is making my contacts bother me." Harry went to wash his face again. Hal laughed at Mikey. "Mikey, you need to really back off on that boy. It's still way too much. How about barely there? Very subdued. He's not going to be on stage after all, just on the door." Mikey pouted. "And why you didn't tell me that right off, I'll never know." Another of the men called from the back of the room, "Because it's so much fun to torment you. We've gotten a good laugh watching you struggle to fix him up."
Harry felt awful for Mikey, but Mikey just threw a dirty foundation sponge at the man and announced, "Well, shit, see if I do your hair anymore." The whole room laughed. Harry started to be angry but found that he couldn't. The guys all seemed friendly and Mikey didn't seem really angry, just annoyed at his mates for having him on.
Okay. No more fooling around, Harry. This time I'll get it right. Close your eyes again. Harry complied and Mikey's fingers fluttered over his face. This time, when he opened his eyes, he looked different. His eyes looked huge and very green. He looked older but not jaded. He eyed himself critically for a moment. I like it. I look good. Now, if only but... Harry trailed off, his one wish unvoiced. Wish what, pet? If I can, I'll fix it. You don't like something? What? Harry looked at Mikey for a moment then just lifted his bangs. I keep my fringe long because of this. I wish I could hide it. It's ugly. Mikey and the rest of the guys looked at the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead. Mikey just sighed. Well, shit, I should have noticed that. But you're really good at hiding it. So let me see. Mikey fished around in his box for a moment. Then turned to another of the men. Geo, do you still have that cover-up kit? The one you got that was too dark? Geo fished around in a drawer of the mirror station he was sitting at. Yeah, somewhere in this mess I call a vanity. Uh-huh. Here it is. Geo pulled a plastic case out of the bottom drawer and tossed it to Mikey. Mikey caught the case easily and opened it. He showed it to Harry and explained, this is a heavy, opaque foundation. It'll cover that scar, but if you're not careful, you'll attract more attention to it by trying to hide it than if you just left it alone. I'll do it for you, this time, but you've got to learn how to do it yourself. I won't be able to do it for you every night, okay? Harry looked at the case for a second. I see. I hope it works. I really hate this scar. And I know you won't have time to fool with me every night. I'll want to know how to do it anyway. I'll probably use it all the time, thanks. Mikey showed Harry how to use a funny, white, wedge-shaped sponge to pat the makeup onto his scar. Then he powdered over it and let Harry see that it completely covered his scar. Now, don't touch it. Once it dries, it'll be waterproof, but if you rub at it, you can rub it off. And don't wear a hat or anything. Next, we need to get you into your kit. Harry wondered if he could die from blushing, but the men standing around watching his makeup lesson were all wearing robes over some costumes that were literally a bit of leather and some chains. Harry decided that he wasn't going to act like a child over a pair of shorts and a jacket.
Harry allowed himself to be stripped down to his shorts. The unexpected gasps made him flinch. He'd forgotten about his almost healed back. It just itched now and he hadn't bothered to try to get a look at it. Frankie or Johnny put salve on it every night, so he'd expected it to heal without scars. Evidently, it hadn't.
Harry, who did this to you? You should call the law on them. The man looked indignant. Harry decided that honesty was the best way to go. Won't do any good. That's why I ran away. My uncle did it. He's my legal guardian. So, here I am. Don't tell anyone, please? Mikey had to wipe his eyes. Hal looked like he was going to be sick and the rest weren't much better off. Sure thing, kiddo. No one will turn you in. That's why you're with Smooth and Silky, right? Harry looked puzzled. Who? Frankie and Johnny. They don't use their real names, the jokes just don't stop. Now, let us get you into your kit, okay? Harry just nodded, realizing with a red face that he was standing around in just his shorts. Okay, and kinda fast too. I feel a definite draft. The laughter made Harry feel good. He felt a bit better and a lot worse as soon as he was in his uniform. The shorts were indecently tight and the belt around his waist was stiff. The collar was lined with silk brocade and comfortable enough, but it made Harry feel self-conscious, and the jacket didn't do much to keep him warm. All it did was cover his upper body in a tight sheath of leather. Well, you're so pretty it ought to be a crime. Frankie whistled at Harry, making him blush deep red. I'm not. But look, Harry lifted his bangs. Mikey hid my scar. What do you think? Very nice. You're looking very good. Come on, I'll show you how to work the door.
Lucius Malfoy straightened his robes and prepared to talk to Headmaster Dumbledore. He hated the way the man could still make him feel like he was 17. He was going to have to see if he couldn't do something about getting more access to Hogwarts. He didn't like being kept out of Slytherin except when Dumbledore approved a request for a visit. He didn't like being denied instant access to Draco. For any reason, he dragged his attention back to the task at hand.
Welcome, Lucius. I understand you have something to say to me? Dumbledore wore his usual twinkle, a bit subdued right now but still there. Yes, I have abandoned Voldemort. It seems that Draco can't stand him. I thought, but never mind that. I have come to you to ask for your protection, not for myself, but for Draco. Will you grant it? Dumbledore gazed at Lucius for several tension-filled moments. How do you expect me to believe this? What guarantees are you willing to give as to your truthfulness? Veritaserum. As long as you promise not to pry beyond my turning my coat, I will not place myself, nor Draco, in more danger than necessary by telling tales out of school, as the saying goes. Lucius made a face at the thought of Veritaserum. It gave him a headache. Dumbledore nodded, then shifted in his chair. Well, I don't think that will be necessary. You'll give your word that you'll no longer support the Dark Lord. I'll be satisfied with that. I know you well enough to know that you won't break it once given. Tea? Lucius gave his oath and accepted the tea. He spent the next hour being quizzed by Dumbledore on Voldemort's actions. He told what he could, ignored what he couldn't. School will reconvene in another week. Draco will be back? Of course. I'll ask Severus to keep a special eye on him. Things are going to be difficult for him now. I'll be back as often as I can to see him. Excuse me. I believe I'm about to overstay my welcome. Dumbledore just nodded. Don't be a stranger, my boy. Lucius left with a pounding headache and an upset stomach. He wondered, not for the first time, what Dumbledore put in his tea. Dumbledore sat at his desk, staring at the staircase for quite a while after Lucius left. Draco looked his rooms over. They were in need of redecoration. He wished his mother were there to help him, but what was. She was much safer in France than she was here. Also, it kept her from giving away things best kept secret. Like Harry being Lucius's ward. Harry was going to go mental when he found out. If they could ever find him. Draco bit at his lip, a great deal more worried than he wanted to acknowledge. This was going to be a very difficult term. He was wondering how he was going to get through it. All his so-called friends were sure to rag him for changing allegiances. He really wasn't looking forward to it. Perhaps he could convince his father to keep their changeover secret until summer. Or at least until they found Harry. He sighed and sat down to finish his homework. Severus Snape rubbed his face and sighed. He'd just finished his lesson plans for the next term.
Why he had to redo them, he couldn't tell. It wasn't like he changed his plans from year to year. In fact, he'd never changed them, but Dumbledore insisted that he turn in a new copy every term. This copy was the most illegible yet. His writing had suffered from the nerve damage. Potions were helping, repairing the damage slowly but surely. He could brew now without undue trouble, but when he was tired his hand still shook, and he still needed a cane as his left leg dragged a bit.
He wasn't looking forward to the second half. When the students found that their precious golden Gryffindor was missing, all hell was going to break loose. And Neville Longbottom would surely melt a cauldron the first week, or he was sadly mistaken. Snape sighed softly. He was tired and Dumbledore wanted him out the first thing tomorrow. When he got his hands on Potter, the boy was going to regret disappearing like this. Ron wrote to Hermione telling her everything he knew. She wrote back to him. Pigwidgeon was exhausted by the letter. 6 pages double-crossed. Ron grumbled at that. He didn't know why she insisted in doing that. It wasn't like she couldn't afford the parchment. And having lines of her tight writing not only running left to right in the regular way but from top to bottom, forcing him to turn the page on its side and then from corner to corner as well, made it almost unreadable. He sighed heavily and began to puzzle out her message. Hermione was worried about Harry, as well she should be, but Ron couldn't figure out what she expected him to do about it.
He didn't know the first thing about Muggle London, or anywhere else Muggle for that matter. He was just as worried as Hermione was, but he was well aware that any attempt on his part to find him was sure to attract unwanted attention from Voldemort or the Ministry. Dad was sure to go straight to Fudge if they found Harry. And what would happen then made him cringe. He'd looked at this problem from every angle and he didn't see it turning out well no matter what.
Ron picked up his quill and wrote back to Hermione, telling her to keep her head and not go barging off in every direction. If she could figure out where they should look, he'd give it a try. Otherwise they needed to trust Dumbledore to find Harry. Not that he liked it, it was the only thing he could think of to do, for now. Harry smiled at the big man who stood just inside the door. He knew him from the dressing room. He was one of the handlers. The men who made sure that the subs didn't get into more than they could handle. The guy, whose name was Johnson, was there to help him until he got used to working the door. After settling into his chair, Harry arranged his supplies in the small drawer under the table. It was no more than a pencil drawer, but it was good enough to keep the bands, clips, cutter and plier-like clip tool out of reach of the customers. He also had a stamp pad and marker. These were for stamping the hands of players who left. They would not be allowed to return to the club as players if they left. The marker was just there. Harry wasn't sure what it was for. I'm set up, I think. Do you see anything I should have done that I haven't? Harry glanced at Johnson, who shook his head. Harry leaned on his hand, elbow on the table. Johnson crossed his arms and leaned on the wall. Now all they had to do was wait for customers to start arriving. Since it was a weeknight, there wouldn't be much traffic, or so Johnny said. That was why Harry was starting tonight. It would give him time to get accustomed to the routine without pressure of a lot of customers to deal with. Harry was glad for that. He wasn't sure how he was going to tell someone they couldn't come in, or that they had already had a drink so they couldn't play. Johnson noticed his nervousness and shifted to look fully at him. What's the matter, kid, nervous? So Harry told Johnson his worries. He was a bit nervous about doing so, as it had always left him open to scorn and abuse before, but Frankie and Hal had both told him to trust Johnson. Johnson didn't let him down. You just politely tell them, if that doesn't stick, get firm. If that doesn't do it, I'll handle it. See, that's what the panic button is for. If you have trouble on the door, just push it. One of us will be here in 2 seconds. Be nice until it's time not to be nice, then kill him. Johnson's grin left Harry chuckling softly. Okay, thanks, that makes me feel much better, so they waited. It didn't really take all that long. It was about 7:30 p.m. when the first group came in the door. Harry waited a moment for the people to form a line, then he just asked the first man in line, playing or drinking? The man waggled his eyebrows and smirked. What do you think, gorgeous? Harry flicked his eyes up and said the first thing that popped into his head. I think I failed divination. Playing or drinking? The man deflated and announced. Drinking. Harry put a band around his wrist, crimped it on and motioned for him to enter the club. The rest of the line answered his question politely and the foyer was empty. Johnson poked at his hair and snickered. Harry just grinned at him.
Harry spent the rest of the night on the door. Johnson stayed with him until nearly midnight, then went inside. Harry sighed softly. He was freezing. Johnson wore a bomber-style jacket in satin and didn't seem to feel the cold, but every time the door opened, Harry was hit with a blast of cold air. The door was always closed quickly, but the constant draft was chilling. He shivered but stuck to his post.
The last couple complained that the foyer was cold, got their bracelets and went inside. Frankie showed up about 10 minutes later and locked the door. He turned to Harry and explained, We're open until 2 a.m. but we lock the door and don't let anyone in after midnight. Too many drunks want in this late. It saves us a ton of trouble. Come on inside. Just then the outer door opened and someone knocked on the inner door. Frankie just called, Sorry, closed. Please come back tomorrow. There were disappointed groans and some grumbling. Frankie felt sorry for the two younger men and opened the door to give them a coupon. They took it, thanked him politely and left. Frankie turned to Harry, shivering. Damn, it's cold, and you're looking decidedly blue. Why didn't you say something? I didn't want to be a bother. The other guy didn't seem cold and the guy who's usually here didn't say anything. Yeah, well. You're never a bother if it's a legitimate complaint, and Johnson and Carl are both Polar Bear Club members. Come in. Let's get you warmed up. And we're going to have to figure out something else. It's too cold in here for you to be sitting around in that. Frankie motioned to Harry's cold leather costume. Leathers say. Why, but not very warm. Harry followed Frankie into the club. He noticed the coat check window which was only half open. Frankie, hold up a sec. Look. Harry motioned to the window. If you open that all the way, I could set up in there. It'd be warm and there's plenty of room. What do you think? Frankie nodded. I don't like having them in the club before they're sorted, but as cold as it is, it'll do. Maybe we could put up a red velvet rope. You know, on those brass stands? That'd keep them in line until you could get them banded and bouncers could circulate through just enough to get them to stay in queue. Harry nodded. Yeah, that'd work. Man, now that I'm inside, I'm freezing. Harry shivered violently. Frankie just turned him over to one of the men he called handlers, telling the man to take him to the recovery room and warm him up. Hell, pet, your lips are blue. Come on. My name's Alvin. I'll take you into the recovery room and get you fixed up. I don't know what those two were thinking, putting a skinny little thing like you on the door. In the cold like that. Harry tucked his hands into his armpits and scurried after Alvin. I don't think they realized how cold it gets. When the door's closed, it's nice, but open the door and a cold draft just whips through there. And Johnson and that other guy are members of the Polar Bear Club. What's that? Here, let me get you out of your kit. Alvin stood Harry in the middle of the room and started unlocking things.
The Polar Bear Club is a bunch of nutters who go swimming in the Thames in the middle of the winter. In America they even chop through the ice on Lake something or other and jump in. Alvin tossed Harry's uniform into a small bag and wrapped him in a terry robe and settled him on a couch. Here, your feet are like blocks of ice. Socks. Where are socks? Put them on while I get you some hot tea. Alvin left and Harry pulled on the socks. He already felt better.
Alvin came back with a heavy mug full of milky tea and a blanket. He tucked the blanket around Harry and handed him the tea. So, better? Harry nodded after sipping at his tea. I've got to get back out on the floor. I've got a table to change out. I'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. Harry blinked for a second, then wondered what the hell the man was talking about. He found out.
The man was helped into the room and stripped of a load of chain and leather that made Harry blink. Then he was given a robe and socks just like Harry's. He flopped down on a couch and sighed. Man, I'm tired. I'm getting too old for this. All that kneeling hurts my knees too much. Even if it's only in 2-hour shifts. I'm gonna have to speak to Frankie about changing jobs.
Harry watched as Alvin and another man settled on both sides of the fainting couch and started to rub the man's legs. He sighed again in relief. Guys. A table? What's going on? Frankie said something about me being a table.
Oh, hi. Don't let it scare you. I'm George, by the way. Harry couldn't help but think that the lean-framed, black-headed older man didn't look much like a George to him. The inner club features living furniture. Tables, lamp stands and footstools and whatnot. All real people. It's not bad. But my table days are numbered. I can't take the kneeling anymore. Maybe I can be a plant stand instead.
Harry snickered into his tea, visions of the man standing with a vase of flowers on his head. Maybe. I'm sure Frankie and Johnny will fix it. I'm warm now. Would you like some tea? I'll be happy to get it if someone will tell me where it is. Alvin pointed to a door. Kitchen is just through there. He likes 2 sugars. The guys will show you where everything is. Harry went through the door and found that Mikey was in there. George wants some tea. Where is everything? Mikey kindly showed him where the tea was and how to turn on the kettle. Harry made the tea and added the sugar. He carried it in to George, who accepted it with a sigh and a smile. Harry settled back on his couch to finish his now cold tea. He was amazed to see that men and boys were trickling into the room, brought in by big men in black trousers and t-shirts, some wearing bomber jackets like Johnson. Some of them were still wearing some very odd-looking garments. Harry shuddered when he saw one man with his arms bound behind his back with some sort of leather gloves laced together. Instead of worrying about it, Harry got up and went to make tea. He put bags in several mugs and poured water on all of them. As the handlers came in to make tea for their charges, they found it ready. All they had to do was put in the sugar and milk or lemo. When he was sure that everyone had tea, he fixed himself another cup and went back. All the couches were occupied now. Everyone had on robes and socks or slippers and a cup of tea in their hands. He settled on a footstool and looked around. Hey, it's Harry's first day. We ought to do something nice. There was a general agreement and a chant of, cake, cake, cake. Soon went up. There was a scuffle and a small box was produced. Everyone scurried around, finding their money. The box was soon filled with bills and change. We'll have to have it tomorrow, there's no place open this late. Harry blushed. Look, there's no need to go to all that trouble just for me. He was hushed and laughed at. Frankie finally showed up to collect him. He was dressed and waiting, a bit embarrassed by all the attention. Well, how was your first night? Oh, it was good. But they took up a collection and the guys are getting me a cake. They don't have to go to all that trouble just for me. Tell them. Johnny's laughter rang out in the deserted street. Taking my life in my hands, that'd be. Not a chance. Get between that bunch of queens and a cake. No thank you. Frankie laughed too and Harry relaxed. They made it home just after 2:30 a.m. and Harry headed straight for his room. He had to be up in just under 5 hours to go to the dojo. Harry made it to the dojo in plenty of time only because Johnny literally dragged him out of the bed, handed him his duffel and shoved him out the door. Harry Mo.net and hurried off. He made it to the dojo with plenty of time to catch his breath, but no breakfast. His stomach grumbled but he settled into his place with good grace. He bowed to the chair and waited for Master Lu to come into the dojo. It didn't take him long to show up. Harry got the feeling that he was watching from somewhere. Good morning, Harry. How are you? I hear that you worked at the club last night. Harry bowed to Master Lu and nodded. Yes, I did. I was on the door. You didn't get much sleep either, I take it. Harry shrugged. I planned on taking a nap this afternoon. But I'm good. I'm used to missing out on sleep. Homework and stuff, you know. Very well. Master Lu motioned to Harry to stand up. Harry rose to his feet and waited to see what he was to do next. I'm going to show you a short kata. A series of movements, kicks and punches. You'll work on getting this right today. Harry nodded then shivered as a funny feeling swept over him. He looked around, completely missing Dobby standing on a rafter. Are you all right, Harry? Master Lu looked at him with concern. Yeah, just a cold chill. I got a bit too cold last night. Every time the door opened a huge draft came in. I'll be fine. Master Lu demonstrated the kata and then showed Harry every form, one at a time. Harry caught on quickly and Master Lu then demanded that he do the kata perfectly 5 times. Harry groaned silently and started. He worked diligently and managed his 5 perfect run-throughs, finally. It felt like he'd been working for hours to get his kata right, but a look at the clock on the dojo wall showed that he'd only been working for a little over an hour. Master Lu congratulated him on perfecting his kata so quickly and announced that they'd have tea and rice before Harry had to start his chores. Harry bowed to Master Lu and thanked him for his kindness. Well, Harry, I'm very proud of you. You're a very quick learner and diligent in your exercises. The master handed Harry a cup of tea and a bowl filled with rice sprinkled with something green. Thank you, but it was mostly due to your teaching. Harry shifted uncomfortably at the praise. He'd had so little in his life that he was never sure how to react. For results like this, a good teacher needs a good student. The master gave Harry a sharp look. You're not used to being praised, are you? A humble man accepts praise with thanks. A fool denies his own worth. Harry sipped at the tea and realized that it wasn't tea but a tisane, or herbal mixture. This is good. What's in it? Licorice, king's foil, willow bark, King Solomon's seal and a few other things. Why? Harry sipped again. I'm interested. Herbology is interesting. I've just never had time for it until now. If it's a secret or I'm annoying you, just tell me. Master Lu smiled over his own cup. You're not annoying and it's no secret. I'm just used to students. I believe the phrase is beeping up by pretending to be interested. I apologize. Harry nearly spit his tea. No one ever apologized to him, ever. Oh, no, sir, I mean, Sensei, I'm really interested. When I finish my chores, can I come into the shop and help you? Certainly. I'll be happy to have you. Now, finish your rice then you better start on your chores. Although you finished your class so quickly that you have plenty of time. Okay. I'll try to hurry. Harry got his supplies from the closet and headed for the showers. They needed cleaning today. He sighed when he saw the state they were in. There'd been a competition last night and the showers were a mess. There were soggy bars of soap on the floor and soaked towels everywhere. He knew he wasn't supposed to pick up after the students, but he had to clean the room and couldn't do that with the mess all over the floor. He decided quickly that he'd pick it all up, clean and just tell Master Lu. He started to pick up the towels when he heard a pop. Dobby, hi, how are you? Dobby is fine. What is Master Harry Potter, sir, doing? Chores. This is how I'm paying for my lessons, remember? Dobby is not stupid, nor is he forgetful. Dobby is wanting to know why Harry Potter, sir, is not using cleaning charms. Harry rubbed at his scar, which was itching. Dobby, you're a free house elf. Don't you think you could call me Harry? It's really annoying, never mind. And I'm not using magic, I don't care. I'm afraid that the ministry can track my wand. Sorry, I'm tired and a bit cranky. Dobby looked Harry over. He knew that Harry found his excessive politeness a burden. Dobby will call Harry Potter Harry if it makes you happy. And Dobby will teach Harry cleaning charms that house elves use. The ministry, nasty months that they are, do not track this magic. So, will Harry learn? Harry gazed at the mess. He was tired and he wanted to learn about the tea. Okay. Show me. Dobby pointed his finger at a towel and twirled it, muttering something nonsensical. There. The towel rose into the air and flew into the hamper. Harry had Dobby repeat the words for him several times until he got the intonation and pacing right. Then he tried the same motions and spell. The towel he pointed at flew up into the air and flew around the room, flapping wildly. Dobby snickered and peered at Harry, rolling his eyes slightly. Not quite so much magic, please, sir. Intent is enough. Try again. Harry did so and was soon getting the towels to fly into the hamper like birds. That was brilliant. And the soap, I can do the soaked bars without having to touch them. Slimy things. Dobby nodded. Yes, and when Harry, sir, is done, Dobby will teach him how to clean. Scourgify is good, but Dobby knows spells and charms that is better. Specifically made for the task. This is good. Harry grinned at Dobby. Thanks. This is brilliant. I did some magic at Frankie and Johnny's, but I'll admit that it made me really uncomfortable. I wish I knew, but never mind. Dobby held out his hand. Will Harry Potter sorry. Harry trust Dobby with his wand for a moment? Harry handed over his wand with only a slight hesitation. Sure, here, what are you going to do? Dobby just fingered the wand carefully for a moment. Here. Feel just here. Harry can tell where the ministry has put its leash. See? Harry laid his hand over Dobby's and tried to sense whatever the elf was feeling. Yes. There's like a string feeling thing. Right there. I wonder what would happen if I broke it. Dobby shrugged. The ministry would know. But if you feel just like this, see? Then you can tell if the nasty snitching spell is going to tell on you. Harry nodded. Yeah, I see. So I can start a spell and see if it's going to activate the spy. If it is, all I have to do is stop the spell before it triggers anything. Thanks, Dobby, that makes me feel much better. Dobby taught Harry spells to clean tile, and chrome and porcelain. Harry quickly learned them all. He also tried the wanded spells, approved by Dobby, that he'd learned from the book Hermione had given him. They worked too. And none of them triggered the ministry's spy spell. Great. I'm all done. Thanks so much, Dobby. Now I can go into the shop and learn about the herbs. Dobby nodded solemnly. This is good. Harry Potter needs to learn everything he can. Dobby is going back to Hogwarts now. Goodbye. He snapped his fingers and popped out. Harry headed for the apothecary shop and Master Lou's interesting herbs. Draco scowled in dissatisfaction. This was going to be a very hard second half. He had to balance his activities in Slytherin with, frankly, beeping up to Granger and Weasley. Neville Longbottom and Seamus Finnegan as well. Although Longbottom wasn't actually that bad, it was going to be difficult to keep from sneering at Weasley and Granger. It was an ingrained habit. Longbottom and Finnegan, on the other hand, he'd mostly ignored, so it would be easier to ingratiate himself with them. He nearly jumped out of his skin when a voice from the door said, "That's an impressive scowl. What's wrong, my dragon?" "I'm not looking forward to going back to school. The flap over Harry being missing is going to make the whole place mental. And beeping up to Gryffindor is going to be hard. I'll just have to pretend like mad, I suppose." "Pretend, my dragon?" Lucius put a hand on Draco's shoulder and squeezed. "To be a good person. I'm not, you know. I'm as hard and cold as you are. We're in it deep with no way out except to grovel. Discreetly, of course." "I see. Yes, we must grovel most discreetly, but still. My dragon, be careful what you pretend to be. Sooner or later you will become that thing. Perhaps if we pretend hard enough." He let the thought hang between them. "You're right, father. I'll pretend very hard." Maybe it'll get easier as I grovel along. I hope. Lucius drew his son gently into a hug, ing the top of his head. Harry opened the kitchen cabinets and rummaged to find something to fix for lunch. Hey, Harry, what are you doing? Looking for lunch fixings. What do you want me to fix? Frankie just shrugged. Whatever you want. I'm not really hungry. I have a match tonight, so I need to eat light. A match? What kind of match? Frankie handed Harry a can of tuna. Tuna salad would be good. There's a match at the dojo. I'm competing and doing a demonstration as part of the requirements for my next belt. Harry took the can and started looking in the refrigerator for the rest of the things he would need to make the salad. Would you open the tin for me? He dug around some more. Is there another tin? I don't think one is going to be enough. If I'm eating, that is. Frankie drew in a sharp breath. What do you mean, if I'm eating, pet? If we eat, you eat. I've noticed that you always ask before you eat anything. I thought it was just politeness. A way to let us know that you're eating something so we could put it on the shopping list. Now I'm thinking you've actually had to do without? Harry shrugged. Yeah, the Dursleys always said that I ate them out of house and home. But I never got enough to eat there. At school, I got plenty, but I went hungry a lot. It doesn't matter. Frankie slapped a hand down on the counter, making Harry flinch. Don't flinch. No one's going to hit you here. I won't let them. And you eat anything you want, whenever you want. All we ask is that, if you take the last of something, you tell us so we can put it on the list, okay? Understand? Harry nodded, wide-eyed at Frankie's fury. Okay, sure. Open tin? Okay? Frankie opened the tin, grumbling about the Dursleys under his breath. Harry mixed the tuna and other ingredients, then eyed the bowl. There's not enough. I can do without, I'm used to it. You will not. Boil 4 eggs and chop them up. We'll add them to the salad at the last minute so they don't break up too much. A little lettuce and tomato and we've got it made.
Harry finally got into the spirit of things. Well, there's a bag of crisps here. We could put a handful on the plate. That'd add a bit more. And oh, here's some pudding. Dessert. Looks like there's going to be plenty after all.
Great. I'll set up the tea. They bustled around the kitchen, boiling the eggs, preparing the lettuce and tomatoes, and setting up the teapot. They were just done when Johnny came home. I'm home. Where's the food? Frankie snorted and stage whispered to Harry. And now you know why I love him so. Harry just started chopping the eggs. It'll be ready in 5 minutes. Wash your hands. Johnny cracked up at that and headed for the washroom, still laughing. Frankie just set the kettle on. They ate and Harry offered to clean up the kitchen while Frankie and Johnny had some time together. He grinned as they hurried into the living room to settle on the couch to watch TV. When he finished, he told them he was going to take a nap as he was a bit short of sleep from getting home so late and up so early. All he got was an absent, sure thing from Johnny as they were both absorbed in the news. Harry kicked off his shoes and took off his belt. He flopped down on the bed and was asleep within moments. He woke a bit, once, when he sensed someone in the room. But it was only Frankie, putting an Afghan over him. He murmured, thanks, and fell back to sleep. When he woke again, Johnny was tapping at his door. Come on. If you get up right now, you'll have time for a shower before we have to go to the dojo. Harry scrambled out of bed and headed for the shower. It didn't take him long to shower, wash his hair and dry off. But when he started to get dressed, he had a small problem.
The salve Dobby had brought had helped him heal. His workouts at the dojo had hurt, but Harry hadn't thought to say so. He was so used to hurting one way or another that it hadn't occurred to him that anyone would care. But now he had a problem. The scabs were starting to peel off and his t-shirt was catching on one. It pulled uncomfortably. Johnny? Can you come in here for a moment? Harry just stood in the middle of the room with his shirt dangling from his hand. Both Frankie and Johnny had said that all he had to do was ask. So he was going to ask. Sure. Harry, what's up? Johnny stuck his head in the door. Oh, do you need to have some salve? I thought you were healed enough that you didn't need it anymore. At least that's what you said. Yeah, I'm almost healed. I don't need salve anymore, but the scabs are starting to peel off and my shirt is catching on them. Can you do something about it? Johnny walked into the room, still looking at Harry's back. Well, sure.
Sit down on your chair, straddle. Johnny gently poked at Harry's scabs. Stay right there. I'll have to trim some of them a bit. I'll cut off the loose parts, that'll keep them from catching on your shirt. I'll help you put on your shirt too. Sit still. Harry obediently sat still as Johnny trimmed away the loose parts of the scabs. He raised his arms over his head on command and let Johnny help him on with his shirt. Thanks. That's great. I feel lots better. Johnny finally made some connections and he didn't like it much. Harry. You've been learning to fall. Damn it. How'd your back take that? Kinda hurt. But I'm sure Master Lou wouldn't have asked me to do it if it was bad for me. Idiot boy. Johnny gave Harry an exasperated look. If something is hurting you, you have to tell us, and if you're scared at the club, you tell someone. You understand me? Johnny gave the arm he was gripping a little shake for emphasis. I mean it. Harry gazed at Johnny, startled. Oh, sure, I will. You really mean it, really? You're not just saying that. No, I'm not just saying that. Frankie will rip us both a new one. You tell, you hear? Harry nodded. I do. Thanks. Well, thanks. Harry glanced at the small clock on his bedside table. Shit, we better get going. Frankie was waiting impatiently by the door. In fact, he was just getting ready to call them when they hurried out of the hallway. Sorry, love. Had to take care of Harry's back. The scabs are peeling. Let's go.
Peeling. Scabs. Damn it. I'm such an idiot. I forgot that his back is still healing. He doesn't say anything about his hurts. Frankie turned to Harry. Harry, I'm so sorry. You should have said something. Did you tell Master Lou? You were doing falls. I'm sure it must have hurt.
Harry held up a hand. Don't upset yourself before a match. I'm fine. I'm used to it. Besides, the salve has some anesthetic in it. Stop fussing. Johnny already reamed me. We better hurry, we're going to be late if we don't. So the subject of Harry's back was dropped, to his satisfaction. But Johnny made a mental note to keep a better eye on Harry. They got to the dojo just in time. Frankie disappeared into the back, headed for the locker room. Harry looked around the central room, the dojo proper, and smiled in satisfaction. His hard work cleaning showed in every aspect of the room. The floor gleamed, the pillars were polished and even the rafters were clean. Johnny nudged Harry's arm. Good job. Place is spotless. Let's get a seat. I want right down in front. Harry led the way to a good seat and let Johnny get settled before he sat down himself. He had to smile a bit. The front 3 rows were traditional Japanese seating of small, thin, square cushions called zabuton with a round cushion on top. Harry knelt on his zabuton and tucked the zafu under his boots. He sighed then grinned as Johnny groaned and squirmed. You okay? Johnny grimaced. Kneel forward and tuck the zafu more to the front. It'll keep your knees from binding. Or you could break tradition and sit cross-legged. I know, I'd be fine if I didn't have to use a zafu. I'm more comfortable without. But I don't want to embarrass Frankie. Harry shook his head. The zafu is for people who aren't used to kneeling for a long time. Or someone who's meditating and needs to relax more. Just push it to the side if you don't want it. Johnny shoved the zafu aside and sighed in relief as his knees quit protesting. That's better. Just as they finished getting settled, a small gong sounded. Harry glanced at Johnny, who pointed to the door at one side of the throne, where Master Lou was seated. Harry sighed. He was going to have to get used to thinking of him as Lou Sefu. He'd found out from overhearing some students talking that he preferred that to Sensei. What's that for? Harry smiled at Johnny. Mr. Lou prefers to be called Sefu and I keep forgetting. Although he did say I could call him Sensei. As long as you're respectful, I don't think he really cares. He's earned either title 100 times over. Quiet, they're beginning. Harry settled down to watch the demonstrations. He wondered if he'd ever get to try out for a belt of his own.
They quieted themselves and watched as the demonstrations went from the youngest, trying out for their yellow belts, to the older students, trying out for brown belts. Harry paid careful attention to all of them but wondered when Frankie would demonstrate.
Harry sighed and stood up to stretch his legs a bit. He'd been kneeling for almost 3 hours and it was getting to him a bit. The current break was more than welcome. Johnny, when is Frankie going to demonstrate? It's getting late. Soon, probably next. He's the only black belt I know of that's going for his next dan. I'll admit that my legs are aching. They both walked around a bit, shaking out the cramps. When the signal sounded for the next demonstration, they hurried to settle back on their Zabuton. Frankie walked out of the same door the students had come from. He didn't look much like the Frankie Harry was familiar with. All his makeup was washed off, making him look older. His hair was straight, slicked back from his forehead and tied at the nape of his neck. He walked confidently to the area in front of Lucefu and bowed. Next he announced in a firm tone of voice, "Braking." Then put on a demonstration of braking that made Harry's eyes pop. He hadn't realized that Frankie could break a sweat, much less a 2x4. But he did, as well as a cinder block and several other things.
They all had to wait while some senior students cleaned the floor and put the mats, which had been removed during the break, back down. After they were through, Frankie said, "Multiple combatants." Several of the senior students, who were standing nearby, attacked him. He fought them all off, scoring several mortal contacts. Harry just sat, trying very hard to keep his jaw from hitting the floor. Finally Frankie announced, "Weapons, bow staff, fan."
Frankie accepted the bow staff from the judge, examined the 5-foot length of bamboo himself, then began his exercise. The staff flashed, stabbed and slashed. Frankie put on a display of footwork that made Harry gasp. After several minutes he handed the bow staff off and took the weapons that had evolved from the small scythes used to harvest rice. With one in each hand, Frankie danced over the mats, slashing and whirling the with deadly accuracy. His last weapon made Harry blink and Johnny laugh. Fan. Frankie handed the to the judge and took 2 simple-looking fans from him. The fans were simple solid-colored silk. But in Frankie's hands they were deadly weapons. The open fans slashed through the air like knives, and closed they became short bow, stabbing out with sharp pokes. The demonstration lasted 20 minutes, which left Frankie sweating lightly. Frankie bowed to Lucefu and the judge, then left by the same door he'd come in by. Harry was flabbergasted. "Johnny, that was incredible. He's so good. I never thought he's brilliant." Johnny laughed softly. "Just because he's a bit on the girly side, doesn't make him soft or weak. Don't forget that we both lived on the streets ourselves. For several years in Frankie's case. I like my manicures and he likes his curls and eye makeup. But if you push us too far, you'll find that we both bite." Harry sorted through his feelings for a moment, looking a bit wide-eyed. "Oh, well, I'll remember not to push you. Or him. Okay." Harry gave Johnny a doubtful look. Had he pushed too hard already? Did they want him to leave but were too polite to tell him so? Johnny proved to be somewhat of a mind reader. "Oh, pet, don't get that look on your face. You haven't pushed too hard. We don't want you to leave. You're a good kid and people haven't told you that enough. You're welcome until you want to leave. Now we better go hug Frankie. He'll be worrying about passing that demo. Come on."
The next 2 weeks were spent in working out at Lucefu's dojo, working the door at the silken cage and trying to keep up homework he wasn't sure he was ever going to use. Harry didn't like it. He liked learning martial arts at the dojo and cleaning it. He liked working the door at the club. But he was tired of hiding his magic, and Dobby wasn't helping any. Harry was sure he was doing something. His time at the dojo seemed odd, somehow. His workouts lasted forever, but when they looked at the clock, no time at all seemed to have passed. Harry was sure that Dobby was doing something, but he couldn't feel any magic in the air, so to speak. It worried him some. He was still very afraid that either Dumbledore or the Ministry would track him somehow. He decided to carry through with his request that Dobby teach him house elf magic. If he could even learn it.
Dobby came that evening. Harry had learned that, if he called, Dobby would hear him. So he called Dobby to come visit, and Dobby apparated into the alley across from the apartment. He'd come to the front door and knock. Either Frankie or Johnny would let him in without comment, and they'd visit. Dobby brought him books from somewhere or other and encouraged him to study. "Dobby, I want to start learning house elf magic. Show me something?" Dobby nodded, ears flapping comically. "Dobby will show. First, very good cleaning charm. Harry Potter, sir, needs to learn it anyway." Harry grimaced. One of Dobby's constant complaints was that Harry took too long to get his chores at the dojo done. And he left dust in the corners. So Harry reached for his wand. Dobby just sighed. Harry Potter, sir. You cannot do elf magic with a wand. Cleaning is so. He twirled a finger near his ear while bending and straightening it oddly. A small breeze told Harry that the charm had worked. He tried several times before he got it right, only the breeze was nearly a hurricane. Dobby waved a hand to cancel the spell. Good, good. Many young elfses take a long time to get that powerful. Now Harry Potter, sir, must learn control. Only use half that power. You sure? More like a quarter, I should think. Harry rubbed his eyes. His contacts were a week old and this was the last day. They were making his eyes burn. If Harry Potter, sir, can only use a quarter of his power, showed Dobby. Harry tried the spell again and succeeded in getting the spell right the first time. Dobby nodded, announcing that Harry was very smart, for a wizard. He spent the rest of the evening teaching Harry spells. Harry went to bed early, exhausted. Harry, we better get going. You slept in this morning and took more time than usual with the chores. We'll be late, which doesn't look good for a boss. Come on.
Harry gulped down the last of his tea and put the cup in the sink without rinsing it. Sorry. Dobby and I stayed up a little later than I expected to. Glad I wasn't scheduled at the dojo today or I'd never have made it. Grab my jacket, will you?
Frankie brought Harry's jacket to him. Harry studied the man, trying to see the warrior inside him. Frankie blinked back, head cocked to one side. What is it? Harry ducked his head. Nothing, I was just looking. Oh, as long as I don't have a smut on my cheek or something. Hurry, now. They laughingly jammed shoulders in the door, then scurried down the walk to the club, laughing at themselves companionably. At the door, Harry went his way and Frankie went into the back. Harry got into his uniform and set up his things in the coat room. They'd permanently moved the banding station there. It made it easy to write the claim check number for coats right on the band. Harry's idea. Harry settled on the tall stool in the corner and waited. The doors wouldn't open for another half hour, so there was plenty of time. He wondered where Arthur was, the man who was supposed to work coat check tonight. After waiting for 10 minutes, he decided to do the setup himself. That way it would be ready when they opened and Arthur wouldn't get in trouble. Frankie stuck his head in the door just as Harry was finished. Arthur not here yet? I'll have to call him. I've got 3 inexperienced boys on the floor and one of the handlers called in sick. Flu is killing me, I swear. Harry started to say something, changed his mind and laughed. Frankie gave him a startled look, then, realizing what he'd said, laughed too. Johnny eased up behind Frankie and asked him what was so funny. Frankie told him and he snickered before saying, well, the flu is sure killing business. We'll have to pull one man off the bar to the floor and one of the floor boys will have to check coats. Harry thought quickly. I think I can do both. I'll try, okay. If I can't handle it, I'll push the panic button and let you know. How's that? Johnny moved to cup Harry's chin in his hand. Gazing into his green eyes, Johnny thought for a second. Okay. But only if you promise to buzz if you have trouble. Harry nodded. I promise. Now, you'd better get inside and sort out that mess. Frankie nodded and followed an already retreating Johnny back into the club proper. Harry braced himself for a busy night and thanked his lucky stars that it was a weeknight. Things started out slow with a few singles and 2 couples drifting in. Harry handled them easily, calmly explaining the situation and thanking them for their patience. He even got a tip. Things went well until about 10:30 p.m. when the drunks started trying to get in. Harry's usual bouncer partner was in the club tending bar due to the short-handedness in the club. Harry told the man that he wasn't allowed to play as he'd been drinking. Of course the man got rowdy about it. Harry opened the narrow gate in the counter and stepped into the main room. Sir, I'll have to ask you to leave. You're causing a disturbance. I'm not leavin'. Wanna play, gonna play. You can't stop me. The man was drunkenly loud, so heads turned all over the room. Harry thought he was going to have to call for help, then decided that Lu Sefu had taught him several moves that would work. The idiot helped him out by grabbing at him.
It was all Harry could do not to reach for his wand, which was in his bedroom anyway. He grabbed the hand nearest to him and pulled, jerking the man off balance. Then Harry managed to turn the man around with his arm cranked up between his shoulder blades. He frog marched him to the door which a customer kindly held open. Harry thrust the man out into the cold with a sharp, "And don't come back." There was a patter of applause from the bystanders, which embarrassed Harry no end. He ducked his head as he made his way back to his station. He didn't see Frankie smiling happily or Johnny's appraising stare.
Harry checked the clock, noted that it was time to lock the door. He left the coat room and flicked the lock on the door. As he turned, he ran into a customer. "Oh, excuse me, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't see you." Harry tried to cut around the man who moved to block him. Harry moved the other way only to be cut off again. "Sir, please let me pass. Pay the toll and I'll let you by." Harry had no intention of ing the man. "I don't pay for something that's already mine. I don't play. I'm a lockboy. Let me by." The man tried once again to get Harry to key him, but Johnny showed up at his back and announced, "You don't harass the boys. If you want a key, I'll find you someone who wants to key you for a price. Come on." He turned to Harry, "Excuse us. You're off shift, go to the back." His voice was stern but his wink was not.
Harry headed straight for the back, anxious to be out of his harness. It was comfortable physically, but it left Harry feeling odd. Like he was a parcel of something for sale. Then he realized that that was exactly what he was, for sale. Sooner or later he'd have to decide if he wanted to work the back rooms, or not. He wasn't sure what to do. If he worked, everyone would be pleased with him. If he didn't, would they make him leave? He had to decide what he was going to do sometime.
Harry decided to forget about it for now. Maybe he wouldn't be good enough to work the back rooms. He'd worry about it when the time came. Right now all he wanted was to get out of his harness. He was greeted at the door of the lounge by a handler who just peeled him out of the harness and walked off with it. Another boy handed him a robe and some slippers. Harry had finally gotten over being embarrassed by his body. No one else paid any attention to it. Why should he? Harry settled on one of the comfortable couches and took a cup of tea from a handler. He smiled his thanks and sipped. He had to admit that he was chilly even though he'd been in the club proper instead of in the vestibule. He was nearly finished when his buddy came in. "Hey, I heard you had trouble, and that you handled it by yourself. I'd love to have seen that. Lou Safu is a great teacher." Harry flushed and mumbled into his tea, "It wasn't anything much. He was drunk and I'm doing really well in my training. You'd have handled it a lot better, I'm sure." This was greeted with a snort. "Don't run yourself down. I don't know any kid your age who would be this calm after something like that. You're a real cool customer. Finish your tea and get dressed. Frankie says they're going to make an early evening of it. And stay warm, that flu is really making the rounds." Harry nodded, finished his tea and reached for his clothing. He just tossed it on any old way and hurried out to the back end of the club. Frankie was waiting for him at the back door and pulled him into a quick hug. "You did good. I'm very proud of you. Come on, let's go home." Harry was quiet all the way home. He'd done a good job, he knew that, but it was the first time he'd ever been told so. It felt very good. He slept very well that night. The flu epidemic continued to take a toll on the world in general and the silken cage in particular. Harry minded the door by himself for the rest of the weekdays, not that he had any trouble. Word got around. Friday night they scurried to the club in a flurry of snowflakes and frozen wind. Harry was just finished with his arrangements when a man he'd only seen a few times slipped into the coat room. "Johnny wants you in the club. He said to tell me what to do." Harry didn't ask any questions, he just explained the procedure quickly and hurried off. He was glad he wasn't going to be on the door during the weekend. It was much rowdier then. "Johnny, you wanted me?" "Yeah, I did. You know how to mix a drink?" Harry shook his head. "No, I'm afraid my skills are limited to whiskey soda and a screwdriver. But, if you can get the formula, I can probably fake it well enough." Johnny gave Harry a look then said, "Formula? Whatever. I'll see if I can't find a copy of The Bartender's Friend." Harry blinked. "The what?" "It's a book with recipes for drinks all arranged alphabetically by name and by liquor. And stupid as it sounds, no tasting. You're too young and I don't want you drunk." Harry just shrugged. He was used to cooking without tasting. He wasn't allowed at the Dursleys. "Okay. No tasting. And I don't want to be drunk, it makes people stupid. Do I get a different uniform?" Johnny grinned. "Yeah, But you keep the collar. Now Scoot. You have to change.
Harry grinned and scooted. It didn't take him long to be outfitted with a different harness and a new collar. The harness crossed his chest from shoulders to the center of his east bone and around his waist. It was just a standard harness. His shorts were tighter and had longer legs. The locks were the same. Harry felt more comfortable as he was more covered.
The senior barman grinned at him and handed him a paring knife. I hope you know how to cut garbage. Harry blinked for a second. Garbage? No, I don't think so.
Oh, man, a real newbie. Well, my name's Waldo, and no jokes please. Harry handed him his best, look and waited for more information. So, garbage is the not so nice term for all that crap people like on their drinks. Orange peels and lemo. Wedges and cherries on sticks and whatnot all. It all winds up in the garbage sooner or later, so that's what we call it. I'll show you what to do. Just cut it nice so I don't have to fool with getting it to do its thing. Okay.
Harry nodded, cutting things just right he could do. Between Petunia and Professor Snape he knew that much. He stood and watched as Waldo cut oranges, pineapple, limes, and of all things cucumbers and celery. There. Think you can do that? Harry just took the knife and started in cutting. It didn't take him long to cut up enough to fill all the steel containers with different arrangements of stuff on tiny plastic swords and umbrellas. I'm done. Now what? I'll show you how to draw beer. And don't mess with the Guinness, you'll never learn to do it right in one night. I'll handle all of it. Now, here's what to do. Harry found that drawing beer wasn't as easy as it looked. It had to come up to a specific mark on the glass and couldn't overflow by more than this much, and it had to have a specific amount of head on it. Harry tried several times before he got it right and worried about the waste. Waldo came back to look at what he'd done and patted him on the shoulder. Well, don't that I've never seen anyone learn that fast before. Now, here's a bartender's friend. Look it over a bit. I've marked the most popular drinks. Learn them. If someone wants something really out there, tell the waiter to come to me.
Harry nodded and wedged himself into a corner at the back of the bar to stay out of Waldo's way while he read. Most of the drinks Waldo had marked only had 2 or 3 ingredients and the amounts were easy. 1 part this to 1 part that to a part and a half of something else, or even easier, a jigger of something to several ounces of one kind of mixer or other. He relaxed a bit. This wasn't going to be so hard.
Waldo wandered by with his hands full of glasses. You ready? As I'll ever be. What if I take the back corner of the bar and just mix stuff and draw beers? Won't work. Everything made to order, that's the rule. Good idea, but it won't float here. Okay. Sorry. Harry ducked his head. Don't worry. I like to see a little initiative in a guy. I'll keep you to washing glasses and doing prep as much as I can. But you'll have to jump in if I get swamped. Okay. Well, brace yourself. Here they come. The doors had been unlocked while they were talking and customers were headed in the door in a small flood. Harry was swept up in a rush of easy drinks and laughter. He coped fine mostly. When he couldn't, Waldo was right there to help him out. He didn't have to tell the waitstaff to take the complicated things to Waldo. They did it on their own. The night went well and Harry actually enjoyed himself. All the rushing around and mixing drinks kept him distracted enough that he didn't mind when someone flirted with him. In fact, he didn't notice it much at all. Harry, wash the last of those glasses and I'll dry. Then we can get out of this kit and into something more comfortable. Waldo laughed at what Harry had learned was a joke. He just didn't get the point of it. I'm almost done. I'd really like to go watch the dancers. I've never seen. Please? Waldo snorted. Don't see the sense of it myself. Why watch what you can't touch? But go ahead. Harry thought about that while he finished the last glass. Maybe the safety of knowing you can't touch? Waldo eyed Harry for a second. You may be right. I never thought of that. He dried the last glass. Okay. Done. Scoot. Harry hurried off so that he'd be in time to see the last set. He was just in time, so he eased into the back of the room. One of the bouncers started to come over to ask for the door charge, noticed that Harry worked in the club and eased back into his place. Harry nodded to him in a companionable way and leaned against the wall behind him. The announcer came out with his microphone in hand and tapped it several times in a parody of applause. Well, that was a good one. Next we have the owners of this fine establishment. Due to the flu epidemic, they've agreed to dance for us tonight. So put your hands together for Smooth and Silky. Harry snickered to himself, then gasped. Frankie and Johnny eased out from behind the curtains. Frankie was undressed in an arrangement of straps that covered everything that should be, but left not that much to the imagination. Johnny was dressed in a pair of leather shorts, very tight shorts. Johnny strode to the front of the stage, stared into the audience and nodded. The music startled Harry. It was nothing but drums and throbbed through the club like a heartbeat. After the dance was over, Harry couldn't have told exactly what he'd seen, but he wanted very much to do something like it. Johnny moved around the stage like a big cat, all muscle and sleek silky skin. Frankie seemed to mirror him, moving on the opposite side of the stage from him. They passed each other, touching, joining and breaking apart. Like lovers not quite able to make the commitment. Harry held his breath. It was beautiful. The music reached a crescendo and Frankie fell into Johnny's arms. The curtain closed on their passionate key. The applause was deafening. The announcer came out to announce the next dancer and Harry grinned. He liked this guy. He was always very nice to him. Harry's eyes popped as he led a small boy out on a leash. The boy was actually around 20 years old. The dance was startling to Harry. Andrew carried a whip and snapped it at Carl. Carl cringed and crawled on his hands and knees. How they managed to make that look say. Why, Harry couldn't imagine, but they did. Harry watched all that set, from the kinky to the mundane pole dance of one of the older men. He was fascinated by it all. He could actually imagine himself dancing. Maybe Frankie and Johnny would let him someday. He hurried to the back to see if Frankie or Johnny was around. He wanted to change into his street clothing and go home. He was exhausted by the evening's new activities. But he thought tending bar was fun. It was a lot better than standing in the coat room arguing with drunks and taking bullshit from idiots. He sighed. He was getting cranky. The walk home was fun as Harry kept teasing Frankie and Johnny about being smooth and silky. He snickered most of the way home and was told to go to bed the second they got in the door. He went, still laughing. The next week went quickly. Harry tended bar each evening, gaining more confidence with each hour. Dobby dropped by twice and each time taught Harry more wandless spells, and cautioning him not to let any wizard know that he could work them. He promised, as Dobby seemed to get upset if he wouldn't. Harry also worked on his schoolwork, finishing the end of chapter quizzes in lieu of midterms. His mornings at the dojo were fruitful too. He learned every kata that he was assigned quickly, the morning hours stretching seemingly double the time. He used house elf cleaning spells to get his chores done more quickly so that he could practice more. He liked the Tai Chi he was taught, as well as the more aggressive Hapkido and Aikido. He was also learning to meditate. Lu Sefu noticed his tendency to lose his temper, although he tried hard not to. He'd sat Harry down on a zafu and talked with him for a while, Harry explaining as best he could what made him flip, and Lu Sefu trying to help him get a handle on it. Lu Sefu had suggested meditation as a way to control his tendency to explode. So now Harry spent half an hour in meditation before his workout. He found that it really helped. Then he had Tai Chi. After that he worked on a kata. He felt better than he'd ever felt before in his life. This morning he was trying to decide what to meditate on but not having much luck. As he considered his options, he realized that sometimes meditation should just flow from need. Lu Sefu had assigned him something to meditate on at first, but he'd more and more been leaving him to his own devices. Harry decided to just let his mind wander and see where it led. Harry lifted his head, realizing that he was supposed to be ready for class. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you were still meditating. I hope I didn't startle you too much." Lu Sefu bowed slightly to Harry. Harry stood up carefully, bowed and replied, "That's okay. I should have I'm not sure how to keep track of time while meditating." "Never mind. I'm ready." Lu Sefu smiled at Harry. "I'm pleased to see that you did lose track of time. It's a good sign. What did you meditate on, if you don't mind my asking?" "I was meditating on how to clear my mind and think of nothing. It's really hard." Lu Sefu shook his head. "You can't just think of nothing. It's too hard. Clearing your mind is one thing. Thinking of nothing is another entirely." Harry's thoughtful look made Lu Sefu change the day's lessons without a second's thought. "Go over to the altar and bring back a candle, doesn't make any difference which one." Harry went to get the candle, bringing back a fairly large pillar type on a wooden base. He set it on the floor and helped Lu Sefu put down a Zafu and Zabuton, one for each of them, on either side of it. He sat when Lu Sefu motioned to him. Now, clearing your mind is not exactly what it seems to be. I've always given you something to meditate on, either a mantra or a song or some poetry. Now I'm going to take it one step farther and teach you about clearing your mind. I didn't think you'd be ready for this just yet, but you seem to learn with amazing speed. So look at the candle flame. Think only of it. If your mind wanders, just return to the flame. Keep doing that. Sooner or later you'll find that you can concentrate on the flame until you decide to stop. That is clearing your mind. Thinking of nothing doesn't work. Your mind abhors a vacuum just as all nature does. Relax, be comfortable in your own skin and watch the flame. I'll just sit here and remind you from time to time of what you're supposed to be doing. Harry focused on the flame and tried to think of nothing but the flickering bit of fire. He managed a whole 30 seconds the first time. He pulled his mind back again and again. He thought he was never going to manage more than 2 or 3 minutes, but he kept trying. It took him more than an hour to manage 10 minutes of concentration. After that he managed 20 minutes. Lu Sefu called a halt when the clock said their time was up. Well, Harry, I'm very impressed. You've managed more in one session than some people manage in a lifetime. I'd like you to clean my office today. I'll be in the main dojo if you have any questions. He gave Harry a sharp look. Have you been having any trouble with the other students? Harry shook his head. I had a bit of trouble, but it handled it like you said. I told them that they were supposed to clean up after themselves. It taught them discipline. Then I just walked off and left their mess for them to deal with. I came back later and did my chores. No trouble since then. I'll go now, shall I? Lu Sefu nodded and watched Harry stride away. His GI was too short. Harry went straight to the office and started to clean. Dobby popped in and nodded, crossing his arms over his chest. Is good Harry Potter sir uses spells to clean. Is not House Elf or South Avenue to clean. Why does Harry Potter sir do this? Harry sighed. They went through this nearly every day. To earn my lessons. I can't pay for them, and Frankie and Johnny don't need to be paying for my keeping, okay? Dobby nodded. He got the same explanation every time he asked. He just didn't understand how no one would care for the savior of the wizarding world. It didn't make sense to him. No, it is not okay. But Dobby is only house elf. Dobby must be accepting this explanation. He made a few grumbling noises and pulled a bookshelf away from the wall for Harry to clean behind. Dobby? Have you been doing something to or about? Have you been messing about with time? Dobby just shrugged. Harry Potter sir needs more time for his lessons. Dobby just made sure that he had it. Is this wrong? Harry considered this for a moment. I don't know, it doesn't bother me, and Lu Sefu doesn't seem to be suffering any harm. I just wanted to know. Thanks. Welcome. Dobby pushed the case back in place. Dobby will bring more books tomorrow. Dobby must go now. Dumbledore is not liking that Dobby is gone so much. Harry wondered why Dumbledore would care one way or the other, but kept his mouth shut. It really wasn't his business. Dobby popped out and Harry finished his cleaning by himself. Oh, Harry finished his work, changed into street clothing and stuck his head into the dojo proper to tell Lu Sefu that he was done. The Sefu just nodded and went back to watching his class. Harry knew that he was dismissed, but the sharp glance of Lu Sefu, checking to see that he was dressed properly, made him feel warm. He sauntered down the street still wrapped in a warm feeling and amused himself with window shopping. His favorite activity, after working with Frankie and Johnny and eating. He ate like 2 horses, as Johnny said, and was putting on some good weight finally. He felt better than he ever had in his life. He wandered down the street, wondering if he could stop in the coffee shop for a latte. He put his hands over his ears to warm them as he looked in a window. The art store had so many nice things. He loved to look at them. Someday he'd have enough money to get something for himself. Harry, what are you looking at? Harry nearly jumped out of his skin. Johnny had come up behind him as he was engrossed in the contents of the window. Blast! Johnny, give me a heart attack, why don't you? Harry pressed a hand against his chest to still his pounding heart. What if it had been someone other than Johnny? Sorry. So, now that you've swallowed your heart again, what are you looking at? Art supplies. I did art in school when I was little, but my uncle made me quit. Said it was a waste of my time. My teacher got in some sort of trouble too. But I think I could be good if I had time and supplies. I see. Johnny nodded his head. You get paid tomorrow. Your first check at the club. I know we should have paid you sooner. But the first few days, you really didn't work that long. Frankie and I, well, we wanted your first check to be decent. I'm sorry, we should have paid you right along. Harry blinked. He got paid? That was new. I never thought you'd really pay me anything more than room and board. You mean I get real money? Wow.
Johnny nodded. Yes, you get real money. And you have to put some of it toward household expenses. We'll talk about that later. Right now, I'm going to give you an advance. Let's go in. The door opened with a merry jingle from the bell over it. Harry grinned happily. Maybe Johnny would advance him enough money to buy more than just a box of watercolors. Johnny told Harry that he knew the owner and was going to go talk to him. He told Harry to look around, pick what he wanted and bring it to the register. Harry didn't hear him tell the owner, "Mark, just tell him it's £25, I'll pay the rest later." Okay. Mark just nodded and went back to gossiping. Harry wandered all over the store and settled on a watercolor box, some watercolor pencils and an oil paint set with everything he'd need to finish several works, as long as he didn't want odd colors. He also picked up a color wheel and a mechanical pencil. He lingered over the canvases and pads of paper until he was sure Johnny must be ready to drag him out the door by one ear.
Okay. I'm done. I hope I have enough money for all this. Mark just piled the things up and started ringing him up. Well, you're in luck. There's a half-price sale on the pencils and the papers. Sorry to say the canvases are full price, but you've got just enough. Barely. He put things in bags and smiled at Harry. Thank you for your business. Come back and show me some of your work. Harry ducked his head. Oh, I couldn't. It'll all be a mess, but I love trying. Please come in and show me your work. I can help you get better, maybe. I took several years of art classes, wanted to be a teacher. My dad got sick and I had to come take over the shop instead. So, I give workshops and classes here instead. A young fella like you'll pick it up in no time. Just come in any time. Promise? Harry clutched his bags and nodded. Okay. Thanks. I'll have to save up for a class. How much are they? I put a flyer of classes and prices in your bag. Just call to make a reservation. There's some open workshops too. Now you better get going or you'll be late to lunch, and I know how a young guy like you needs his food. Harry grinned at the man and followed Johnny to the door. Johnny let Harry catch up to him, then said, I'm tired of casseroles and chops. Not that you're not a good cook, it's your turn for lunch. But I'm really up for some takeaway fish and chips. How about you? Harry grinned. I don't mind cooking, but that sounds brilliant. I'm really hungry too. Can I have a double order? Johnny grinned. Sure. Vinegar. Yeah, but no ketchup. Don't understand how you can ruin good chips with it. Johnny laughed at that. Harry and Frankie had a running argument about the merits of malt vinegar versus ketchup on chips. He thought that Harry had 1 or 2 points on Frankie. Johnny put in their order in the nearby shop, and while they waited for it, he told Harry that he was free to draw or paint anytime he wanted, as long as his chores and homework were done. That's the thing. I'm supposed to do a notebook for botany. I thought I'd try to paint my own pictures of medicinal plants. Along with nice handwritten notes, I think it'd get me a good grade. What do you think? Johnny thought that he'd never seen a 16-year-old that would have even thought of something like that, but he kept that to himself. He just told Harry that he thought it was a very good idea. They carried the takeaway home under their coats to keep it warm. Frankie met them at the door, grabbing the bags to take into the kitchen. He put all the fish and all the chips on 2 big platters, put condiments on the table and poured beer for all 3 of them. Harry just dropped his purchases on the bed and hurried to the kitchen before, he claimed, Frankie ruined all the chips by soaking them in ketchup. They had a genial squabble about which was better, ketchup or vinegar. Johnny just shook his head and stuffed his mouth with fish. Harry tended bar that night too, and for a week after, he spent his mornings between working out, cleaning and meditation. He'd found the fire trick to work like a charm. He could now meditate for nearly an hour. He found that it really helped a lot. He wasn't always on the edge of panic, or losing his temper. His bartending had gotten a lot better too. He'd learned how to mix most of the more popular drinks the first night and had spent a couple of hours the next day learning every drink he'd heard ordered that night. Now he could mix them all. He still cut the garbage for the whole evening. Waldo had told him that he was the only one who'd ever done it right on the first try and hadn't cut himself to ribbons doing it. Harry didn't mind. It was a real help to Waldo, and potions had taught Harry to make quick work of the job, as well as teaching him how to make the cuts neat. Fortunately for everyone, Frankie had had the urge to watch movies, and they'd watched Cocktail. The show some of the characters had put on by juggling the bottles had given Harry an idea. He'd practiced with wine bottles filled with water until he'd managed to get it right. He never dropped a bottle either. A little magic went a long way. So now he was in the front part of the bar, juggling bottles, mixing drinks and chatting up the clientele. The attention made him self-conscious at first, but when he realized that no one was going to make fun of him, he relaxed and started to enjoy it. He'd never enjoyed much in his life: Quidditch, hanging around with Ron, and that was about it. Oh, he liked doing magic, but oftentimes this was sort of ruined by the painful results of doing it wrong. And learning blocks hadn't been much fun at all. But mostly it was good, especially now that Dobby was teaching him elf magic. That was really interesting. So he juggled his bottles, smiled at the customers and collected his tips in a small jar behind the bar, right next to Waldo's. He wondered if he'd get to keep them or if he had to give them to someone else. "Hey, Waldo, what do we do about the tips? I noticed that you don't count them at the end of the evening." "No, we have to account for them. Taxes, you know. We'll count them on Monday and Johnny will put them down in his book. And don't try to sneak any. They'll both have fits. And we don't need the trouble." Harry gave Waldo an indignant glare. "I'd never. That's dishonest and it'd get the club in trouble. I'd never do that." Waldo held up a hand. "Sorry, kid, don't bust a gut. Didn't mean anything by it. Just you needed to be told. No insult intended." Harry blushed hot red. "I'm sorry. I guess I'm a bit touchy about certain things. I shouldn't have jumped all over you." "Never mind. A simple misunderstanding can be fixed. I'm sorry. You're sorry. It's done. Forget about it." Harry blessed Waldo with one of his sweet smiles and returned to his setups. "I'm about out of gin. Do you need anything? I'll just have time to get stock before the next rush." Waldo nodded and asked Harry for several things. Harry made it to the back and pulled the bottles from the shelves. He headed for the front again, arms full of bottles. The man that stepped in his way nearly made him drop them. "Excuse me. I almost dropped these bottles. Watch it. Don't give me that. You're just like all the others. You'll give me what I want for money." Harry gave the man a once-over. He was drunk, wearing a drinking band, and he'd been in the back rooms. Harry wondered how he'd gotten away with that one. "No, I won't, and if you make me drop all these bottles, you'll be sorry. Now get out of my way." Harry started to push by the drunk but was grabbed by the shoulder. He eeled out of the man's hands and, seeing one of the other men, shoved the bottles into his hands, saying, "Take these to the bar. Go." The boy scurried off, to dump the bottles and tell a bouncer what was going on. The bouncer arrived just in time to see the man make a grab for Harry. Harry just moved out of his way and let him run right into the bouncer, who led him away with a smirk at Harry. Harry took the time to knock on the door of the office, stick his head in and tell Johnny that someone was letting people with drinking bans into the back rooms. Johnny got up and announced that he was going to be busy tonight. Harry just nodded and went back to the bar. He was more and more afraid that he wasn't going to work out well in the backside if the club. The very next weekend Harry found out that Frankie and Johnny wanted him to become one of the higher-paid backroom boys. They wanted him to be part of the living furniture. He had thought carefully about all this and decided that he'd try. Both Frankie and Johnny had assured him that, if he didn't like it, he could quit at any time. So Harry reported to the club early on Saturday morning to learn how to be a table. He had to snicker a bit. He'd learned a lot at Hogwarts, but never how to be furniture. He wondered what his friends would think about this. He wondered what Dumbledore would think. He was pretty sure he knew what Snape and the Malfoys would think. "Okay. What do I do? I don't think I can hold that tray for very long without dropping it. My arms will get tired."
Rudolph, the trainer at the club, just smiled at Harry and showed him a strange harness made of chains and cuffs. There were way too many cuffs and some of them looked way too big for his wrists. It's not that hard. The harness actually does all the work. All you have to do is kneel in one place and look pretty. With those eyes, you'll get plenty of tips. And, remember, you'll be changed out every 2 hours, so it's not really that hard. So into the harness with you.
Rudolph helped Harry get into the harness, kneel on the floor and get comfortable. Or as comfortable as he could be trussed up with leather and chains. He put the tray on Harry's hands and walked off. Harry struggled to keep from squirming and finally realized that, if he let himself settle into a meditative trance, he would be able to kneel as long as he needed to. He'd been very successful in his meditations lately. So Harry meditated on occlumency as the most boring thing he could think of. It would keep him occupied, trying not to fall asleep, which would keep him meditating longer. He hoped to be able to complete a shift without embarrassing himself. He was a bit startled when Rudolph came to help him up.
Great. That went well. Are you stiff? I need to know so that we can switch you out quickly.
Harry moved his arms and legs. No, not stiff, just I've got a bit of pins and needles in my feet. I can walk okay, though.
Rudolph examined Harry quickly and watched him walk. I think you'll do fine. You held position. Let the harness take all your weight. And you're so beautiful that you'll get lots of tips. Come on. Let's get you a couch so you can rest until show time.
Harry just put on the robe Rudolph handed him and followed the man into the back of the club to the lounge full of couches and easy chairs. He wasn't looking forward to this, but it would please Frankie and Johnny that he was judged good enough. Draco glared at Pansy and wondered what he'd ever seen in the silly sow. She'd been gloating about Potter being missing again. She thought he'd been eaten by trolls, a thing he wished on her with glum viciousness. Where the hell was that prat? Draco had spent quite a bit of time thinking about Potter. And he didn't like his musings much. Dumbledore seemed to allow him all sorts of privileges, but when he looked at them more closely, they were loaded with dangers.
He wandered the halls at will and found everything from trolls to who knew what.
He was allowed to sneak into the library and use restricted books which put him in the way of all sorts of dangerous spells. Spells that could backfire and kill him. Never mind the fact that Lucius had found him in the Department of Mysteries and had the devil of a time keeping Bella from hexing him into next year. All in all, Draco decided that he'd rather not have Potter's privileges, they were way too deadly for him. He also kept in mind that Snape had allowed him to sneak all sorts of things into Potter's cauldrons, spoiling his brewing time after time. A thing he now regretted. When, not if, Potter found out about it, there was going to be hell to pay. And Snape was going to have fits too. He shifted in his chair and returned to his revising. Professor Snape grumbled and rubbed his feet, one at a time, with a warming cream. He was frozen again. Dumbledore was now past worried and into frantic. Potter was not hiding in any magical enclave that he had any contact with. Professor McGonagall was also frantic, despite her stern demeanor when she dealt with the boy. She loved him in her own way and worried about him constantly. Snape found himself forgetting the pathetic writing in the cupboard in his irritation at having to spend his time tramping London looking for a needle in a haystack. The boy was in for it when Snape found him, if he ever did. Snape stood up, gathered his cloak in one hand and his cane in the other. He still resented bitterly the need for it. But, when he was tired, he needed it. And he still had a palsy in his left hand as well. He snarled to himself. Voldemort and Potter deserved each other. Lucius Malfoy put his ear, figuratively speaking, to the ground and listened for any hint of a green-eyed boy in the rather seedy parts of Muggle London he had contact with. He was sure that Harry was hiding in what someone had termed the Great Unwashed. He'd hired Muggle detectives and put out discreet wanted notices. He'd had a few bites but no luck so far. The few boys that had green eyes were not Potter. His ward. Lucius shook his head in wonder. Dumbledore was going to have a fit. He smiled a bit at thought, then frowned as he realized that he needed to stay on Dumbledore's good side. It was a great deal harder than he thought it would be, being good. But he was determined to succeed. His family depended on his ability to play the chameleon, his and Draco's. He decided to have another talk with Draco the next weekend he was home. He was glad he'd managed to push the return to the old rules through the Board of Governors. It gave Draco the chance to come home every third weekend. Ron Weasley worried. It was all he could do. He hated the feeling of total helplessness that invaded his mind every time he thought of Harry. Where was he? Was he hurt? Was he hungry? Cold? Ron slammed his book shut and went to find Hermione. Maybe she'd thought of something. He wanted to go to London to look for Harry. He was sure that he'd find him, somehow. Even though his common sense told him it was impossible. He wanted to try. They'd been through so much together that he couldn't imagine not being there for Harry when he needed him. It made him crazy. Hermione was in the library, researching Find Me spells. She was sure that, if she found the right spell, she'd be able to find Harry. Ron wasn't so sure. He thought that Harry would only be found when he was ready to return to Hogwarts, and he'd only be ready when he was sure that he'd never have to go back to the Dursleys. Albus Dumbledore had never felt so helpless or annoyed. Harry James Potter had managed to fall off the face of the earth. As he didn't have a spy in the ranks of the Death Eaters anymore, he had no idea if they had him or not. He thought about trying to have Malfoy check around, but he wasn't quite sure he trusted him yet. He knew that Lucius put a great deal of pride in the fact that he'd never broken his word to someone unless they broke faith first, but still.
He decided to have him go to the Dursleys to see if he could find anything out. As he remembered, Petunia had been very impressed with Lucius the only time she'd met him. It would be a test for Lucius, one he hoped the elder Malfoy passed. Oh. Lucius opened the window to Fawkes, who perched on the back of a chair and bobbed his head for Lucius to take the envelope from his beak. Lucius read the note with some irritation but decided that it was a good idea to see if Dudley knew anything. Not that Petunia would. The stupid woman had always envied Lily and made a nuisance of herself to most of the magical people she came upon. He wondered if that wasn't one of the reasons she hated magic so. He summoned his house elf and told it to bring him a cloak and boots. It was still quite cold out and he had no intention of freezing himself while he waited for Petunia to answer her door. He apparated to the back of the Dursley house and walked around to the front. The sight that greeted him was unexpected. Dudley was loading things into their car. Petunia was just coming out the door with an armful of clothing. "Excuse me. My name is Lucius Malfoy. Could I speak to you for a moment? I realize that this is an extremely awkward moment." Dudley eyed Lucius for a second. "You're Draco's dad." Lucius suppressed his wince ruthlessly and nodded. "Well, you can tell him I don't know where Harry is." "Don't want to either. He's better off wherever he is than here. Pop's gone completely spare. We're leaving. Mom found a job and an apartment we can afford. Someplace he doesn't know where we are." He turned to Petunia and took the clothing and stuffed it into the back seat. "That's about all we can get in here. We've got all the dishes and kitchen stuff we'll need. Ask can keep the rest. Bed linens and towels, I think we took most of both. And all our clothing. I think we better give the rest of the stuff a pass." Petunia just shrugged. "I'll get your PlayStation and stereo. We should take the TV too." Dudley looked doubtful for a second then just shrugged. "Okay. I'll see if we can get it in the boot." He turned back to Lucius. "Look, I'm sorry to be rude but we have to get out of here before Pop gets back. We need the car to take our stuff, but Mom just found out that only his name is on the car. He went on some sort of field trip with a coworker so he's in that car today. Lucky for us. But I bet he tries to charge us with stealing this car. I don't know what to do." He rubbed his face with one hand. "I'm sorry, I'm sure you're not interested in our troubles. Just go away." Lucius looked at Dudley for a moment, the slight green tint to one cheek and the dark circle under his left eye told their own tale. He thought for a bit then offered, "If you take my advice, you'll unpack the automobile then take it to a police station in a different district from the one you live in. Explain the situation to the officers and hand them the keys, walk out and don't look back. Do not get in touch with Vernon for any reason." Dudley brightened visibly. "That's a great idea. I was worried about that car. Thanks." "You're welcome. If you hear from Harry, please send a letter to this address. And, if you don't mind, I'd like to look around in the house for a bit." Dudley took the calling card, glanced at it then put it in his wallet. He shrugged carelessly. "If you want to look around, help yourself. I'll send a letter if I hear from Harry. But why are you so interested in him?" "Personal reasons. I don't think you'd understand or care." Dudley got a stubborn look on his face. "Look, I wasn't very good to Harry for a long time. So, I'm trying to make up for it a bit now. Now that Mum and Pop have split, he doesn't have a place here anymore. You going to make more trouble for him? I hope not. No, no trouble. In fact, believe it or not, I want to help him. Good. He deserves it. Look, we gotta go, now. Bye. Dudley climbed into the front seat and slammed the door. Petunia had stuffed the small TV into the boot while they were talking and gotten into the driver's seat. When the door shut, she started the car and immediately backed out, leaving the front door hanging wide open. Lucius helped himself to entry. In other words, he just pushed the door and walked in. His explorations led him to the kitchen. Nothing exciting caught his eye there. He wandered a bit, noticing that there were no pictures of Potter anywhere. He climbed the stairs and looked around. The smallest bedroom caught his eye and he started to open the door when he noticed the locks, 4 of them. He blinked and opened the door wider. The barred windows were the next thing he saw. He wondered what such heavy bars were meant to keep out, then realized that they were meant to keep Harry in. He shook his head. Ridiculous. As he started to leave, he noticed the cat flap and wondered why it was in an interior door. He stood in the hall and thought for a moment, then went back down the stairs. Something Harry had said once was nagging at the back of his mind. He went directly to the cupboard under the stairs and gazed at the door for a moment. It had 3 locks on it. He shook his head again and knelt to open the door. He was amazed to see how small it really was under there. The pallet on the floor, pushed back as far as it would go, was still there. And he shuddered. He realized that he'd tried to kill Harry, at Voldemort's orders, but this was cruel beyond what even he could have thought up. He had never been into torture for torture's sake, it had to have some point. And he really didn't do children. And the one time had been more than enough, and one of the reasons he had finally seen Voldemort for what he really was. Lucius crawled further into the cupboard just to see if Harry had left anything useful. He hadn't. But Lucius saw something written on the wall. He struggled close enough to read it. Damn them. They all need a good cursing. He got up and stalked to the door, apparated to Malfoy Manor, and spent the rest of the day planning. In case you've forgotten, here's what Harry wrote in the cupboard. My name is Harry James Potter. I am 8 years old. I won't live to be 9. I'm so very hungry. But I'm too thirsty to eat. Someone please remember me. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.